8 minutes past the hour. Welcome into the kickoff hour here. Another edition has started. And we thank you for being with us. The kickoff hour is up and going. The Good Time Gang settling in. Rick, Bubba, Adler all join us right after top of the next hour for the main show. But until then, we'll sit back and get things going on another day together. All right, let's bring everybody in. I just mentioned a couple of them. Old Greg Burgess to my left and Michael Helms to my right.
Yeah.
What's up, boys?
Yeah.
Boys. How are y'all?
Boys.
Pretty good.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, pretty good.
Fair.
Pretty good. Pretty good's
fair.
not bad.
Yeah.
It's not bad. I'll take pretty good.
I went to bed last night so early. I mean, I just announced on my way home, and it was around, I guess it was around 6 o'clock when I was headed home, and I just went ahead on the phone and just said, listen, just heads up, I'm probably going to go to bed. And I didn't go to bed like when I got home, but it was like, I remember seeing 8:13, and then I was out.
Yeah. That's not bad.
Shut her down.
Hey, not bad, my friend. Hey, that's well done.
I was out by 7:30
Were you really?
after I fell asleep on the couch.
It's going to take me a few days to kind of get adjusted.
I will tell you this, that
So
Gunsmoke comes on at 8.
Oh, boy.
And if I'm having a good day, all right, and things are going the way they should around the house, I can turn on Gunsmoke and either doze off around 8:30, 8:45, or just as it goes off at 9, I'm out.
That's the end of the day.
I mean, if it's going well.
Yeah.
Now, there's times where you can't do
no
that.
gun smoke.
But if you
Sometimes no gun.
And Terry calls it Cowboys. Hey, we watching Cowboys tonight? And I'm
Okay.
like, yeah. And so I'll find something. It could be, Tales
Well,
of
what
Wells
channel is that
Fargo or
on?
whatever. But Gunsmoke's the number one.
Do y'all know?
What channel's that on?
There's a couple of them, about 3 of them that you can look at.
I have to ask y'all this.
1564, 1071, or 1676.
Okay, I like a
just
good
do.
Western.
Sounded like my dad.
Yeah. Well, I learned that from my dad because he said, "Hey, this is what because he has to, he memorizes all the channels."
Something that Amanda and I
Y'all don't
started
care about my dad.
started doing, and I don't know if this is good for us or bad for us as far as relationships and marriage, but we seem to like it right now. Okay? Stay with me.
Oh, boy.
We have spent a ton of time over the past, from Thanksgiving up until yesterday, we have seen each other so much.
Mm-hmm.
Even when she's working and I'm not, I'm in there by her. And I got to be quiet and all that, but she's in that area. And so we've been on walk after walk.
Oh.
God, I'm tired of walking, by
Got
the way.
toes.
I mean, just constantly. And I told Greg yesterday, it's funny, there was a moment about 3 or 4 days span where we almost were feeling like empty nesters in retirement because Maddie was gone somewhere for a couple of days. We don't see Braden much anymore anyway. He kind of does his own thing. And then Caroline was going to the beach for a week. And so we were just every day we go and we got a 4.5 mile track that we do around the neighborhood. And so, I mean, we're not in the best mood every day when we do that. Mm-hmm. So there were days where we would walk that 4.5 miles and we didn't shut up. We talked and had great conversation. Then there was times we'd go 3 miles and not talk to each other, not say a word because we were frustrated or mad or what, but we were still walking together. Mm-hmm. And I thought, so this is what it's going to look like when everybody leaves, and we're going to deal with each other, love on each other but we're starting to do this other thing.
Oh.
And this is what I want to know. This is what I want to know if I think is good or bad. We both have new AirPods, whatever. Mm-hmm. And we've both figured out that we can connect those to the TV. And so I can connect mine to the TV, and I can watch whatever I want to and have it as loud in my ears as I want to.
Okay.
And she's got to do this thing where she watches a ton of stuff on her phone now. So we'll sit on the couch together, just snuggled up right there next to each other, and she's watching her phone or iPad with the earbuds in her ear, and I'm watching the big TV, or vice versa. We're there together. I don't know if this is good or not.
Physically, I guess
we're physically together.
Mentally,
we're not. But we're not mentally together if we're watching it. The same thing because we're focused on that.
Yeah.
So I don't know if this is good or bad. I'm being honest, but it's something that we're doing, and I got to tell you, I kind of dig it.
Yeah. Well, look, if you didn't have the other, which is, hey, we go on walks and we don't shut up and we're talking. Y'all are obviously communicating.
Yeah.
There's time that you can be together, and it's okay to just be silent and hang out.
I looked up the other night, and I had,
Right?
and y'all make fun of this, okay? Y'all will make fun of this, but you're talking about Gunsmoke and these old shows, and this one's not that old, but it's old.
You talking about Mr. Dillon?
Y'all know what is my favorite show, and
Mr.
I felt like I have to watch it every year at some point. And I went through and binge watched West Wing all over again, all 7 seasons, all throughout the holidays. That was the thing I did.
Good night.
And so I think this is what drove us to the couch and separate screens and there were times, now I don't want you to think I'm hogging the big TV. There are times where she's watching the big TV in her ear, and I've got the little phone and watching it.
Carol, ever just have the volume on in the room?
Huh?
God forbid.
Well, we're not watching the same thing.
Right, but if she's got her earbuds in, could you not have the volume on in the room?
I could, but here's the thing: I have to have it. I need it loud.
Yeah.
And she's like, she doesn't like it. Does it have to be that loud?
Oh.
And I'm like, I like it loud.
Yeah.
I like it in my ear.
Be loud.
And I like these new things I got for my ears because it's almost like a surround sound deal. It's like I got a big system in there. I can hear people chewing. That's how good these things are.
Sure.
I'm like, wow. So President Bartlett, I can hear you chewing there. What in the world?
Hey, Raycon.
Yeah.
Well, it's funny because sometimes we'll have hills that we're walking, and where you live, I know you do because it's called Vestavia Hills. And if you don't know that, why it's called hills, go for a run or a walk, and you'll figure it out.
You get off of 31, you find out real quick.
And we'll be at the base of some of the big hills, and we'll be talking, and then we'll like, okay, we got to focus here. You know, you can't talk and get up that hill. It'd be like, and then there's.
Like on the treadmill, somebody trying to talk to you.
Yeah, well, I know you
There's
can't talk.
something-
You like to listen.
I don't like to hear people talk.
There's something comforting about me watching whatever ball game, West Wing, new show, whatever, and her sitting over there just so I can see her. You know, she's just kind of hanging out, doing her own thing.
Not sure if it's healthy or not. I'm still
I don't know.
right.
I don't either, Greg. That's what I need to know.
Good to see you, honey. Don't talk to me though.
Either it's great or it's a sign of something bad.
We'll stop and communicate. We're not. It's not that we're not. I just don't know if we should be watching separate shows at the same time with different earbuds in our ear.
Right.
You're asking a lot.
You know, y'all know y'all's relationship.
I know.
You feel good about it?
I feel great about it.
Okay.
Rick and Bubba.
A good pair of wireless earbuds is indispensable in 2024, and for premium audio at the perfect price point, you got to go with Raycon. Raycon's everyday earbuds look, feel, and sound better than ever. They offer optimized gel tips for the perfect in-ear fit and 32-hour battery life, and Raycons are priced just right. You get quality audio at half the price of other premium audio brands. Get 20% off your Raycon order at buyraycon.com/Bubba, buyraycon.com/Bubba, or rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. Helix Sleep does it again with an innovative kids mattress made to flip. Why? Well, the firmer side is great for younger kids when they need more spinal support to aid proper development of their growing bodies. You simply flip it over when they're a little older, around 8 to 12 years old, when they want the softer side for sleep. Handcrafted and assembled right here in the USA, Helix is offering 20% off all mattress orders, including the kids mattress. Go to helixsleep.com/Bubba. helixsleep.com/Bubba. All right, folks, you've heard us talking about what Relief Factor can do for your pain for several years now. If you struggle with occasional aches and pains due to aging, exercise, everyday living, consider this. Relief Factor is 100% drug-free. It's made up of ingredients that simply help your own body deal with its natural inflammatory response. And we kid you not, Relief Factor is for real. And the majority of people who ordered the 3-week quick start for just $19.95 go on to order more. Try it at relieffactor.com or rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. January is no time for the same old meals. HelloFresh is here to kickstart 2024 with enticing flavors and fresh ingredients paired with easy-to-follow recipes and delivered to your door. They'll keep your taste buds guessing with their most expansive menu yet. Over 45 delicious recipes to choose from each week right now. Get free breakfast for life with the code BUBBA at HelloFresh.com/Bubba. That's one free breakfast item per box while subscription is active with the code BUBBA at HelloFresh.com/Bubba.
What's holding you back from learning the language you've always wanted to know?
Too hard.
Takes too long.
Not with Babbel. Babbel's lessons take just 15 minutes a day.
15 minutes isn't long.
Nope, and they're fun.
Fun isn't hard.
Right. Babbel's interactive lessons, podcasts, games, and more make it fun and engaging, so you don't realize you're learning a language, but you are. And Babbel's lessons are built around real life. You can choose from topics like travel, business, relationships, and more. You'll learn what matters most to you. Plus, Babbel's lessons are designed to get you speaking right away. In 3 weeks, you're able to start having conversations.
Just 3 weeks? Even better.
Since Babbel's lessons are designed by language experts and voiced by real native speakers, you'll get the accents just right and be able to carry on conversations with confidence.
Learning a language with Babbel doesn't take long.
And with Babbel, it isn't hard.
It's perfect.
Start learning a new language today. Go to Babbel.com. That's Babbel.com. Babbel.com.
Folks, Field of Greens just may be the healthiest thing I do for myself each day. My family loves it too. It's nutrition the way nature intended. It helps with digestion. I have more energy. I feel better and healthier overall. It's working for me, and if you haven't tried it, I encourage you to give it a try. I promise you're going to love this product. But if for any reason you don't, they'll give you a 100% money-back guarantee. Get 15% off your first order with free rush shipping at fieldofgreens.com. Use the code BUBBA, or go to rickandbubba.com under the sponsors.
As we wrap up the year and usher in the next, it's the perfect time to reflect on what truly matters, the people we love most. This year, resolve to keep them safer than ever with Simply Safe Home Security. We all trust Simply Safe in our own homes and recommend it to everyone we know. Save 20% on your new system with a Fast Protect plan by visiting simplysafebubba.com. simplysafebubba.com for 20% off a new system with a Fast Protect plan. Find a link at rickandbubba.com under sponsors. There's no safe like Simply Safe.
Our friends at TheraBreath have some good news if you have bad breath. Try TheraBreath Fresh Breath Oral Rinse. TheraBreath is dentist formulated by Dr. Katz himself. TheraBreath doesn't mask bad breath like those burning alcohol mouthwashes that can actually irritate sensitive mouths. It's alcohol-free and free of gluten with no added dyes or colors. Find TheraBreath in all your favorite retail and drug stores. Look for the bright orange cap or online at TheraBreath.com. You can find a direct link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. TheraBreath, confidence in every capful. You know how you go into stores and the towels can feel super soft, but then when you get home, they don't dry you? Not my towels from MyPillow. They're really soft, but they really work too. What a concept. They're made with a special ring-spun cotton, making them softer and more absorbent than other towels that are out there. Get a 6-piece set for an introductory sale price of $29.98, and you get the designer premium line for just $20 more. Either way, you save 50% right now on all my towels. So head to mypillow.com/Bubba or find the link at rickandbubba.com.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio.
Rick and Bubba.
Pass the gravy, please.
Rick and Bubba.
Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
21 minutes past the hour. We thank you so much for hanging out with us on the kickoff hour. Rick, Bubba, Adler all join us right after the top of the hour for the main show, discussing a number of different things as we're just continuing to recap our break over the holidays. Oh, gosh, I didn't know what that was. Among other things, like going for walks with your wife and using your earbuds when you're in the same room with her and not talking to her. Is that okay? I think that was the question.
Yeah. If both parties are watching something different on two different screens in the same room, but they're together, is that good or bad?
Well, there's times that, like, I might be watching television and Terry's sitting right beside me, but she's on the phone, you know, looking at something or whatever, and we're obviously doing separate things, but we're hanging out together. So, I mean, that seems to be
I tell you
okay.
how this started was Amanda was working a few weeks with me at home, and we were wanting to be in the same space, but I'm too loud.
Mm-hmm.
And I didn't want to hear her talking on the phone to her patients. She didn't want to hear the TV in the next room. And so, and that's kind of an open area. It's a big little area where all we're occupying the space together. And so I'm like, well, I'll just plug in my AirPods. That solves my issue and your issue.
Mm-hmm.
And we can still be together. And that has turned into now, like during the Alabama game the other night, perfect example. She wanted to keep up with the game, but she didn't necessarily want to watch the game. She wanted to read a book on her phone. Big reader. I don't know how she does it. And she's a big reader. You talking about opposites attract. Me and her are not the same when it comes to that. But she's wanting to read, but every once in a while, glance up, look at the game, and go back to her book.
Right.
Well, I want it to be so loud in the house that I feel like I'm there.
Oh, you got to have that.
And
I've told Terry that with surround sound.
I can't do that if she's wanting to read. And so we have two options. It's either her going to a different room, and I don't want Mama going to a different room, or me plugging my ears.
Yeah.
And now that's turned into she's
in the
watching
same
her
room,
thing,
but you're not.
We're in the same room.
Yeah.
She's watching her thing. I'm watching my thing. We both got our ears plugged, but we're together.
That's it.
And I don't know if it's healthy or not, people, and that's what I'm
But you're digging it. Well, let me ask you a question, both of you, on something bothered me over the Christmas break. And not to the point where, like, I was stomping out of stores, but I just noticed something. And it used to be, maybe I'm just old school on a lot of things, but it used to be growing up or whatever, if you bought something, especially clothing, before they put it in the bag, they would be kind enough to, like, fold it up, make it look presentable, and then put it in the bag, okay? Now, if you're buying a shirt or some type of clothing, they wad it up like it's paper that you don't want, and you're throwing it in the trash, and they just throw it in there, and then they walk out. I mean, you walk out with clothes you just bought, but they're all wadded up and get all wrinkled. And I know you can go home and wash stuff and all that, but it's just, if it's a present, you kind of want it to look like it's been well kept. And I noticed that. And I even mentioned to Terry, I was like, I got to the truck one time and I got it out of the bag and I'm like, man, I'm going to fold it up because it was a present for somebody. And I'm like, it's going to be a wadded, wrinkled mess if I don't.
Out of the spin cycle.
Yeah. Besides the tag, it's going to look like we wore it or something, And then I went to the store one time and I had to get something else, and it was some clothing. And the person took time and they folded it.
Okay.
And I said, I got to tell you something.
Yeah.
You're the first one that's done that since.
You're a dying breed.
Yeah, you really are. And I was like, I just wanted to tell you this, and I don't want to hold the line up, but I appreciate you for doing that because that's the way it should be, because it was just a little bit of respect of, hey, you've come in, you've bought something, I mean, you don't have to go back and press it, but, my goodness, if you're looking for the tag or you got to take off the little magnetic thing that sends the alarm off, well, then fold it back. And I know they want to speed the lines up and we got to hurry, but it don't take but about 10 seconds to fold something back. And I'm not saying like it's got to be perfect, but a little bit presentable.
Yeah.
But I've noticed that those people that do that are a dying breed. And it was only one person. Now, hey, look, and looking at our statements, we spent a lot of money on Christmas between everybody we had to spend for. And there was only one person, only one, that actually folded it back somewhat decent and put it back in the bag.
All of our stuff was purchased online, so I can't speak to this.
Yeah.
I wasn't in a store.
We did a lot of that, but we got down to the wire where we needed to go in and have something then, because it got to a point there that last week before Christmas where it was too late to order something. It wouldn't come in time. Yeah. And we had a few stragglers out that we needed to grab, and looking online, it said that certain stores had them, and so it wasn't a big deal. But once it happened, and I've noticed it, and again, it's not like I need to speak to your manager. I'm not saying that.
I just file a complaint.
I've just noticed. I was like, well, that's kind of rude. You just threw it back in there.
This.
Like, the hell will you get out? Thanks for spending this.
Thanks for spending and paying too much for it. Now here's a wrinkled up wallet.
Yeah. This is a $95 hoodie. Are you kidding me?
Yeah.
And you just wadded it up and threw it in there like, it's a piece of trash.
You wouldn't believe the markup on this thing.
Yeah. At least fold it up and say thank you for being here.
Yeah.
Jerk. But I didn't say that. Yeah. But I did compliment the person. I just, hey, you are.
And they probably looked at you like you were crazy because nobody cares.
I could play it now. Scott Gorosky's, intro here, dinosaur. Some of those people out there in retail that still do that, you're a dying breed. You're a dinosaur. But I appreciate you. I just noticed that, being observant and just looking at it. And I even mentioned to Terry, I need to really, I need to bring this up for those that do it. And go, thank you for that.
Yeah. Thank you for your service.
Yeah, it's just customer service now. I think when somebody does it right, it's like
look, they're just trying to get somebody to show up. They, as far as quality employees and customer service, right. They just need a body.
Mm-hmm. But I'm just saying to all of you store managers, I know it's all about. And the line can get long. This line that I was in was not terribly long. There was just a couple of people back and had a couple of registers open.
Did people go, hey, buddy, can't you fold your own shirt?
No.
Get out of the way.
Yeah. But just to the managers, probably go back to that. I'd have the employees, hey, look, when you put it back in the bag,
Just
put
some
it back
common
in there.
courtesy.
Maybe I'm overthinking it, and somebody might go, Speedy, get a break, get a life. Again, I never said anything to anybody, but I was just observant.
If a person did say that, would that be the voice they were in?
Yeah, I could
one.
tell. Yeah.
That summed that up.
Yeah.
I feel like I'm getting.
You're hurting people's feelings.
I feel like
down.
I feel like I'm getting on myself today and asking some questions, but I did something over the holidays in relation to puzzles that I need a ruling from you guys on. I think it's
Not big on puzzles.
I'm not, and Terry
that's
is.
really not what it's about. It's about something I've been doing to the girls, and that I think that's probably not good when it comes to puzzles. But I'll tell you when we
Well,
come
you gonna
back,
mess up
'cause
word search next?
Yeah.
It's,
I heard Terry's feelings about puzzles over the break.
Well, I've got a
We've
strategy.
never been a puzzle family.
Yeah.
It's weird. I'll tell you when we come back.
Nothing wrong.
You
with
think a
people
house
that
full of
are,
boys? You think
but-
a house full of boys is?
Yeah, they're
No,
really into
That's
it.
the
no,
thing.
we're done.
If there were not any girls in our house, there wouldn't be a puzzle within 2 miles of our house.
Terry bought a puzzle and sat there and put it together, and I hurt her feelings because I went over. It was just a small one, like a little 5x7 puzzle, and I was like, "Hey, where is it?" And I couldn't even see it, and it was hidden from. She said, "It's right there." It took me hours to do. I'm like, "Oh."
Well, the kids
nice.
kids think that I'm good at puzzles, and I'll tell you why in a minute.
Okay.
You're not gonna believe it.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
They say breakfast is the most important meal of the day, and HelloFresh couldn't agree more. That's why they're giving away one free breakfast item with every single HelloFresh delivery for life. That means while you're a HelloFresh subscriber, not only will you enjoy tasty recipes delivered to your door, you'll also enjoy breakfast for free, because HelloFresh knows that you're not just hungry at dinner time. In fact, they're here to meet your every mealtime need with a delicious array of quick lunches, sides, snacks, apps, and desserts that can easily add to every order. HelloFresh also helps you cut back on extra trips to the grocery store, making sticking to a routine easier than ever. This year, make eating better and saving money a priority, and make it easy with America's #1 meal kit. Join today and get free breakfast for the life of your subscription with the code BUBBA at HelloFresh.com/Bubba. One free breakfast item per box while subscription is active. That's free breakfast for life with the code BUBBA at HelloFresh.com/Bubba. At HelloFresh.com/Bubba. Whether you're making big changes this year or just settling back into a consistent routine, chances are you could use some audio accompaniment on your journey. I know that's for me. It's crucial. A good pair of wireless earbuds, indispensable in 2024. And for premium audio at the perfect price point, you got to go with Raycon. Raycon's everyday earbuds look, feel, and sound better than ever with optimized gel tips for the perfect in-ear fit. These earbuds are so comfortable, and they will not budge. Trust me. Raycons give you 8 hours of playtime and a 32-hour battery life, and they're priced just right. With Raycons, you get quality audio at half the price of the other premium audio brands. It's no wonder their everyday earbuds have tens of thousands 5-star reviews. Now's the time to check it out for yourself. Go to buyraycon.com/Bubba today and get 20% off your Raycon order. That's buyraycon.com/Bubba to score 20% off. Or find the link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. The folks at MyPillow know how to make top quality products and save you money at the same time. Known for their amazing pillows, we know that, including the latest innovative MyPillow 2.0. They got so many other top quality, well-priced products for you too. Here's just a few examples of what they got. The popular Giza Dream bed sheets are at a great price of $24.98. They've got terrific down comforters at 33% off. Duvet covers up to 70% off. Dog beds, pet blankets, $19.99. Their towels are made with a special cotton that not only is super soft, they're super absorbent, and how about that? You'll love them. Now, the 2.0 pillows I mentioned earlier, they're made with a brand new temperature regulating technology to keep you comfortable throughout the night. They come with a 10-year warranty and a 60-day money-back guarantee, and of course, it's made right here in the USA. MyPillow.com/Bubba has all kinds of other radio deals for you when you use our code BUBBA. Head to MyPillow.com/Bubba. Use the code BUBBA. MyPillow.com/Bubba. Folks, we've been talking about Relief Factor on our show for quite some time now. Do we guarantee Relief Factor is going to lower or eliminate your occasional aches and pains? No, we never make a claim like that. But what I can tell you is that the majority of folks who ordered the 3-week quick start pack for only $19.95 go on to order more. Now, what we really like about Relief Factor is it's 100% drug-free. It's a supplement that's made up of ingredients that simply help your own body deal with its natural inflammatory response. For a lot of us, that's very important. Getting older, working outside in the warm weather, even exercising can cause frustrating aches and pains, or maybe it's the occasional back, shoulder, or hip pain that's bothering you. Relief Factor has helped us and so many of our friends, so when you think of it this way, is $1 a day too much to see if you can get out of some of that frustrating pain? To order this 3-week quick start pack for $19.95 plus shipping and handling, just go to ReliefFactor.com. That's ReliefFactor.com. Let's see if we can get you out of some of that pain. Also, you can go to RickandBubba.com. Look under the sponsors button for a link. The folks at MyPillow know how to make top quality products and save you money at the same time. Known for their amazing pillows, we know that, including the latest innovative MyPillow 2.0. They got so many other top quality, well-priced products for you too. Here's just a few examples of what they got. The popular Giza Dream bed sheets are at a great price of $24.98. They've got terrific down comforters at 33% off. Duvet covers up to 70% off. Dog beds, pet blankets, $19.99. Their towels are made with a special cotton that not only is super soft, they're super absorbent, and how about that? You'll love them. Now, the 2.0 pillows I mentioned earlier, they're made with a brand new temperature regulating technology to keep you comfortable throughout the night. They come with a 10-year warranty and a 60-day money-back guarantee, and of course, it's made right here in the USA. MyPillow.com/Bubba has all kinds of other radio deals for you when you use our code BUBBA. Head to MyPillow.com/Bubba. Use the code BUBBA. MyPillow.com/Bubba.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio.
Rick and Bubba.
Pass the gravy, please.
Rick and Bubba.
Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
All right, 25 minutes until top of the hour. Today's Rick and Bubba show, this portion of it is sponsored by ReliefFactor.com. That's ReliefFactor.com. As we get back into it and are kicking off 2024 the right way, there's a lot of you that might be thinking, health and the way I'm feeling and all that needs to be a priority for me as we start the new year. Maybe you've been suffering from aches and pains that you just can't fight off, and you've tried a lot of things and nothing's working. Let us suggest Relief Factor to you. Over 1 million people have tried Relief Factor, and they love it. The Quick Start Kit is just $19.95, and around 70% of the people go on to order it again. That is a great percentage. So if you want to live life better without pain, doing those activities that you love to do, try Relief Factor. See if it can help for you like it has us with that 3-week Quick Start Pack. And the reason why it's 3 weeks is because through all their research and data and that third week, you should really be able to tell a difference if it's working for you. So check it out, $19.95. It comes with a feel better or your money back guarantee, so you have nothing to lose. Try it out at ReliefFactor.com, or if you are one of those that, like my dad, would rather call, do so. 800-4 and then Relief. It's always at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors as well, if you'd rather go that route.
Relief.
Yes, that's it.
I need a ruling on
all
something.
right, so talk to us about puzzles, you said.
So we have every year, and it drives me nuts if I'm being honest, but there's two spaces in our house that there's Christmas puzzles that are put out. And then this happens right after Thanksgiving, and then up until Christmas, the goal is let's get all the puzzles done by Christmas. And so it may be that the girls sit down. I never really participate in this, but the girls will sit down over. They'll get some coffee or hot chocolate. They'll make a night of it. Okay. And then sometimes it's hey, I'm walking through the kitchen to get a snack. I'm gonna find a piece, and it's just a constant puzzle fiasco for about a month.
Okay.
Well, I've started doing something, and I think I'm probably in the wrong, but I am digging it.
Okay.
I've never really
Are
participated.
you doing it with your headphones on?
Huh?
Are you doing it with your earbuds?
Sometimes
Okay.
I've walked by and I've paused it, and they're in my ear.
Y'all need to learn sign language.
So don't steal our joy, Greg. We enjoy life.
Just communicate better with sign
Well,
language.
here's the thing, though. And listen, I'm not any good at puzzles.
Yeah.
First of all, I think you got to like something in order to be good at it. And I don't like it.
I tried them. When I was younger, and I just couldn't do them.
Here's what I've been doing though. They think I'm excellent at puzzles. Okay, and this is where the wrong is coming into play. So when they're not around, I will find 3 or 4 pieces, and I won't put them in. I will strategically place them where I know where they're at, and then when one of them is doing the puzzle, I'll walk over and in a minute find 3 or 4 pieces.
Oh.
After they've been doing it for 30 or 45
And it looks
minutes.
like you're a
and it
phenom.
looks like I'm a puzzle just looks like I'm phenomenal
Yeah.
at doing puzzles.
Yeah.
And they have not caught on to this
I kind of
yet.
like that.
They have not caught on to this yet. But they think
Say, we did it.
they think that I am really good, and they can't. They're like, "Why won't you do more of this? Like, why
I
won't
wanna
you
show
join us
off."
for more?"
Yeah.
And I'm like, you know what? This is y'all's thing, and as y'all have seen, we won't have a month. It'll be over in 24 hours if
Yeah.
I'm involved.
Yeah.
And they have yet figured out. And so what you have to do for those of you that
funny.
want to start doing this,
And I know there's many.
you can't just put them in the same place every time.
Yeah.
You can't stack 3 or 4 pieces together and you got to be strategic. Like
Got to be.
put them in certain things, like in left corner and right corner, and maybe put one in the middle because they'll pick up on it if you've got 3 or 4 there.
Yeah.
But that's the way I've been doing it, and they think I'm good at puzzles, and I just don't like them.
Yeah. No, I think that's funny.
And it makes you look like you're actually participating, but you're really not.
Exactly.
The
You
fact
go,
that you
"Hey,
walk
we
by the
did it."
table and you're like, well, that goes right there, and then you walk off, and they're like left going, dang, man, he found that quick.
And I'll ask questions like this: "Hey, how many pieces y'all found in this session?" And they'll be like, "We hadn't found any yet." And they're just got there and they hadn't found any or whatever. And I'll let a minute or 2 go by, and I will just stare. and most of the time, I'm looking for where I put the pieces.
Yeah.
So that there's been a couple times where I've looked down and the piece was gone. They had already found it, and I was like, "Dang, they got my piece."
Yeah, right. Now you got to go find another piece.
Exactly. So that's why you keep 3 or 4 there at all times.
Yeah.
Yeah, you
So
got alternatives.
y'all like my strategy?
I do.
I do.
I kind of like it. I'm
Do y'all
digging it.
ever remember when I actually tried puzzles when I was younger? And the little tab, and some will be real round and some will be oblong, but
Yeah.
they were close, and you try to force it, and you're
Uh-huh,
going, this
yeah.
doesn't
It would
even
bend a
great.
little
You
bit.
can
I
force
know.
it if you want to. The
But
picture's
it
not
doesn't
going to look
work.
right.
Right. Yeah.
But I would
Doesn't
get
go
mad
there.
and say, that's
I
close
know.
enough. God, get mad. You wedge it, and there'd be a gap. You go, that ain't it. That's somebody's eye. And I'm on their leg.
Right.
There's
Oh,
also
man.
that moment where and we probably need to upgrade the puzzle situation because we get to that moment where we're done and there's 2 or 3 pieces missing, and it bothers me to no
can't, like,
end.
where'd they go?
I'm
You
like
can't
the
find
dog.
them.
The dog probably
Yeah,
got it. We
right.
knocked one of them off. Goodness gracious.
Yeah, there was a panic at Thanksgiving. That's right. I said Thanksgiving. Thanksgiving Day on the back porch. Reg and Johnette, by the way, Reg says, hey.
Hey, Rick.
They have a
You
nice.
always look at Greg when you say that because he doesn't say hey to me.
Well, because you don't make fun of his name.
Okay, so
Yeah,
he
but-
only
but
he
you
only
can
talks
start.
to people that make fun of him.
Correct.
No,
yeah,
that's
yeah,
not
yeah.
necessarily true.
And so they have a nice covered area. They have really done a good job. They've got a outdoor fireplace with the TV entertainment set up, and weather's not an issue, of course, unless it's really really cold. But you're out of the elements.
Yeah.
And they've got a big table out there, whatever. Well, puzzle talk broke out at Thanksgiving. So before I knew it, Mabry and Terry and my mom were sitting down doing a puzzle, and the box fell over. And pieces went everywhere.
And you never get them all.
Before I knew I was on my hands
One
and
bounced
knees
up
looking
under
at
something.
Oh,
Sure.
yeah. Oh, it's in the fire. But we found every piece just because of that, Helmsy. That would be me.
Yeah.
If I said, okay, I'm doing this puzzle, I would get down and like 4 pieces would be missing,
Yeah.
and I couldn't complete it.
Well, the closest thing to a puzzle we had this Christmas is Taylor and I putting together the trampoline.
Now,
For
how
his
did that
kids.
go?
Boy,
Like you said, where you're putting the springs in and they give you
Uh-huh.
the pattern. Of course, we get to the end and we're missing 2 springs.
Are you really?
Well, there's a lot of leaves on the ground, so
Oh.
they were buried under the leaves. It took us forever to find them, and then that godforsaken net.
oh, that's the worst part.
Listen,
for
let me tell you something.
Did you have to? Helmsy's an expert at this. Did
I had
you
to do it.
call
Well, I
him?
wish we'd have called you over because we got. First of all, Taylor.
Expert's a little loose.
Taylor
but-
calls
put two
me.
together.
I called him, asked him something. He goes, "Yeah, I'm supposed to put this trampoline together." I said, "Well, why didn't you remind me of
He
that?"
didn't talk like that.
He didn't. I said, "Why didn't you remind me?" And I would have come help you. I got it, and I thought, "There's no way."
No,
So
it's a
I said,
two-man
"I'm
job.
headed that way."
Oh, well, look
It
at
was
you.
a day, so I got there about an hour and a half later. But me and him got in the middle of that mess,
Now, both of you
and we kept dropping pieces and moving them. And a lot of them screws are so little.
Yeah.
And the thing with the little spacers when you mount the rods,
Right.
It's got the hook in there, and I thought all the spacers were the same, and I was mad because it wouldn't fit. And then I realized they're different. It actually slides in it. I mean, you don't understand how many. It was ridiculous.
All right, so
It
both
took
of you,
us-
both of you could be Doomsday. Now together, I can't imagine. Was there one positive
I declared
voice
at one
in the
point
bunch?
that they had sent the wrong size.
Okay,
Which
That's what I
in my
thought.
mind, even later, I told Ted, like, the odds of them actually
That goes back
sending
to the puzzle.
the wrong was is not very high. But anyway, it was
That
it
little
was-
tool's helpful where you grab it
Yes.
and pull.
But when you start your pattern,
know.
and we
You better follow
we
the pattern.
miscounted one. We had to go back and start over, and then we like I say we get to the end, we ain't got enough springs, and it took us forever.
Are you exhausted after?
Yes,
Mhm.
and we finally got it up, and it's got to have a basketball goal in it.
What?
Oh,
Yes,
goodness.
that's as far as the net,
I
that's
know.
something you got to deal with. So why didn't you just get one without a basketball goal in it?
Uh-huh.
Why'd you have to do that?
Yeah, a lot of talking out loud to
Oh, yeah.
yourself. Yeah.
And then the best part, you're about done. Then you got to take that string and go through the net, in and out of all the springs, all the way around the stinking thing.
Yeah.
Now, at any
God.
point,
It's
you-
not
are
a
you
quick
sitting there,
process
Are you
at
sitting
all.
there bouncing like this, trying to do it?
Oh, it was terrible.
Yeah.
It was, but I don't know what would happen if I hadn't showed up. Because, he was like, I got it. And I said, I have to, trust me.
Yeah.
I'm an hour and a half away. I'll get there. You won't be nowhere near finished.
Yeah.
We still got, and I was right.
When you got there, what was happening?
He had the rack together.
Okay.
That's it. And then we started putting the thing on. And then we had to put the net on. And good night.
It's not.
And
a good
again, the worst
process.
part is dropping stuff and getting them leaves. You couldn't
know.
find it.
You'd alpha looking at
Pieces
it.
are small. Too.
Uh-huh.
Mhm.
Yeah.
But we lost a couple of springs on the leaves. Had to find them. But anyway, it did work out. The kids love it. But
Okay.
goodness gracious. Of course, after we got finished, I had to get on it and do some tricks.
Yeah. Well, look, if you spent that time,
That's right. Watch his
Doing-
back flip.
watch Daddy.
Yeah.
That's funny,
Yeah,
Greg.
that was the puzzle I put together. Me and Taylor.
Yeah, that's a big puzzle.
Yes,
I
it
threw
is.
a couple of hits.
You did? How many did he throw?
He's not as bad about it as me, but now if he gets there, it's ugly.
Yeah.
I thought
Neighbor brought us some cookies. They felt so bad for us.
I bet you were pure entertainment for
Guy
them.
walked over and said, "Here, man, my wife made these cookies. They were really good too."
Y'all look like you need them.
Yeah.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Paid for by Christian Care Ministry.
If you haven't switched to MediShare yet, two big reasons to at least consider it and why it makes so much sense right now. Number one is inflation, which is just affecting everything. It just makes sense to say, okay, where can I actually save? Well, you can save a lot in one fell swoop if you switch to MediShare. The typical family saves $500 a month. Secondly, your conscience. MediShare members aren't forced to pay for things they don't support or believe in, and that's a big deal for a lot of people right now. They want their money to actually help people. And one more reason, you can trust MediShare. It's been the gold standard for healthcare sharing for more than 30 years. It works, and members love it too. It has double the member satisfaction rating compared to health insurance. So now's a great time to consider making the switch, and they are very easy to talk to. MediShare has great customer service. You can call now and get a price within 2 minutes. Here's the number. It's 855-51-BIBLE. That's 855-51-BIBLE, 855-51-BIBLE.
Texting privacy policy and terms and conditions posted at textplan.us. Texting enrolls for recurring automated text marketing messages. Message and data rates may apply. Reply stop, opt out.
Guys, got hair loss? I know what you're thinking. Should I shave my head, comb it over, wear a hat? Just stop. This isn't 1970. Keep your hair and your confidence, because Bosley, America's #1 hair restoration expert, can give you your real hair back permanently. Check them out today, because they're giving away an absolutely free information kit and a free gift card to anyone that texts BRUSH to 200-300. Dude, you don't have to look like your dad, because this isn't your dad's hair loss treatment. People all over the country trust Bosley because they're ahead of the curve. They use the latest technology to give you your real hair back. And the best part? Bosley's permanent solution is protected by the Bosley Guarantee. Let Bosley show you for free how awesome your hair could look with an absolutely free information kit and a gift card for $250 off. Text BRUSH to 200-300. That's BRUSH to 200-300.
Pizza's here.
Oh, great. I'd love some, but I'm worried about my stomach issues.
If you're worried about having diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, or loose, oily stools, it may not just be stomach issues. It could be a condition called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. With EPI, the pancreas doesn't release enough enzymes to break down food, but EPI is manageable. Use the symptom checker on identifyepi.com and talk to your doctor. That's identifyepi.com. Sponsored by AbbVie.
To avoid digital threats, turn on NordVPN. It's trusted by millions of users. Just visit NordVPN.com. One of the fastest VPNs on Earth will block web trackers, malicious websites, and malware-ridden downloads. It will also encrypt your internet traffic while maintaining a smooth connection. So improve your digital privacy and protection against hackers with one simple click. Get the special deal at NordVPN.com and enjoy safer internet daily. NordVPN. Cybersecurity built for every day.
Folks, we've been talking about Relief Factor on our show for quite some time now. Do we guarantee Relief Factor is going to lower or eliminate your occasional aches and pains? No, we never make a claim like that. But what I can tell you is that the majority of folks who ordered the 3-week Quick Start Pack for only $19.95 go on to order more. Now, what we really like about Relief Factor is it's 100% drug-free. It's a supplement that's made up of ingredients that simply help your own body deal with its natural inflammatory response. For a lot of us, that's very important. Getting older, working outside in the warm weather, even exercising can cause frustrating aches and pains, or maybe it's the occasional back, shoulder, or hip pain that's bothering you. Relief Factor has helped us and so many of our friends, so when you think of it this way, is $1 a day too much to see if you can get out of some of that frustrating pain? To order this 3-week Quick Start Pack for $19.95 plus shipping and handling, just go to ReliefFactor.com. That's ReliefFactor.com. Let's see if we can get you out of some of that pain. Also, you can go to RickandBubba.com. Look under the sponsors button for a link. Have you tried the Innovatives Helix Sleep Mattress yet? Well, nothing beats a great night's sleep, the kind you get with Helix. So we love them, and Helix has over 12,000 5-star reviews with customized mattresses that fit your sleep needs because they know everyone is unique. They even have big and tall mattresses and mattresses for the kids. But how do you know which mattress is right for you? Well, Helix has you covered. Just take the Helix Sleep Quiz and find the perfect mattress in under 2 minutes. Place your order and your mattress will be delivered right to the door free of charge. And the best part, Helix knows there's no better way to try a mattress than by sleeping on it in your own home. That's why they offer a 100-night trial for you and a 10 to 15-year warranty. Right now, Helix is offering 20% off all mattress orders at helixsleep.com/Bubba. Best offer yet, by the way, and it won't last long. So if you've been waiting to try a Helix mattress, here it is. Now's the time. Head to helixsleep.com/Bubba for 20% off your mattress order.
Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't start another. Rick and Bubba. Day without 'em, brother. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, there is no other.
10 minutes until top of the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the kickoff hour here on the Rick and Bubba Show. I am Speedy. There's Greg. There's Helmsy, and we are rolling. And we appreciate you joining us. Rick and Bubba join us right after top of the hour for the main show. We've got a lot happening today. Today we'll record the RBU, the first one of 2024. It's going to be with Drew Allen, America's Last Stand. Will you vote to save or destroy America in 2024? It's a great read. It dropped in October of last year, and we'll talk to author Drew Allen in today's RBU. And we'll get that thing ready, and it will publish on Saturday morning. Make sure that Rick and Bubba University, the podcast, is part of your subscriptions. When you are subscribing to podcasts, make sure you set the notifications. You're off and running. But we'll send out links, both audio and video links, through our X tags, I guess. How do you say it now? Twitter account. There you go. X account. At Rick and Bubba. Just follow us on social media. We always do a great job, the guys, of sending that out to let you know it's ready for you to enjoy. So there you go.
I still hear people saying Twitter will not come off of saying Twitter. And I'll be honest, it didn't bother me first, and now it is.
Yeah.
Well, how about
Let's
this?
jump. It's called X.
X just doesn't flow.
It doesn't. I agree, Greg. It does not flow.
So you checked X today?
So
X
part of what I did at the
What's his
Birmingham.
deal with X anyway? SpaceX, X this, X that.
what's his deal with
There's
X?
something up with that guy.
Part of my deal with the Birmingham Bowl during all the promotions is that GameStop was there. They were a big sponsor, and they are every year. They're set up on that South Terrace by the Winter Wonderland, if you want to know where that was.
All right.
But they let everybody register for a PS5 package. It was a bundle, and it was about a $700 value. But the way you registered is you could go do the QR code, but they wanted you to post on X a picture of you at the stadium and then tag them or whatever, and that's how you registered. Well, part of the copy was, telling everybody what to do. Well, do you say Twitter or X? And so I was and the first time
go to X Twitter.
Yeah, but in the copy it was you need to tweet, or X, and so I'm trying to make that right, but it just feels weird.
It doesn't flow.
Post on
Twitter
X
was perfect name.
Because you could always say, "Hey, did you send a tweet?" But now, did you send an X?
Yeah, that's my point.
What are you
it
doing?
Doesn't work. Twitter works
so it's
much better.
Did you post on X? That I guess that's it.
And when you do, you have to sit there for a second and think. Now, what's he talking about? Oh, X.
Yeah,
X.
X.
Used to be Twitter.
Yeah, so it's Twitter, formerly X. But anyways, that was part of my whole deal. I had to say it a lot too.
You bring it up.
Guy from Montgomery won with his family. That was a pretty cool little moment.
Speaking of winning, I feel like I
Took
won.
squalling.
I feel like I won over the holidays.
Okay.
I need to thank.
What, a new haircut?
Greg, it took you longer to bring it up than I thought it would.
What do you like goes on your hair?
It's so short. Amanda even said something when I came home.
You must have used a 3.
Not a 5.
On the side, a 3 and a 2 on the top.
Do y'all remember when we were talking about the video games and
next week's RBU?
Yeah.
You remember we were talking about the video games last time we played it, and I said, I wish I just had a Nintendo around.
Yeah.
And then the Raspberry Pi thing came up and all that, and we didn't know what that meant. And Bubba explained it to us.
My Raspberry Pi.
Well, I got to thank Tom McCormick.
Oh, I was here the day.
Big listener. Yes, I came by and picked it up. You were here.
You did? Did you really do that?
Yes. So he sent me this Raspberry Pi loaded. I mean loaded down with Nintendo games and Sony games, and I have played Mike Tyson Punch-Out.
Oh, the great Mike Tyson Punch-Out.
the Kung Fu game.
Have you
played
really?
Super Tecmo Bowl. I've played RBI Baseball. I have played all Zelda, Contra. I have found them in this. I mean, and he made it so easy on me. It was already programmed. All I had, it was plug and play. I just plugged it up to a monitor, and I sat there, and I would and every once in a while I'd walk in the room that it was set up, and I'd play me a couple games of Mike Tyson Punch-Out, and then I'd leave and go back to doing whatever I was doing. But
Mike Tyson Punch-Out.
Thank you, Tom McCormick. You that was the best Christmas present. You talking about nostalgia and just playing these things, and not as good at Mario's I thought it was. Like I remember going through and beating all those levels, and I'm like, I'm not any good at this anymore.
Oh boy, well, you out of practice.
I know. Hey, went through Mike Tyson Punch-Out really better than I thought it would. Took me a couple times to beat the bull.
Now you knocked Glass Joe out immediately.
Yes, and Don Flamenco took care of him, and then that one, the fat one, that you had to hit in the stomach and then wear out. That took me about 6 times to figure out before I did. And man, Raging Bull I think was the other one. Maybe.
Raging Bull.
I have not made it to Tyson at this
point.
How about
Tecmo Bowl? You got
it? Yes, played it.
I love Tecmo Bowl.
Forgot how fast Marcus Allen and Ronnie Lott is super fast in this on the defense side, and Montana and Bo. Yeah, I mean, just it was. I have played, guys. It's been fun.
It's kind of funny you mentioned all of this because I was holding court with all
double dribble.
Yeah,
I remember double dribble.
Oh yeah, I was holding court with all my boys. I had a friend over, and I was talking about what we grew up playing because I think Call of Duty was coming. They were talking about strategy. They were all on the same team or something. I don't know. And they were talking about strategy and, hey, now you need to do this and whatever. And now they're in the same house, different rooms, but they're on the same team playing against with somebody else. And I said, buddy, y'all have – because they started making fun of me because they asked me to join them one time, and instead of looking down, I was looking up because I had reversed something, and I was like, man, y'all just have no idea. And we started talking about old games and our entertainment, and I'm like, y'all would be bored to tears with. But now everything comes back around. It might.
Well, I will say
they've
come. No, I will say this: the one thing that has come along is, and it was fun for me, and this nostalgia. I mean, I did when I was playing Kung Fu. I'm thinking I was introduced to this.
Yeah.
At Mason Cothran's, and because Dad he didn't allow a Nintendo in our house. And that was when I went to Mason's, I got to play Nintendo.
Yeah.
And not sure why Dad did that, but he did. Maybe it was, I don't know why. I don't think it was some kind of, I think he just didn't want us playing video games and want us doing other things. But anyway, just so much advanced now with video. They would play these, and first of all, the graphics are horrible compared to what we have now. Back then, it was awesome.
Oh, it was great.
But I even, to a point, I was like, so this is what Zelda looked like?
Yeah.
Yeah.
This is
in our mind, it was top
It was
notch.
awesome. Contra, like when I was shooting up in Contra and playing those games, I'm thinking, Call of Duty is so much better than this.
Yeah.
But I love this. Like,
See,
this is...
the stuff you're talking about. Taylor was, I'll be honest, he was too young for it, but I bought it anyway so I could play with it.
Sure.
And let him sit there beside me with a controller that really wasn't doing anything. And it was the Zelda, and what was the karate one?
There was a Kung Fu. I think it was just called
there
Kung
was
Fu.
one, the karate, and because they even made a movie about it.
Oh, I know what you're talking about. Dragon something.
Anyway, and all those, but the NASCAR had one.
Yeah.
And it was awesome. You had a steering wheel, and you could calibrate it where it was like analog, so you could control it better. Because, digital is either wide open or off.
Yeah.
And you could go half throttle, full throttle. It had a throttle. It had everything. It was
that
awesome.
you attached to it.
Yeah.
I remember that. I had one.
And
I remember that.
Actually, it was Taylor's, but he was too young to play it. But,
Yeah.
but
It was around that time. What would you think? Probably maybe 20 years ago, 18 to 20 years ago. You think is when?
Probably longer than that.
Was it longer than that? Because I remember having that. It was a red steering wheel.
Yes.
Yeah, unit.
It was awesome.
All right, we'll take a break. We'll be right back. I think they would be bored if they played.
Yeah.
What we played. They'd be like, oh wow, so this was your entertainment. Yeah.
Rick and Bubba.
6 We Be Big is the number. Out our shameless plugs also get a buzzer as well. We're looking for topics, we're looking for questions, we're looking for comments. That is what the phone troll was designed for. Good news. If you're just now thinking, I think I have something to bring to the table, I want to get in, I notice of the 10 lines ablazing, 2 of them are available right now. So you can move. Well, there goes one. 866 We Be Big. We start with Betty and Bessemer listening to us on 104.7, the legendary WZZK. Trolling.
Keep them phones a trolling.
Here we come, phone trolling. Phone troll. Hello, Betty. Welcome to the program.
Good morning, and War Eagle.
Well, there you go.
Hey, just wanted to let y'all know that last Wednesday, the Oxford English Dictionary gave out its list of the new words being put in their dictionary, and in Bubba's honor, they included pickleball.
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 You almost
we've heard that. Yeah.
You almost said Powerball. You do a little lottery action, do you?
I wish. It's 50 million this week.
Who among us couldn't use an extra 50 mil?
She even knew the number.
Yeah, she did. She studies it. I know that.
She mistakenly said
Rick
Powerball.
headed to Georgia today
and knew the number. And it's a good time to go if you're one of those. Everybody will be heading in that opposite direction.
And as always, it's proper to tip your favorite radio show.
Absolutely. Bruce in Nashville, the Music City. Bruce, go ahead. 30 seconds.
Hey, I've got a public service announcement. All you people in the grocery store that go through the 15 items or less aisle, and you stand there and you talk to the people and they can't ring it up, and you talk and you talk and talk and talk, and then they finally give you the total, and then you start looking for the checkbook.
Yeah.
Hey, I'm talking to the men. Who carries around a checkbook?
Yeah.
Well, why don't you have it already filled out? What is the deal with that?
No, you're right. It's
valid rant.
You could almost. Really, it's bad no matter what. But when you've chosen what is the express line, speaking of the dictionary we just talked about, look for the word express. And we're rolling. I mean, everything this is about, we're coming through quickly.
I'm shocked you find somebody to check you out. Most of the stores I'm going to now are self-checkout.
Yeah, a lot of them.
I mean, even the home supply places. I mean, the big box. I mean, everything's boop, boop, you know.
Sure. Kelly, Birmingham.
Pull a
It's
coupon
exciting
out.
over there.
You really want to back it up. Let them pull a coupon out of that checkbook.
Oh, my goodness. Kelly, go ahead. 30
Down with
seconds.
coupons.
Good morning, boys.
Hey.
Hello, Greg.
Hey.
Hey, I just wanted to say something. You know, y'all might hurt these girls' feelings with making the comments about letting them not have their chest all out there because they might be a little jealous of bigger men, so that's why they may not want y'all talking about it. So,
Well, there's some men that need to keep their shirt on.
Oh,
too.
yes, there is. There, no doubt about it. We
Talking
can
about freeing it.
You know, some things need to be kept in some sort of
Corral.
corral. We continue. 866 We Be Big to Justin
What
out
do
of
they call it,
Montgomery.
Greg?
That's free.
I-92 WLWI. Go ahead.
Good morning, fellas. How you doing?
Good.
Tell Speedy he can go to news9.com to see this article. Oklahoma released an article passing the topless law as well. And in the article, it states that you can take pictures of women over 18. That's no issue. But teen girls that are topless, you might face a issue taking a picture of them, and that's still against the law.
Well, listen to
Shouldn't
what
they be not allowed to go topless?
Hey, listen to what you're saying. I know, and you're saying that too, sir. Listen to what's happening to us. Have we lost our minds?
They think this is a step forward?
Guys, of all the things we're trying to get people to stop doing, this isn't helping.
Did you guys hear that JSU also released a video about freeing the nipple?
Funny.
That good one.
That was from the worst hot video ever. Oh, that's good.
Hey, boy, he freed them on.
Yeah, wow.
Freedom.
Mark in Alabama. Mark, go ahead. 30 seconds. How are you?
I'm good, brother. You all right?
Good.
Hey, man, Bubba was talking the other day about how long it takes plastic to break down and all this other stuff. Y'all need to check out this documentary. Don't believe anything that the EPA tells you. DuPont had the EPA in their pocket. Watch, it's called The Devil We Know on Netflix. It's about Teflon. That is some brutal stuff, and it's non-stick surfaces for people to cook. Contaminated people's blood.
Well, I'm in trouble because I love good old Teflon.
Yeah, so, I haven't
Oh, you
haven't
got
seen that.
skillets, you got all the things you stir with, everything.
I'll tell you another thing you need to listen to get some information about all this is Rick and Bubba University, the podcast.
That's right.
Coming up this weekend.
Plus, I don't think anybody's going to make it over about 120, so, you know.
Yes.
If you notice, nobody's making it past that.
No, that's pretty much stopping point.
Megan,
And that's extreme.
Megan and Trustful. Megan, go ahead.
Hey, you guys were talking about Colorado earlier and about how they are just kind of going crazy with everything lately.
Freeing the nipple.
I read an article about how they have decriminalized psychedelic mushrooms.
What?
Well, they might as well.
What are they trying to do?
They might as well.
Have they lost their minds? You know what's interesting? You know what they'll probably do? But they'll outlaw vaping.
Yeah, this vaping's got to stop.
You guys, we got to get a handle on this vaping.
I'll tell you what. Now, look, put your shirt on and quit vaping.
We continue. 866 We Be Big, South Georgia. Arnold standing by. Arnold, 30 seconds. Go.
Hey, man, listen. Y'all were talking about the
6 minutes past the hour. How you doing? The Rick and Bubba Show. Hope you're all doing well. A brand new hour beginning now. Our national anthem gets us started. 2.5 minutes past. Here we go. It is another hour on another day. Rick and Bubba celebrating our 30th anniversary this year. And it will be something fun to go. You know what? 30 years are in the bag. We're in year 31. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess Helmsy, they've given you the kickoff hour on all the Rick and Bubba platforms. You can get every second of the show either live or archived or a combination of the two. All sorts of ways to do that. You can find those at Rick and Bubba, spell out the word and.com. And we look forward to chatting with you today. Our number is 629-WE-BE-BIG. 629-WE-BE-BIG as we chat with you, America. Another Rick and Bubba University, the podcast, will be recorded today. Drew Allen, our guest, his book, timely. Hey, 2024, got a pretty big election coming up. America's Last Stand is the name of his book. Will you vote to save or destroy America in 2024? And we will chat with him about that. Today will actually be when Bubba and I have that conversation, but you'll get to hear it or watch it this weekend when Rick and Bubba University, the podcast, will drop, as they say in the industry. So we got everybody set up except one, the silver-tongued one, the man with a golden voice, professional lunch eaters, man of the year, the inventor of pizza in a cup, Shakespeare's worst nightmare, and the master of the King's English. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Bill Bubba Bussey! Howdy, Bubba.
How about it, Rick Burgess? Friends, neighbors, and associates.
What happened? Where's the follow-up?
Where is the follow-up?
The follow-up?
What about hey, what about it?
What about the follow-up? Bubba, how are you today, bro?
I'm good, Rick. How are you?
Thinking about pork tenderloin. Did you?
Well, that's kind of a random thought here before breakfast.
Well, you know, I'm.
If you're listening live,
I'm almost a person. I don't want to say that the holidays that I went on a bender. I don't want to say that.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
But I will say that, you know, the trying to do a little bit better.
I think you just almost need to surrender it during those 2 weeks and just catch it. See you in January.
Everywhere I turned, someone was giving me something with high calories. Everywhere I turned, I couldn't shake loose. I didn't know what to do. I tried to minimize the damage. It was as if I was fighting a world heavyweight champion, and I just tried to see if I could reduce the number of blows that were taking me down.
Yeah, I felt like the Gypsy King had me in the corner wearing me out.
God.
You know what I mean?
And so Adler, I don't know. It's my fault. I should have just simply told you. But if you'll look at my personal Instagram from New Year's Day, I have a picture of, and I will tell you this, that because we talked about everything yesterday, we didn't get into New Year's a lot, but my wife actually said that she declares of all the meals that she was introduced to, you know, when you married, the two families introduce each other to their family stuff.
Yeah. And you bring in recipes that have been passed down for generations.
Oh, yeah. And so Sherry said the New Year's Day Burgess traditional meal, she says, I think maybe one of the greatest meals, in my opinion, even exceeding Thanksgiving. Okay. And I was, wow. And so
it's a big order.
And one of the things that was, and a lot of things, you know, there was echoes of Dad throughout all the holidays for obvious reasons. So, but he cooked pork tenderloins every New Year's Day, and we would go there and we would have, you know, and by the way, I'm going to say this to see if y'all know these things. Okay, now this is all a bunch of hogwash. We don't believe no pork, pun intended, but none of us believe this stuff. It's just funny,
right?
So, you know, on New Year's Day, everything you eat's supposed to mean something for the new year. Yeah. And so if you, and I want to see if you know what they are. Do you know what eating pork means, what it stands for?
Pork is to bring you good luck.
Incorrect. It is actually it is you moving on, meaning you're leaving behind the last year and you're moving on to the French.
Why does pork mean that?
Well,
That's just a pork thing.
It's just a pork thing. Of course, it gives you
so somebody just said
those weird dreams. And so anyway, do you know what black-eyed peas mean?
Black-eyed peas, Rick, mean good luck.
Now that's right.
New year.
You got that right. All right. So do you know what the greens stand for? Pretty obvious.
The greens stand for prosperity in the new year.
Money.
Right.
Yeah, that's correct. You know what cornbread stands for?
Cornbread would say, let's see, that's for family.
No, cornbread. Cornbread to me and greens, they're almost together. Cornbread means that you're going to have good things happen to you, not luck-wise, but financially. It doesn't mean strict cash. It just means there'll be investments and
cornbread?
Things that things will go well. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. So,
yeah,
the greens is just money.
Just straight up, just straight
greenback.
Greenback
for greens.
Yeah,
Okay,
and so what we do, and then the that's the cornbread there. So, and of course, it's made perfection.
What does a sleeve of Girl Scout cookies mean?
That means that means you are trying your best to have type 2 diabetes.
Yeah.
So anyway, but anyway, so and I realized that, and I think I edited that picture now, and it's just the cornbread. I don't have the picture of the whole plate anymore, do I? Okay, I'm sorry. But anyway, so
that plate looked good. I saw it before it was edited.
Let me see if I don't guess I have that because I was trying to close.
I got a lesson in serving sizes over the holidays. Betty gave us a pretty good speech to me and Hunter that a sleeve is not a serving size.
No, you're right.
Of cookies,
yeah,
of Ritz crackers,
right,
of anything in a sleeve is not. She even went as far as to put a marker on the sleeve. What a serving
That's
size.
funny.
Yeah.
I bet that didn't go well. I wish I could have told Betty, you'll never get those words back.
No,
no. But anyway, so I just sent it to you now after I found it. But anyway, so the way Dad did the pork tenderloin, I couldn't figure it out for years. Could you ever get it, Greg? I could never make it work right. And
don't
so,
you have to set it off the fire?
Well, here's the thing. I dabbled with it, but here's one of the things you never think about. Okay, you never think about is most of the years that I couldn't get it right, I was missing one element, and I didn't think about this.
Brown sugar.
No, I had that, and I never could get that to work.
So
I
you
finally
couldn't
figured
get it right.
Yeah, the actual brand of tenderloin I was buying. So look at the perfection here. You see this? See, look how
I'm
beautiful
hungry.
that is. That's the tenderloin right there.
Yeah.
See how beautiful that looks?
Yeah,
that plate is perfection.
That's
right
a
there.
good plate.
But it was funny because I watched my nephew who apparently never ate that when he was younger, Reese, my sister's son, one of the twins, because he said. And Reese usually he doesn't open his mouth real wide when he talks, and he'll say, I don't know if I like tenderloin. And I said, have you ever had tenderloin before? And he said I don't think so. And I said, it's just the center cut of a pork chop. It's just like eating a pork chop. Yeah. It's a big old long
like pork chops.
Yeah, and he was like, oh, I think I may like it, and he did love it. He didn't love it.
He tore it up.
But anyway,
that's very good.
I didn't realize how much a difference. Is that Mom?
I wish I had that plate in front of me.
Oh yeah, Greg, that was as good. Look, hey Bubba, you think that didn't come to get me right there?
Oh yeah.
So anyway, that was just a fantastic meal.
I'll have another.
I'm sorry.
My plate didn't have a chance. It looked just
mac
like
cheese.
That's macaroni and cheese. Yeah.
You didn't mention what does that mean?
It doesn't mean anything. It just
doesn't mean anything.
It's just Mama.
Well, it should mean
it means
something.
good.
Mom makes good macaroni and cheese.
That means happiness is what it means.
Yeah. So there.
See, I don't really like greens and beans or peas.
Yeah, buddy. I bet you like old mac and cheese, don't you, Tubbalicious?
Yeah, no, like
yeah.
that.
Well, you just grab what you do to those that don't. Just grab one or two and just make sure you eat it. You ain't got to have a whole plate.
I'm not a big fan of the muffin.
Yeah,
cornbread.
No. You know what? I do because all the crunchy on there.
Well,
I like that crunchy part.
I like them all.
Mom,
but you're right.
Mom makes me the pawn version
I
every
like
time.
that too.
You know, that she said, I know that's what you like. So, but I notice though that big large. You saw I had a piece of the cast iron skillet. Looks like I was okay with them enough to put two of them on that
Yeah,
plate.
you're good.
You know, it's not like I walked away.
Now, what kind of black-eyed peas are those? Any particular? Is that the Boom Boom Pals?
No, it's not. It's just it's good old fresh peas that you soak for a while and put a little ham in there with it, a little bacon. You know, that always helps.
Right.
So hungry.
Then you put some pepper sauce over it. Put that over your greens and your peas. But I finally got the tenderloin dialed in. I was cooking the wrong tenderloin.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
A topless deal. they got them eye patches for the people who sleep during the day. They got the little earmuffs to keep the ears warm during the winter. Y'all gonna have to come up with a new clothesline, to keep the stampede down at the milk aisle in the grocery store. Not only that, but hey, look here. We
oh boy, it was so close.
Rick, usually something that follows "look here" is good.
That's what got me to throw the flag.
Let me tell you something. If he doesn't do the look here, he has time for the flag. It's just kind of one of those things that collided. What was good about it killed it. Now, look here. We continue. 866 We Be Big. Jared, Pell City. Jared, go ahead.
Hey, this is Jared from Pell City.
Yes.
I'm out here at the Talladega racetrack, man, and I mean, you guys got me pretty convinced. The whole global warming thing is just a bunch of jive. But it is hot out here, and there ain't no trees. I don't know what it is, you know what I'm saying?
Rick,
do y'all have any follow-up
questions? Maybe I should have had
questions?
him on the podcast yesterday along with
Dr. Roy Spencer.
Yeah.
Roy, if I could give you a minute, we now bring in
live from Talladega,
from Pell City, Alabama, standing in the infield,
Stanley.
What was his point?
We continue.
It's hot out here.
Let's go to
real hot.
Let's go to Cody out of Alabaster. Cody, 30 seconds. Go ahead.
What time is it?
How y'all doing this morning?
We're great.
It's too early for that.
I just wanted to talk about what you guys were talking about yesterday when I was on the way to the fire station. It was the Aaron Hernandez story, and I just wanted to say there's only two people more dangerous to mess with, and that's having drinks with Bill Cosby or having dirt on Hillary Clinton.
Having drinks with Bill Cosby.
You do not want that.
Mickey.
We continue. 866 We Be Big. Let's go to. This is Brett from Brownsboro that talked slow yesterday. Brett, hey, Brett, welcome back.
Hey, good to be back. I listen to y'all every morning. Listen, the only reason I was speaking slow is because with my disability, I cannot text, and I have to talk into this microphone on the phone, and I have learned to talk slow because it doesn't print out everything that I say. So I've just gotten a habit of talking slow on the phone so I can make sure it prints out what I said, because you wouldn't believe what
Wait a
it
minute.
prints out sometimes.
Sir, you're talking to us on the phone. You're not texting us.
Right. You said
I know, but I'm saying
become a
when
habit.
I do text, I've gotten a habit of talking
Just a habit
slow,
of it,
so-
Greg.
Got it.
The habit.
It's become the way you talk. Look,
Right. It's not. I don't talk this way usually, because you can tell by the way I'm talking. And I can talk all day and not talk about nothing, but that's the only reason I was talking slow, to make sure you understood. So.
And we could hear the feedback or the radio or something in the background
we
too.
could. Yeah.
And that will make you talk slow too. It'll mess you up.
I've given up on trying to talk text because Siri, it just doesn't
You
know.
have to talk very properly.
Siri does not know what I'm saying. And some of the things she thinks I'm saying.
No.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
The gravy, please. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
22 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show, 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. A couple things you need to know. Wednesday Bible study yesterday. The archive is there. We had a 3-week hiatus on the Wednesday Bible study, which included the vacation, and we were back yesterday. We had a great gathering here in the room with the men, and it went out on our YouTube channel live. If you missed that, the archive is on our YouTube channel, and it's also on our podcast channel. So just pick which one you want to use. So, but I will tell you, and the key that I found out, Greg, when we were talking about the tenderloin, because I know a lot of you are already emailing. So this is real simple. It's real simple. So the key is you must get the Hormel original tenderloin. If you buy any other brands or whatever, I can't make it do what it needs to do. The Hormel original. Now, I don't
That's
like,
what you're tuned in for. Huh?
I don't like peppercorn flavor, teriyaki. You just get the original, and then you take that tenderloin and you rub it in olive oil. Okay, just take that tenderloin, get it out there, cut your fat off of it if you want to. Just put olive oil all over it. Then you take brown sugar. Mm-hmm. And it's still out on the counter, and it's still in the pan, and you take the brown sugar, and you just cover it in brown sugar.
Are the Rolling Stones playing in the background while you do this?
Mixed in with that olive oil. And then you walk away and let the brown sugar turn to syrup. It becomes a syrupy brown sugar over the sweet, over the tenderloin.
In a tot would Mrs. Butterworth do?
No, it will not.
Okay.
So once you have it with that syrupy brown sugar all over it, you've gone out, you've got your grill. Okay, there's 2 ways to do it. You've got your grill, you've already got it blazing hot. Then you've gone off and cleaned the grill, and now you've turned it down on low, and you let it sit to the temperature get somewhere around 350, something like that on low. Okay.
Do you write all this down?
No, I just know it off the top of my head.
I forget details. I have to write it down.
I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna release the Burgess recipe book on all mamas and daddies things. Okay. And certain sherries and whatever. So we did that once before, but I realized we've left out a lot of recipes that people said didn't make that cut. I guess we didn't know them then, or I wasn't prepared them then. But anyway, so I can't believe that I don't have the sausage balls in that recipe book. I don't have this in there. I don't have mom's cornbread's not in there. I don't know what we were thinking at the time, or maybe mom didn't want to give it to us in. But anyway, so then you go out. There's 2 ways to do it. If you do indirect heat, it's going to take longer, but you won't burn the bottom.
Mm-hmm.
I tried that. I never could master it. I've gone with low heat. I just put it right on the heat. I go out after it's been sitting there for about 15, 20 minutes, and I turn it over, so the bottom doesn't burn.
When you say
bad.
low heat, you mean 300?
You want it to get 300, 350.
I want to learn to cook better this year. That's one of my goals.
And then about 15 minutes in, 15, 20 minutes, turn it over. And then let the whole thing cook for a total of about 45 minutes. Now, you know it's done if you want to keep from cutting into it and letting the juice run out.
Ooh,
when you go out and push on that tenderloin, it should be firm and clear juice should come out. If it's not clear and it's spongy, it's not done yet. Okay? So once it gets firm and that clear juice is coming out and you're pressing on it with your thumb, it's ready to go.
Okay.
And let me tell you something. It is so good. Now, some people will have some barbecue sauce on the side.
Okay.
Young Broderick. Always controversial. Young Broderick will go.
I'm a dipper too. I like
he'll
to have
go get his own barbecue.
Through,
He'll go get his own barbecue sauce, and he'll meet huge opposition. It's good just like it is. You know what I mean? The way it's good, like
doesn't
this.
Doesn't need anything.
Use your peas or whatever. If you want to get something going. And what he'll do, which is brilliant, he'll sometimes he'll be pushed back from that, and he'll feel bad or that we won't have enough barbecue sauce or whatever, and he'll give in. But because we usually eat at noon, about 4:30, you're going to see young Broderick in front of a football game with toasted bread, leftover tenderloin in the sandwich with barbecue sauce.
That's pretty
Every
good.
time.
He's going to cook himself a barbecue sandwich.
Wrong with that.
I am starving.
Yeah, and let me tell you something. You talk about good.
Yeah.
And
that sounds delicious.
Yeah, and like you were talking about, Bubba, talking about, we were looking back on stuff we didn't hit from the holidays yesterday. When you cook all this delicious food, I don't know what it is, and I know we talked about this a little bit at Thanksgiving. when you hit these things that are beautiful like this, and there's leftovers, there's really you never say this phrase. I'm tired of eating this.
Yeah,
it's like
that dressing with me. I could eat it for a month.
I'm talking about that night you eat it again. The next day you'll eat it again.
Like another plate.
I love leftovers.
It just keeps on going.
Yeah.
You know it, and so
it does.
Yeah, and then we had to, and then you deal. See, I'm okay. I can, like I've said before, I can survive. I know for Speedy and Greg and Bubba, it's a little bit different. I don't know about Hams on sweets and Adler, but I'm okay on sweets.
Mm-hmm.
The pies and the cakes, I honestly could just not eat that at all. Now, I get pressured to, so I'll have a piece or whatever. And it's not that I don't like it. I'm just saying I cannot do it.
Yeah.
But that plate you just saw right there, that's where Ricky Burgess goes to die.
Mm-hmm. That's good stuff.
That's where I get in trouble. That's where if you're looking after me, you start screaming, somebody go.
Somebody.
Somebody go over and get your arms around him and walk him away. he is not doing
remove him physically.
Yeah. And it's funny because I did try to do some of the moving around and working out over the break every now and then, but well, you can tell the difference when it's gotten away from you a little bit.
Do you find that is it pork that's supposed to be rough on your joints or cause inflammation?
Correct.
Some meat
that and corn too.
Yeah, I find that shocking because I love corn.
I know you do.
I hate that. I guess I should say.
I was going to say, why do you
like
find it shocking? Because you do struggle with your joint pain, right?
Oh, yeah, I'm gonna
okay,
struggle
and you
with
eat
that
a
no
ton
matter
of
what.
corn, so it really ought to make sense.
Right.
Well, I don't think it's going to make all that much difference in my world. I think that my joints are well beyond corn having a big effect on them. But
you'd be very shocked, Bubba.
But I just can't believe that corn, which is one of the greatest it's one of the greatest plants on the planet. You can do anything with it. Everything on the planet eats it, that it has to be bad for you.
Right, yeah.
That's just typical.
Yeah.
I say keep eating it, Bubba.
I like corn.
Just keep tearing it down.
How you like chicken, Greg?
I love chicken.
I like corn with it.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
All right, so Rashida, how you say her name, last name?
Member of Congress. Rick.
Classy lady. You might remember her saying MF.
Mm-hmm.
We're gonna get that MFer. Well, now the very classy representative. Don't miss that this is a representative. She serves in the House and is part of Congress. Please don't miss this. Rashida Tlaib.
She's kicking off her re-election campaign, Rick. Wow, how 2 years flew.
And I want y'all to picture. I want you to picture, and look, I don't care what side of the fence you're on politically. We're gonna get over in the part of the pasture it's called the real deal, where everybody has to agree. Can you imagine if this were happening against any other presidential candidate and sitting president, any in the history of our country, that there would not be a complete meltdown? She has the shirts to raise money for her campaign, as Bubba mentioned. RashidaForCongress.com, the shirt, Impeach the MF.
Yeah. Look at it.
For a mere $29 donation to her campaign, she will give you one of these shirts. Now, she said in a press release from her campaign, you've asked for them, now we've got them.
Now, imagine if you can even imagine a world of somebody running and they did not like President Obama. And they said, by golly, you get me elected to Congress again, and I'm going to impeach that MF. Can you imagine the world we would be living in? There would be people laying in the streets, crying, screaming.
Rick, I wouldn't even wear that with Jimmy Carter. You know,
I know, and you thought about it.
I wouldn't.
I've got a limit.
I wouldn't wear that shirt against the person I didn't like. I dislike the most. I could dislike somebody.
Rick, look, I may have an opinion. I ain't an idiot.
Rick, they've noticed here they're not selling many in Colorado.
No. But Greg, the Colorado people, a Sharpie. But anyway, so you can think how low class.
Rick, it's unbelievable.
No class whatsoever that we've got a woman. It'd be one thing if it was a man, because men have less class usually than women.
Yeah.
But we have a woman who's out there saying, I'm going to put these shirts out there. If this was said about anybody, I know.
Oh,
it would
is
be.
Is she not Muslim too?
She's in that bunch that you got to watch them. So anyway,
you usually don't see that out of. I mean, I thought there was a little more moral
Supposed to be
credibility there on
Hey,
some of this, wasn't it?
If you want to,
I'm just saying.
If you want to spend
morality.
time with Allah, you better not be acting like this.
Well, that's what I thought.
Yeah. So there's only one way to get it right.
Rick, also, I was asked yesterday by several people, well, are y'all going to be talking about, are y'all concerned about Trump's impeachment? And I said, no, not really, because this is about the 12th attempt to impeach him.
Constant.
You know, we have one, seems like every other week. And, you know, I don't know about you, but think about this. The House of Representatives have a constitutional charge for impeachment. And it's not a criminal issue. It's a political resolution to a problem. But the Congress has this authority. The House of Representatives could send Trump up for a trial in the Senate where it would be dead on arrival. But they could, and if they continue down this path. But think about this. They're supposed to be investigating and deciding if there's high crimes or misdemeanors that would reach the level of we need to remove a president from office, which is, Rick, a very critical thing, to say the least, for a democracy. And I would say the majority of the people who are supposed to be doing the investigation, say if it was you and you were being investigated by the police and every one of them had publicly come out and said you deserve the death penalty before the investigation begins, do you feel like you get a fair deal?
I wouldn't want that.
No, I wouldn't either.
Well, and now you were telling me it's become so bizarre. I mean, it's just. I'm gonna tell you, if you want to say, somebody asked me, are you concerned about this latest attempt to impeach Trump? I'm not concerned about him being impeached because that's not going to happen. What I am concerned about is Sean Hannity.
Right.
Y'all, Sean,
we're afraid he is going to blow a gasket.
Sean, it's like Mark Levin is equally upset, but Mark Levin seems to be somewhat under control. Now, if you want to see somebody go after him, whatever you do, put Mark Levin on and just sit back and enjoy. And
the great one.
Those of you that subscribe to Blaze, you've got Mark Levin.
Yeah,
and
I know you love it already.
Lean in. Nobody really, honestly, because Sean gets so emotional, he gets carried away.
Right.
Mark Levin is so precise. Mark Levin's the person, like, to me, he shoots lasers. You know, he hits the target he's not like coming in and just all out assault. Mark Levin knows what he's talking about. He's more intelligent than just about everybody that he's debating, and he knows his stuff. And when he gets angry, 35 minutes now past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us as we roll through another one today. Greg, I'd like to ask you a personal question. How'd you sleep last night?
I slept excellent, Rick. You know why?
Why?
Because I have my custom-made Helix mattress that was built by what I like. I like them to sleep on my side, on my stomach.
Mm-hmm.
That's where I'm at. I can't sleep on my back. But if I could, they would have one for me.
Little baby brother, let's sleep on his tum-tum.
Took a little survey.
So
ship it right to you.
What about Lisa? Because I know they had to ask her too. Do you know, is she a side stomach?
Yeah.
HelixSleep.com/Bubba. Go there now. They will customize the mattress for you. You know, it's one thing to walk into a store and go, all these mattresses are the same, and we all try to figure out one that's close to where we are. Or it's almost like having a tailored suit versus a buy one off the rack. You know?
Yeah.
So HelixSleep.com/Bubba tailors a mattress to you. And they ask you some questions so they can get it right. They want to know the firmness of the mattress you like. Greg talked about sleep positions. They ask you about that. There's 14 unique mattresses, some luxury models. There's one for big and tall sleepers, even a mattress made just for kids. So go to HelixSleep.com/Bubba. It will not take you long to give them the information you need. They ship it right to your door, and you have up to 100 nights to sleep on it risk-free. That's HelixSleep.com/Bubba. You're going to save 25% if you go to HelixSleep.com/Bubba, and let's get that mattress customized for you, shipped right to you, and let the wonderful sleep begin. So we mainly have been back, for a day and a couple hours into the next show, and we're mainly looking back on vacation and celebrating the 30 years. Haven't done a whole lot of here's what's going on in the news, and it's not, because most of the time it's not a lot of fun to do that. Let's just call it. But that is part of what we do. So we will do some of that today. And you were telling me that the Jeffrey Epstein thing just will not go away.
Well, no, it won't, Rick, and it's far from over. Yeah. We had papers that were unsealed yesterday, actually late the day before.
Yeah.
that it was testimony in the defamation case against GMAX by Virginia Roberts. And all of this is kind of coming public now. In these documents, 170 people are named in this. Now, they're not all named in a negative way. Some of them are basically cleared by the testimony in these papers.
Right.
But it is 170 people of pretty high-ranking status, I guess you would say. Politicians, elected officials. You have leaders of industry. You have banking,
illusionists.
You have illusionists. David Copperfield is in the list here, and we were looking at this. Well, I don't know if we want to dive too much into this this early, but it says.
Do you not find that kind? I don't want to make. I don't want to make light of which is a horrible, dark world. So please don't hear me out. But when you hear about inappropriate behavior, possibly, allegedly, by men, and the whole deal that we heard about, the joke about his last name Copperfield,
and that Daddy Bush used to use
his favorite joke,
right? Yeah, and for that to be in this story, I'm sorry, you
Rick,
can't overlook.
You can't write that.
Yeah, you can't overlook that.
As Mickey Dean used to say, we're just reporting here,
right,
folks.
That's correct.
Okay?
That is correct.
This story says famed American magician David Copperfield allegedly had dinner with the late sex offender Jeffrey Epstein and a few of his victims, according to court documents. You go on down through this, and I don't think he's portrayed here in any negative light, other than being mentioned in the story, and the fact that they said that he used to do magic tricks for everyone.
Mm-hmm. Right. Mm-hmm. Now they do have magic tricks, sadly, in quotations. So,
guys, tell me why Stevie Hawkins up there.
He visited.
The picture.
Evidently, he visited.
He visited.
Whoa, wait a minute. What's Stevie Hawkins?
I was hoping
Michael Jackson is in it.
Yeah.
No surprise there.
This
Al Gore, but he's still upset.
Well, maybe.
Virginia Roberts.
They said Michael Jackson kept complaining how old everybody was.
Now you
all right.
See there.
Old people. I'm so sorry.
Hey, you need to leave.
See there. Why am I even here?
Why all these old people?
Just stay at the farm, Rick.
Well, they might have had that. Bill Clinton said he liked them young.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah,
That's
Bill
in there, too.
Clinton's thing didn't.
As if we needed to hear that. We knew that.
Right. The part about him that was not flattering for him, I didn't think.
Well,
it's just not.
Right. Well. When
did that catch anybody off guard though?
No. The list of things that have been said about Bill Clinton that are not flattering. I mean, it's a monumental list.
Yeah. His theme songs, I Want to Be a Player. Let's not forget that.
Want to be a player. So more and more of that's going to be coming out in the next few days, but it's very interesting. Yeah, I didn't expect to see Stephen Hawking on the list.
I'm not sure. Is he? Because some of the stuff people that shows appeared, they were cleared. So they were
it
accused
is.
of this.
Yeah.
This shows that
It makes
this
me
didn't
wonder.
happen.
It
I hope
basically
he's
said
on clear
these
list.
people were not involved in any of this.
Yeah.
And for all we know, with Stevie Hawkins being there, maybe that was one of David Copperfield's magic tricks.
Yeah, maybe it was.
Mm-hmm. Hey, you
never know.
Yeah, that could be.
Early. You're thinking early there.
Hey,
He's
you're
made the statue. He's made the
control.
Statue of Liberty disappear. Why not?
You're out of control.
I am on a roll here. If he can make the Statue of Liberty disappear, he
Oh, he can do anything.
Yeah.
He really didn't. He just...
All right.
All right.
Hey, stop it. We have 4 video here.
Clinton, by
on
the way, is
videos.
mentioned 50 times in the 950 pages of evidence.
Well, Bubba, let's be honest, okay? If there was a story,
ain't bad
if there
for
was
him.
this is what we just talked about. If there was a story out there that say involved a place where you went and it was alleged that people went there from all over the world to eat high-calorie foods,
right?
And also somebody said, "I tell you one thing, that Rick and Bubba's mentioned in here a lot."
Yeah,
I mean,
50 times.
you're right. I mean, you would expect that. So this is what.
For a couple of reasons, Pat McAfee's show has Aaron Rodgers on, and so it has Pat on it. So I know Helmsy would love that.
Right,
but also Jimmy Kimmel and Aaron Rodgers have this little beef going back and forth, and they were talking about the list coming out and Jimmy possibly being on it. So,
Oh, okay. All
So
right.
this
I
is
wondered
a-
how we were going to get to Epstein on this. But okay.
Yeah.
This has something to do with the Epstein list that came out. Feels like.
That's supposed to be coming out soon.
Look, this guy's been waiting in his wine cellar. I've been waiting in my wine cellar for this thing.
A lot of people, including Jimmy Kimmel, are really hoping that doesn't.
All right.
You know, him and Jimmy Kimmel have some kind of war going.
They got major beef.
And Kimmel's threatening to sue him for libel or slander over
So
all this.
Kimmel is at war with who?
Aaron Rodgers.
Aaron Rodgers. And in that clip, Pat kind of breaks down what's going on.
No.
He's just stirring the pot.
Yeah, of course he is.
Yes, he is.
And wearing the standard black tee, not quite the tank.
Right.
A little tight.
It's winter.
Yeah,
It's
okay.
And I've said this. I wish Aaron would improve his camera angle, but that's okay.
Yeah.
Whatever.
Yeah, I would almost, if I would say you're Aaron Rodgers, and if you're going to be on our show via Zoom, we got to do better.
Yeah. You got access to a lot of equipment.
Right. You've made good money. We should be seeing this a lot better.
We demand better on RBU than that.
Are you really just going to turn your phone around every time we have you on? I mean, can you not set up something?
Right, and his face is way down on the bottom of the screen.
Right. Well, it's an ugly thing, and of course, this is also, I've noticed stories that came out along with this, is this ongoing, what appears to be quite obvious, that Jeffrey Epstein's death is very suspect.
Yes.
I mean, it is.
When you see this list of people involved and the amount of money they're involved,
yes,
I would say you have to say anything possible. Now, we have to believe that the guards didn't check him and the camera was out.
Yeah, all those things just so happen.
And look, sometimes odd things do happen, okay? But you see this list of people involved and you think, any one of them on that list could have decided they didn't want that to be known.
No, you're right.
Yeah. I mean, there's a lot of folks there.
I think you would almost need one of those old school operators with the board in front of her.
Oh, yeah.
Of how many people were calling for him to be killed.
Yeah, I mean, this is you got to have a big whiteboard
Operator.
on this one. You know?
Oh, you too? Okay, operator.
Right.
Oh, also you. Okay.
You're right.
Okay, putting you on hold.
Jimmy Kimmel responded for the
Well,
record.
you can't put that on up there.
It's not up.
Okay. All right.
For the record, I've not met, flown with, visited, or had any contact whatsoever with Epstein, nor will you find my name on any list other than the clearly phony nonsense that soft-brain wackos like yourself can't seem to distinguish from reality or reckless words. Put my family in danger. Keep it up, and we will debate the facts further in court. Jimmy Kimmel to Aaron Rodgers.
That's what you were saying. All right. So what? Also, I can tell there's an inside joke here that I'm not in on. What's the wine cellar joke? I know. And here you say at the bottom it said I'm on Papa Top. Or is there some sort of wine cellar, Jimmy Kimmel?
Oh, Aaron Rodgers said he will pop some sort of bottle when the Epstein list comes out and suggests that Kimmel will be on it. So that's what Rodgers said he was going to pop some bottles.
That's why McAfee said you'll be down in the wine cellar ready to celebrate the list. Oh,
yeah. Gotcha. Okay.
All right, I got you.
And a lot of this comes from Jimmy Kimmel's original joke when he said unvaccinated people shouldn't get ICU beds in hospitals. And that was the whole vaccine war that started it, and the people that didn't want to get vaccinated, that's what really made them mad. And I agree. That's evil. What he's saying is evil.
Oh, yeah. Well, Jimmy Kimmel, when he gets emotional, somebody hands him a card of what he's supposed to believe, and he reads it.
Yeah.
We'll be back. More Rick and Bubba next.
Rick and Bubba.
But he's in control when he's angry, which makes it even more cutting because he's not losing it. You know what I mean? And he'll just hold up a piece of paper. I tell you what, I want to see this guy right here, Sean. Sean, this guy right here. I've got the piece of paper. I'm holding it right here. I want to talk to you, and I want to talk to you today. I want you to explain yourself, Sean. You see what I'm holding here? And so anyway, so he's eating them alive. But then you're saying that they're saying there's a cover-up of the cover-up. This is just
I saw Nancy Pelosi had a little blip. She was on one of the morning shows there, the Hate Trump networks, and she was saying now that William Barr is involved. He's rogue, and now we have a cover-up of the cover-up. They were screaming. They wanted to know the conversation that Trump had with the Ukrainian minister, president, whatever they call him, and they released it. Did they not? I mean, I thought they released the transcript from that.
Mm-hmm. Right.
And still, I still see people making speeches about we got questions, we got to have answers. Well, you've got the whole conversation. What about it? Don't you get?
I go back.
I've read part of it. I didn't see it's a bunch of what you'd expect.
I'm going back to this again. So to me, the Democrats, because they, you know how sometimes you can obsess over somebody that you forget the shrapnel you're going to throw at your own people.
Right.
Is this their way of saying they're not going to nominate Joe Biden? Because Joe Biden is looking the worst in this. I mean, somewhere
it doesn't look good.
So now, sadly, I think Joe has left the building. He may not even be aware this is going on.
True.
Right.
But I'm Joe. They're bringing up stuff on you that you. If you would have come to my
the way they're
office,
spinning this is that Trump is red-handed trying to get a foreign government involved in our election in 2020. Because remember, he had one in 2016 too. So you got to have the 2020 version. It's the Ukraine now, not the Russians. And all he's trying to do is drum up charges against poor innocent Joe Biden. And all of this is baseless, but we got Trump red-handed trying to.
That's
do
how
it.
that's the only way you can do it.
Yeah. So it doesn't matter.
Also,
but am I concerned about it? No. It's just it's just the big Trump get of the week.
Have y'all noticed? It's been going on since day one.
Have y'all noticed how quickly we dropped the Mueller investigation and the cover-up of that, and the cover-up this week?
Because that was the end-all, be-all when it came.
And keep in mind this charge, and look, these charges, when you have somebody come forward with this in a whistleblower thing, is serious and it has to be looked at. But we have someone who is making a whistleblower complaint secondhand.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Y'all, come on. We kind of hurts. We can't. We can't go after presidents on this. But I mean, the Congress is especially the House is in a continual investigate Trump mode. So this is just what we're going to do this week. I ain't.
Maybe.
Yeah.
Well, we already got the three-pointer.
I got to be able to do something to somebody to
you remember
say, I'm good.
The basketball team for doing threes?
Remember
that?
Well, like I say, look, this is in basketball threes. Also, mascots with Gamecocks.
That's true. What are they going to do?
Fear the beak, baby.
What about this? I can't do okay?
Hey, how are you doing? I'm okay. That's not racist.
You're racist right there.
Not racist.
You just gave me a racial
not
sign.
Racist
if you'd have had a bowl cut, you'd have been in a lot of trouble.
Well, I started to say this cut is not going to fit well, Helms, with some of your
the bowl
fans
cut.
You go around.
By the way, I will announce. I thought I had my list of the worst bowl cuts ever. Guys, I don't know what is going on with Al Davis's son.
Oh, really?
Al Davis's son that owns the Raiders. That is the ugliest, most unacceptable attempt at a hairstyle that I have. It makes a mullet look like somebody who's trying to put it on a good impression.
And here's the thing, and I hate to be this guy. He's really ugly anyway,
Greg.
And I'm really ugly. Now let me get the worst haircut I can get and put it on top of my ugliness.
You would think.
Have y'all seen him?
You would think when you're ugly.
Seen this guy?
You would think when you're ugly, you would say, "I'm going to try to tone down my ugliness."
Yeah, I'm not going. Look.
My gosh,
y'all, that's not even a bowl cut. That is my face is escaping cut.
What is
bowl
that?
Cut would
Dumb
be
and
straight
Dumber
around.
is exactly what that is. It's the Dumb and Dumber haircut.
Rick, I'm a funny looking guy. I'll tell you
put
what.
it up. Split screen that with Dumb and Dumber.
As if I'm not ugly enough.
Look at that,
guys.
Man owns the NFL franchise.
That guy owns an NFL franchise. That's the worst look. It goes back to when we see evil dictators with bad haircuts. You can have anybody cut your hair you want. I mean, how about this? If I own the Raiders,
you look at that, you can't say a word about Trump.
No, you can't.
What are we doing with? Minutes to the top of the hour, celebrating our 30th anniversary. By the way, we did reorder, but Bubba, did you get the email from the store? The Rick and Bubba playing cards sold out.
I wanted to get a batch of those.
And they sold out, but we reordered, so you can keep ordering that because we're going to restock on that item. I mean, these things can be good all year long. For them to sell out day one, we were like, okay, well maybe we could, maybe our order was we need maybe a little bigger order. So anyway, if you can still order the playing cards, but that's just to give you an idea of how some of this 30th anniversary swag is going, and for obvious reasons, because it's going to have a special place in Rick and Bubba history. So you can go grab that at rickandbubba.com under the store, and those playing cards, that's a lot of fun. Like I said yesterday, it's like having some cards to play and Rick and Bubba Trivial Pursuit all in one thing.
It's a card to play.
Let me tell you what's funny, because
No pun
they
intended.
sent us a deck to show you on whatever, and I showed it to Sherry yesterday. And when I pulled out the card that had, I forget what number it was, and it had "trying to be sharp" was on it, and the definition of what that is, Sherry just started laughing. She goes, "This is hilarious." so anyway, all right, couple of things that we need to pass along to you. We've got some stuff going on this weekend. Our very own Lance Ingram, Dr. Lou, speaking for themanchurch.com coming up Sunday night, kicking off the men's discipleship strategy at Liberty Hill Baptist Church, Clanton, Alabama. So make a note of that. We mentioned that Jimmy Kimmel, when some of the stuff he said, you remember back that if you didn't take the COVID-19 vaccine, you were evil and you should be burned at the stake. Does everybody remember that?
Oh, yeah.
And of course, we've all found out that a lot of the claims that were made about the vaccine were not exactly accurate, and a lot of what we were throwing out was misinformation. Well, Florida's Surgeon General has called for a halt on the COVID-19 vaccine being used, he said, because the FDA keeps spreading misinformation. So the Surgeon General for Florida is calling on healthcare providers to halt the use of the COVID-19 mRNA vaccine because there are health risks that he has labeled misinformation by federal officials, meaning what he wants to get to the bottom of it, doesn't fully. He said, I'm calling for a halt right now. And he said the FDA have always played it fast and loose with COVID-19 vaccine safety, but their failure to test for DNA integration with the human, what do you say about that? Is it the genome?
Genome.
Yeah, genome.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
He says, as their own guidelines dictate they should have. What he's saying is, as we all said, and we all agreed to it because it was an emergency. We were all going to die if we didn't do something. And so a lot of normal protocol for vaccines was thrown out in the streets, and then we told all those that were producing it, we won't hold you accountable if it turns out to be bad.
That was the only way they would produce it, to be free from liability, because they knew they were taking a risk by turning this out quick. And look, the vaccine did help a lot of people, but there were also some side effects we didn't fully get to vet out because of the rush to get it out there. And again, we were in a pandemic. That's why you're rushing to get stuff out there. But what he's saying now, and if you read this on down,
I did, yeah.
He's saying at this point,
right, we're not there.
We're not in that.
We're not there.
We're
anymore.
not in that. So there's no need to keep pushing this. We need to go back and retest this stuff.
Yes.
Find out where the weak points are, fix it if we can, and move forward.
Yep.
As opposed to just keep shoveling out the rushed version now that we're not in a pandemic, which to me makes sense.
And the point we've made on the show, he goes, now it's no longer a theory that there could be some major health concerns from the vaccine. We now are seeing these drug companies acknowledging that.
Right.
So back to Bubba's point, we're not in that situation anymore, so we need to take this thing back and now take it through the protocol we normally would, because he says there are some major health concerns for human beings that there's been misinformation the FDA has ignored or been hard to follow on it. So let's just get clarity on it. And look, the Surgeon General's not saying we won't ever do it again, but let's get back and let's vet this thing out and then decide if we want to keep
now
using it.
that the pressure of the pandemic is over.
Right.
Let's put politics aside and get back to real science. Look at this, find out. Look, there was some good in this vaccine. There also was some side effects. Let's try to make a better product. He said also, one of the points, he said it was not full, and you mentioned this, Rick, that the DNA integration into the human genome, which we know because of the way it was made, this new RNA technology, it does change your genetic code to some degree.
And that's dicey.
But a lot of things do. I mean, it doesn't mean that's the end of the world. You're not human anymore. But we need to study this fully because we don't know how that's going to integrate down the road when we have, and let me give you an example, and I think that's why we have some of the problems now. Our food supply. Our food supply has been manipulated over the years to make it more productive, less, so it won't come under attack from bugs and weeds and all. I mean, we've tried to make a better plant, but we've also changed those plants. In other words, we were talking about corn. The corn you eat today ain't what the Pilgrims ate. Okay, it's moved on the spectrum. Okay. So we got to be sure that those changes and integrations to our DNA are not going to cause the peanut allergy of the future, okay, that we have no idea what it could be. So we're playing with some dangerous stuff. We just need to make sure that it's as safe as possible down the road.
And he's saying, we're, to your point, your original point, we're not in the environment we were once in, so let's go back and let's get some clarity on this. Mm-hmm. And then the other thing it reminded me of, I saw something last night when they were, and I really do think we're going to see that with this vaccine in the future. And it was a documentary that I was watching last night. And they were talking about, to the other point you made, Bubba, about the foods and our health and how there's things that we would do that you look back now and you're like, oh my gosh, what in the world were we doing?
Yeah.
And listen, they showed the commercial. Now, we were too young to know these commercials because it was in the 50s, okay? They showed the commercial. A doctor in a white lab coat, it has him pictured like he's in his office. And the announcer on the commercial says, Dr. Bussey, say it's you sitting there. So what cigarette brand do you recommend? And the doctor's hammering on a Camel, and Camel is the preferred choice of doctors everywhere.
Oh my goodness!
That is the commercial, and the doctor's
preferred smoke to go into your lungs.
And basically he's talking about how great it is, and how wonderful Camels are, and as doctors of all the brands, doctors prefer Camels.
Wow,
that was the commercial.
Yeah, I know. And again, Rick, we
good night.
We have such modern Marvel technology available to us, right. and it's a wonderful thing, but we don't know. Let me just play worst case scenario here. Like some of the vaccines we got as kids, like polio, very effective, took polio out of the equation. None of us have to worry about being crippled from polio today and being in a wheelchair, okay?
Right, yeah.
But down the road, what happens when RNA vaccine mixed with our food supply that has been adjusted, mixes with the Teflon in our skillets that we now think may be causing problems. Hey, Teflon was great. It aided in cooking tremendously. But now we see that some of that may be passing the brain blood blockage and getting into our blood system. I mean, what if all that combines? You don't know what you get down the road. So being careful is not being wrong in this case.
Wow. And when you start silencing opposing views.
Yeah, which happened during the pandemic, that's when we get in trouble.
Yeah, top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
What cigarette do you smoke? You'll be interested to know how the doctors of America answered that question. Tens of thousands of doctors in all parts of the country, in every state of the Union. Doctors in every branch of medicine were asked, what cigarette do you smoke, doctor? In this nationwide survey of general practitioners, surgeons, throat specialists, diagnosticians, and so on, the brand named most was Camel.
Yes, according to this survey, more doctors smoke Camels than any other cigarette.
That is so precious.
What are we doing with this hair? This haircut. But aren't they saying that's the haircut that's now racist?
No,
that's
the one,
Lloyd, isn't it?
No, Rick, the one that's racist, the kid that killed everybody in the church. If you'll look, he's got it. It's a bowl, but it's shaved up in the back and comes around.
Oh, so it's not just any bowl cut.
Yeah, it's not any bowl.
I got to have something shaved up in the back.
They showed a side view of it. Well, there's a side.
No,
view
in the story.
But my
show
point
it,
is, just because he had that hairdo, why does that
Rick,
make the hairdo?
That one. That's what they're. That's in the.
And you see that a lot.
What?
That's a stretch.
It kind of looks like Tim Tebow's
But who
haircut.
decided that?
mean, that is a stretch.
I get this guy was
or anybody
a crazy
at the Church of the
idiot.
Highlands.
They're calling it the Dylan Roof Bowl Cut.
Thank you for that.
Is that his name?
Yeah, but so he's the only one that's ever had that. Rick, I've seen that haircut a lot.
Yeah, that haircut is
Guys,
prominent.
I had that haircut in high school.
That haircut is just not racist.
The only thing wrong with that
racist?
haircut is goofy.
Now the guy,
that's what it's a
the guy,
fashion
what
faux
was
pas.
I thinking?
Let's be concerned about the person the hair is upon.
Yeah,
Yeah,
we
that's
all agree he's evil.
He's evil.
Yes.
But that doesn't make his haircut evil.
Yeah, there's people with that haircut who are not him.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Bubba, how are you?
I am great, sir. How are you?
Well, we have a lot to talk about on the program. Much has happened since the last time we were together. Emails over the weekend. Various comments of new Beth Mowins words to try. The poor UCLA fans, 2 weeks in a row with that. I understand I'm supposed to be working on Convert. So we'll work on that one this week. They got that. A lot of comments on Rick and Bubba University, episode 2. That conversation we'll be able to unpack that a little more today because we won't be giving anything away. Unless you haven't heard it yet. But.
Yeah, we got a lot of comments on that. We had a big sports weekend. I know you were on the road quite a bit.
On the road, baby. Tour de Suns.
You covered the East Coast this weekend. We got out to see a football game and celebrate my daughter's birthday.
Happy birthday, Caitlin.
Birthday, Caitlin. She turned 20 on Sunday. And had several events there. Boy, it was warm this weekend. You're talking about funny. The topic was global warming, but of course this was weather. This was called weather, not climate change. What we had Saturday, and it was hot.
Can I tell you? And that's the only thing I worried about on the trip because Sherry and I went from the Blue Ridge Mountains to the plains of South Alabama.
Tough, isn't it?
And you talk about a temperature swing.
Wow.
Golly. I was in the high 60s. Sitting there looking at the Blue Ridge Mountains, watching, and I was like, "This feels so good."
I was getting alerts on my phone Sunday, and I believe it was South Dakota where they were declaring states of emergency for a snowstorm they were having.
A big one.
And I thought, wow, as I walked outside and it was 98 degrees.
Unbelievable.
It's wow, that's just a big swing.
Yeah, and we did the thing that I told you that and everybody was asking. I did some figuring. I'm gonna try to come up with a figure that's pretty close to before the day is over. But could Sherry and I make it through an entire game and tailgate? The weather did not. Sherry's quote, and Bubba just said a minute ago, I have to agree. Sherry said, "I don't know that I've ever had that. I've sweated that much in my entire life."
Yeah, at one point Saturday, I had sweat so much I thought I'll never be clean again.
Right,
it just can't happen.
I started picturing what it would be like to be clean. And this time we had a hotel, which that worked out great. And I was looking at everybody, and really I didn't care about the game because the game had gotten out of hand pretty quick, and I was like just looking around, and I was like, as soon as the boys can be released for spending time with their parents, I said, are you going to be ready to go? And Sherry said, I'd like to see the band. I haven't seen them since 2012. She said, I'd like to see the band, and then I'm done. And I said, and let me tell you something, young lady, I am done with you. Matter of fact, I was done a quarter ago, so I'm ready to go whenever you are, and we were out.
Well, Rick, I got there early, as you know, and I stayed late. I waited till, everybody cleared out after the fact, and I made a day of it.
Let me tell you something.
Now, driving home, when I began to see rabbits jump out in front of me.
I don't know why you stayed for the end of the game, but you know what? Good for you. That's it. That is it. How about I was sitting at a restaurant eating, and the game was still going?
All in. All in.
Well, yeah. Well, I mean, it was. I don't think the game was that you weren't going to see some historic ending.
Well, I was wanting to see some other players. I thought might get a little playing time.
I didn't feel like I missed anything. But
I just enjoy kicking back and enjoy the whole thing.
Six minutes past. Let's go phones. Our number 629-629-WE-BE-BIG from the Big Boy Studio out on the bleeding edge of technology from Sweet Home, Alabama to the rest of the world. Join us now at 629-WE-BE-BIG. The real Greg Burgess is saddling up to the phones, and not a time for you to visit with Greg. Just what do you want to talk about and where you're calling from, and we will chat with you right now on the Rick and Bubba Show. All right, so some things you need to know about. I mentioned what's going on this Sunday from themanchurch.com, but looking ahead to next week and beyond, I'll be headed to Dothan, Alabama next Thursday. That'll be happening on the 11th of January. News Talk 103.9. I'll be going down to Ridgecrest Baptist Church in Dothan. They'll be having their second year of plugging into the next curriculum from themanchurch.com, and I'll be there for the kickoff service. Man, you want to join us at Ridgecrest, be there next Thursday night. Also next Thursday night, Kevin Derryberry, Hope Hull Community Church in Hope Hull, Alabama. He'll be speaking at their man church and also leading worship. So you get to hear Kevin's story and also get to hear him lead worship and sing. So you'll have great night there as they kick it off. And then looking ahead, Speedy on the 19th of January will be at Morgan Academy Deer Hunt in the Black Belt region of Alabama. He'll be speaking at the Fish Fry that night, or that day, and you can go and see him and help out that school all at the same time on the 19th. If you're going to that, know that Speedy will be your speaker there. Looking ahead to the last weekend of January, I'll be up in Hendersonville, Tennessee. Robbie Gallaty, the pastor, and that church that's a huge church, a great facility. Their men's conference, I'll be speaking there with David Pollock, Scott Dawson, and others. If you want to see those details, go to rickandbubba.com. That's January 26th and 27th. To the phones we go. If you want to join us, you can. At 629-WE-BE-BIG, 629-WE-BE-BIG. Lines are available, and Greg is standing by taking your phone call. 100.3 The River, Huntsville, Alabama. Stephen is standing by. Stephen, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
Hi.
Stephen? You know what's funny is it actually says underneath his name, tech issue, and now I can't hear him. It's on the B side for some reason.
Go here.
Hi, B.
Hey, Stephen, are you talking? Okay. How'd it go to the B side?
There you are.
Hey, Stephen.
Hey, go ahead, Stephen. You're over on the B side. Go ahead.
Like I was telling Greg, I think y'all got some technical issues. I don't know if y'all launched a new version of the WZZK app this year, but it has got all kinds of glitches. It'll play one commercial the entire break, and then it'll come back to you guys. I know Extreme Internet is definitely getting their money's worth. That's for sure.
Okay, he said the WZZK app, so I'll just email Tom and tell him that's an issue.
Just so you know, and I do want, and it's always let us know stuff. When it comes to the local affiliates and what they're doing, we're not really involved in that. So that is a different stream and a different. They do that on their own. So it could be iHeart, it could be whatever. But our TuneIn app is the only thing that we really run. All the individual station apps are run by the individual stations.
Mm-hmm.
So we will pass that along to the folks at ZZK and Super Tom, the engineer. Okay,
he'll knock it out. Get it out.
All right.
Hey, thanks for letting us know, Stephen.
Man.
And thanks for listening to the show. So now I'm nervous about that happening.
Yeah.
So, and it could be, I don't know. I'm going to go over here. I'm going to see if I can jump back over here.
How's that treating you?
It's all bees now.
Is it really?
Mm-hmm. All right. So that's all right. I'll just stay over here on the other line. Yeah. Let's go to Lou in Montgomery. Lou, welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show. Go ahead. There's a way to switch it back.
Well, guys, I hope y'all had a great Christmas. Glad to have you back.
Thank you.
Bubba was talking about cooking better this coming year, and I got the greatest Christmas gift. If he doesn't have one, he needs to get one.
Well, he can hear you. He's right there. Yeah, he's right there.
Yeah, go ahead.
Bubba, get you a meter.
A mazer?
Say that again.
A meter.
A meter.
A meter.
What kind of meter?
It's a temperature probe that you put inside whatever you're going to grill or in your oven. It connects to your iPhone with an app.
Right.
Meter, like
and
meat.
You cook the temperature.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
I guess.
Yeah.
I mean,
by the way, we bought one of those for Amanda's dad.
Yeah.
Big hassle.
Oh, really?
Is it?
Oh yeah.
I've got one for the
worked,
green
but-
egg, or had one before it was smashed into 1,000 pieces. But I've never used one at home in an oven. You know, I just use it.
You got wires running everywhere. I mean,
I
didn't like the setup.
But knowing the temperature, I will say this: Betty cooked.
Now there was no
steak
question.
for
We
us
knew when it was ready.
on Christmas. I guess it was at Christmas Day.
It took a while though, didn't it?
Or Christmas Eve. Betty cooked some steaks, and she knows I like mine medium rare now.
Okay.
And
Yeah.
I'm gradually going
that way?
going that
so.
way. Okay.
I love medium
Interesting.
And well, I grew up. My parents cooked everything well done. I didn't think I liked steak because I thought it was a tire. You know, I'd rather have a hot dog. But and she sometimes tends to overdo them a little bit for me, but more like what she likes it. And so I think she tried to go more my direction on these steaks, and they came out for some reason real rare.
Okay.
And I had probably the rarest steak I had ever eaten over Christmas, and it may have been one of the best I've ever had. In my mind I thought, well, I die from eating this. You got to go through that.
Right. Yeah.
And after that, it was all good.
You
Steaks
would
we had at your
you would like the technology behind what this guy's saying because it gives you all the temperature reads of every probe, and then when you can set alarms to where from your phone so that when one probe gets to a particular temperature, it goes off. Then
so
the
you
other
have
one.
more than one.
Oh
huh?
yeah. Oh yeah. You got like 6 probes that you've put in different places.
Stop saying probe.
Well, that's what it's called. I mean, I didn't make up the term. That's what it's called.
Derek, Springfield, Illinois. Derek, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
Nobody likes probes and me.
Hey, I got a question for Adler. Next year, is Adler going to race with Greg on the crap run?
Oh,
that's a good idea.
Did you,
Adler? I'm so sorry.
From your story yesterday.
Oh, that's terrible.
Okay.
I would lose. I would lose that.
Really bringing that one home, aren't you?
By the way, you changed people's day yesterday.
I couldn't believe you told that.
Yeah,
No,
it was
I
a good
can't
one.
either.
Yeah.
It was a good one. I went back and listened to it again. It was hilarious.
Right.
It's on me, but it's hilarious.
Right.
Let's go to Don.
I'm a grown man.
Let's go to Don. Is also in Springfield, Illinois.
Bet your wife's glad you told it.
We're owning that. Yeah. Oh yeah.
She doesn't know.
That was a late in the show thing. We'll make sure they're at work.
Was that why it was late?
Yeah. She didn't know. She still doesn't know.
Don, go ahead.
Yeah, Bubba. I was wanting to ask Bubba. I haven't heard for a long time. How's his lake house coming?
You know,
after the tornado?
we're probably. I'll probably give you an official tornado recovery update, a true update here, maybe tomorrow.
Ooh.
But
what do
we're
you call it?
coming
What's the
along.
update called again?
Yeah.
Huh?
What did you call the update?
Tornado recovery update. True.
True.
TRU.
True.
Yeah. So we're moving along. Moving along.
Bubba's-
We've got to because it all has to be over by March.
Yeah,
So we got to be moved in by then.
What Bubba is going through right now, of course, caused us to stop building at the farm. We're
And I hope
we're no longer going.
I
forward.
hope I didn't ruin it. For you,
We're not
because
we're not-
after it's over, it's kind of like when you bring a baby into the world.
Mm-hmm.
It's very stressful and a lot of things are going on and at that moment you think I'll never do this again, but as soon as you get that baby home, you're ready.
No, you're
You
right.
think it needs a playmate.
You're right.
You know what I mean?
And then you'll forget about it and have more than one.
Yeah, that's right. You seem to forget the negative once it's all done.
I'll give you an analogy on how that all worked out when we come back. Kevin, go ahead. Welcome to the show.
Yes, sir. I was just going to call and touch base on the steak thing. I enjoy mine rare as well, but I cook mine 3 minutes on each side.
Wow. Wow.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
That's usually how I start mine, then I go a little bit longer.
Wow. Yeah.
I'm about 4.5 on each.
Yeah. Steak is better when it's not overcooked.
Yeah, it is.
And unfortunately, not health-wise, a ribeye has more flavor than a filet.
Yeah.
Bone. So when we do men's stuff, we do ribeyes. When I'm on a date night, we eat fillets.
Yeah. Makes sense.
Yeah, we'll be back. More Rick and Bubba coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
All right.
I wish it'd been a little cut.
I was about to say,
no.
you put me out there and the way it felt in the Blue Ridge Mountains.
No.
Heck, I might have stayed too.
I know.
You know.
I know. Well, we'll tell you about that.
Yeah.
We had interesting halftime.
It was.
Some other things
there
going
was a
on
lot.
there.
The funniest moment, and there's a lot to share, but this one I'll just go ahead and talk about it because it is what it is. So Sherry and I walked up to a restaurant, and see, the only thing our game plan was to leave early, go to a restaurant near our hotel, and I said, well, nobody will be there because the game will be going on. Well, the game got out of hand. And it was hot and miserable, so people started leaving. I said, Sherry, people are going, well, now we're going to be at a crowded restaurant because so many people are leaving. And, of course, it looked like outside like it almost looked like as you were coming in, there were so many people leaving.
Yeah.
And so we get to the restaurant, and there was a little bit of a waiting time. So I'm sitting out front, and they're trying to get us a table. But it wasn't a wait time that we didn't think we could tolerate. And it was close. It was on the line. And all of a sudden, a golf cart pulls up, and Charles Barkley gets out.
No, boy.
And and he sees me, and I said, Charles, I got news for you. You won't be seated till after I'm seated. I said, I've already got your table. He said, man, I ain't got no table. Where's Bubba? I said, but I think Bubba's still in the arena. He said, I bet Bubba's so hot. And he decided to wear a throwback Pat Sullivan Auburn jersey.
And that thing was hot.
Let me tell you something. He was sweating profusely. Big Charles was. Big Charles
had a throwback.
He looked like he had a sprinkler on him. I mean, it was just so. Think how hot that old Navy jersey. Oh my gosh, it was so hot. People in jerseys, I was just like, I don't know how y'all doing it. I'm not talking about on the field. I'm talking about in the stands.
Oh yeah.
You know how hot a jersey is? Oh my goodness. Where's Bubba?
Hey, Rick.
I said, he's already in there eating. That's what I thought. All right, we'll be back 16 minutes past the hour. We'll unpack the weekend. We'll chat with you. We'll talk Rick and Bubba University, episode 2. All that still to come on the program.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
I guess we go to college football first, and it's one of those things when you go to attend a game. You're trying to keep up with other games while you're in a stadium, while you're at a tailgate, you're looking on the big screen. So I didn't get to sit down and really unpack any game other than the game that we attended, and I only saw half of it. So some of it was bits and pieces. I know that Clemson was taken to the wire because they were showing it on the thing. Did you hear the crowd boo one time?
Yeah, when they scored.
Well, the crowd was booing because here's what's happened. So, these pregame shows are all designed. We're going to do this at this time, this at this time. We're going to recognize everybody on the sun. And, of course, we got a game coming up where we'll be there, where Dad's getting recognized, so we'll be part of all that. So they have to get everything started. Well, right at the time when they were about to stop showing you North Carolina Clemson, North Carolina scores, and they're about to decide to go for 2 or kick the extra point, and they cut it off and start the pregame festivity, and the whole crowd starts booing. They're like, show us the next thing. So we never see North Carolina go for 2.
Yeah.
And you, I don't know if you were in the stadium yet, but at one point where Clemson scored to catch up to North Carolina, they booed too. Everybody was booing. So they obviously was pulling against Clemson pretty hard.
Yeah. So I, then people were behind me going, whatever happened? I said, I don't know. Then the minute we found out. So I didn't see it. I didn't know. Was it even close?
Nah.
Did Clemson just shut it down?
They shut it down. It wasn't a bad call, but I don't blame him for going for the 2 instead of playing them in overtime. I really don't. But,
you can win
had
it
a
right.
chance, but they just,
Look,
Clemson
we love the gunslinger attitude, but let me ask you this. Does it go against the traditional thinking of play for the tie at home, play for the win on the road? I've always heard that.
Well,
I think he liked his chances.
I don't know if there's any numbers to that or not.
I think he liked his chances that one play at that distance as opposed to getting to 25 and going head-to-head with them, I guess.
Yeah, I've never heard the home and away. I've heard underdog, go for the win. If you're the favorite, play for overtime. And they were the underdog, and I'm like you. I think he thought the chances of making this 2-point conversion are higher than beating them in overtime.
Did you see the play? It kind of fell apart on them a little bit.
I didn't see it,
but
when you watch it, you're like, man, y'all couldn't have come up with something better than that. It fell apart.
It wasn't even close.
No.
Yeah, I saw the quarterback going down. I don't know. Did he even get the ball out?
He pitched it, and then
watching the game though, and keeping and hearing scores. When it was as close as it was for as long as it was, I thought, well, hey, Mac Brown, he's pulled out some old coaching tricks, and Dabo wasn't ready for it.
He's just done a good job. I'll give him that.
Well, he's a good coach. He's a good coach.
Yeah, and North Carolina, it's what we talk about. Rick and Bubba. Thanks for being with us. More opportunities to chat with you coming up later in the program. At 629 We Be Big. Our website, Rick and Bubba, spell out the word and.com. All right, so we just discussed, someone asked Bubba, when will we have the next true tornado relief update? And Bubba said he should have one, in a few days, did you say?
Maybe tomorrow.
Maybe tomorrow, okay. All right. So
pencil that in.
Pencil that
Crossing
in.
T's and dotting I's.
Don't forget another Rick and Bubba University, the podcast coming out this weekend too, and we will interview an author today that's talking about the 2024 election and trying to be sure we understand what stands before us. Now, this author's going as far as to say, are you going to vote for the destruction of the company or the destruction of the country or to try to save the country? So we'll talk about that. All right, so we have a running joke that, have you ever had things in life that like you've never had anybody, not one person, I mean completely zero, say, oh, no, that was a great experience, you should do that? Never. I've never talked to a person ever that had a job that involved, like Bubba's situation, remodeling or rebuilding a home, either one of those, or building a house from the ground up. I've never had anybody say, let me tell you something, our marriage grew, my spiritual life was better than ever. It was the best experience ever. I can't wait to remodel or build something else. Never.
I unfortunately have done both of those.
Right.
And neither one was a very pleasant experience.
No
for
one.
lack of a better term.
There's not one person you'll find say it was awesome. Nobody.
Nobody.
Okay.
Well,
So-
it tests you in special ways.
Right.
We have built one house and did a lot of the work ourselves.
Yeah, it
when
was brilliant.
when I was much younger.
Mhm.
And this will be the second one that we didn't do, by choice. But I will say, we talk about things that build character. It absolutely is a stress test to the max,
Right.
no doubt.
Well,
but I know people who built 3 or 4 houses, and they seem
for
to
them.
enjoy that process.
Good for them. Good for them.
Maybe I need to learn from them because I have not, complete. You do enjoy seeing it get done, but it's just a lot to do.
Brother, I realize our society has some masochists out there. I knew that, but there's some dark, twisted people out there. But anyway, so I remember I liken us walking away, and doesn't mean that we'll never build something else at the farm and live there full time. It doesn't mean it'll never happen. But I will tell you what happened in this season. And it's happened to me before in my life. You look back in your life and you go, oh, well, this is that feeling again.
Right.
I remember, and it was funny, speaking of Dad, we've had so many stories about Dad. He claimed that he could see it when he came to a game when I was playing college football, that he could tell in warm-ups.
What was going to happen?
Yeah, that I had lost the desire to continue to play. And I remember the way it felt, and it even happened for my oldest son when he had an opportunity to come back and play a 5th year of college football. Now, he was much more gung-ho than me. My oldest son was much more like my father than like me. He did the workouts. He practiced wide open, all that kind of stuff. But even he has had this experience with him, because it's one thing to commit to something that you don't know what it's going to take.
Right.
You may be naive and say, yeah, I'm all in. But when you're looking at something that needs to be done and you know what it takes to do it, sometimes there comes a point where you go, I'm not willing to do it.
Mm-hmm.
I know what this is going to take. I know what this is going to be like. And I have lost my desire and my willingness to do it, to pay the price of what it's going to cost. And so what I knew is I hit a point in football where I just didn't want to do what it would take to play it anymore. I knew what it took to play it, and I no longer had the desire to do it.
Yeah, I understand. I got to the same point too with baseball.
Yeah, and so I walked away from it and was ready for the next stage of life after we finished that one year. And I remember my son called me. It was 5:15 in the morning. I'd never had this call from my oldest son ever, who was gung-ho about all this. And I picked up the phone before the show, and I said, what's going on? He said, for the first time in my entire life, I'm sitting here with my shorts and my T-shirt on, and I'm supposed to go to a workout, and I don't want to go. The first time in my entire football career, I do not want to go do this workout. I know what it's going to take to prepare for another season. I just can't do it. And I'm ready to go to the next stage of life. So what happened was, as the building process was starting, and of course, the one thing that gets you is what I call the rapid fire of invoices.
Oh.
People just start firing invoices at you from everywhere, and you're like, what is this? And, oh, well, that's the so-and-so, so-and-so. Okay, what? Oh, yeah, well, that's not including what we told you before. We got something, and then you got the whole thing of like the digging in the wrong place and all this. And it just, and Sherry and I we both sat there and, of course, watching what you're going through, too, and hearing you come in and talking about this. And I just said, I am fully aware of what this is going to take, and I'm just not willing to do it. I don't want to go on this journey. The house and the day that we will walk into it, the baby, as you talked about, what it's going to take for us to get there at this season of my life, and she agreed, her life too. I said, I just don't have it. I just can't do it. And I'd rather just walk away from it and just not, I don't want this hanging over me for the next 18 months. I just don't want to do it. And, of course, we had a lot of other stuff going on, that was going on in our family, stuff like that. And so it really reminded me of sitting down with Chan Gailey. It really did, in 1984, and him talking about me coming back for the next season and where I was going to be and da-da-da-da-da. And I remember looking at him, I said, I just have no desire to do it anymore. Give that scholarship to somebody who's gung-ho and ready to go. I just don't have the desire. I know what it takes to be able to get ready to get on that field. I know the workouts. I know the summers. I know the two-a-days. I just am not willing to do that anymore. I'm ready to do something else. And I started realizing what it was going to take to get that house done. It was going to cost more than anybody ever told me it would. It was going to be delayed. It was going to be setbacks. We can't get this. We can't do that. We didn't do that right. That's not right. You got to stay on top of it. And I'm not willing to do it. I mean, now there may be another season where I go, you know what, I'm all in.
I'm ready.
I'm all in.
Yeah.
But I just said,
you gotta be in the right mode to move forward and to plow through those things, knowing the outcome. And at different times, the answer is yes, and sometimes it's no.
Right. Yeah. Now your situation is different. You didn't have a choice. You know what I mean? If a tornado takes it down, you don't have a choice. But I thought to myself, you know what? I don't have to do this to myself.
Right.
And I maybe we have like the little farmhouse down there. We got camp house and
live on camp house.
Now if the decision was you got to give up that land completely, you can no longer have access to it. You can't go down there anymore. You can't. Well, then that would have been different.
Right.
I wouldn't. I love the place. I don't ever. Want, and I may one day give it up, but I don't want to give it up right now. I love it. It's a blast. Whatever. But what it was going to take to build a house that was functional for us to live there full time, have grandchildren down, do all that. The season, I knew what it was going to take, tried to stay in it, and I just finally said,
Rick,
I know what this is going to take, and I'm not willing to give it.
Because I know you like the lock and key, and that's what you were trying to do, and you saw there was already some hassles with it. But think about this. You might could do it in some staging and have about the same amount of hassle.
Yeah.
Anyway, that hassle may be a certain amount you're going to have to deal with no matter how you do it.
Oh, no doubt. Yeah. But this, I'm not willing to do it right now. Okay.
Rick and Bubba.
I know it varies, and it does greatly. It certainly is it varies on how many good players you have. That does vary, and the ones at the top have many more good players than those at the bottom. But there's not a day anymore with limited scholarships that there's a team that doesn't have any players.
Yeah.
I mean, every team's got players. Yeah. And if you can get there and put them in the right place and come up with a really good quarterback, like North Carolina's got a good quarterback, and get everybody believing a little bit, I mean, you can be a handle for everybody.
Well, the closeness,
no matter who you are, really.
The closeness of that game cost Clemson in the new AP poll. They slipped to number 2. Alabama jumps over them to 1. And the rest of the top 10 is pretty much the same. You have Georgia, Ohio State, LSU at 5, Oklahoma 6, Auburn 7, Wisconsin 8, Notre Dame 9, and Florida at number 10. One notable thing here for sure is that SMU made their debut back into the top 25 the first time since they got the death penalty.
How about that?
That's been a long time ago.
Well, it shows you how devastating that blow was.
Oh, yeah.
Yep.
So we'll see. We're kind of getting to the part of the season where now we're going to start having good matchups just about every week because you have to. And, you'll find out who people are because they're going to start playing better teams here at some point.
Yeah.
And all that's about to start happening. So this will be that fun part of the season, the second half.
Got a good one Saturday in Gainesville, Auburn and Florida, number 7, number 10. And College Game Day will be in Gainesville also.
Well, it was
What time is that game?
2 o'clock.
2:30?
Yeah,
the CBS
2:30 game. Yeah.
Yeah.
people, always.
I have to start watching early, Rick. So I'll call it to 2 o'clock.
Yeah, well, you know how it is with people. And some things are just going to be really easy to understand. Being at the Auburn game, Auburn fans are trying to figure out, where does Auburn stand right now? And of course, I said what I told Bubba a minute ago. Well, this is good news. You'll know, because when you play Florida, Georgia, LSU, and Alabama, when those 4 games are done, you'll absolutely know where you are. I remember one year when somebody called, I guess it was the time that Auburn made a little bit of a run year before last, and somebody said, well, if Auburn beats Georgia, Alabama, and then Georgia again, should they go to the playoff? I said, anybody who beats Georgia, Alabama, then Georgia again should go to the playoff. And they couldn't do it. They got beat by Georgia in the second time. That's why that's a very difficult feat.
Yeah, that is.
But if anybody can beat,
it's borderline impossible, Rick.
If anybody can beat those 4 teams this year, then yeah, you
sure. Well, I think the thing.
What more you want me to do? Right. I mean, hey, I wonder how our team is. Well, you better find out. Yeah. I mean, and it may be great. It may. They're definitely improving, and they've got some players, and certainly, Bo Nix shows that he is has the potential to be a really good quarterback going forward. But
and progressing.
Yeah, and progressing, and I think they're being smart by not asking him to do too much. He's doing enough, and throwing for about 180, 185 in there, and just not putting
300 Saturday night, 335,
and not putting them in putting them in bad situations and all that. So we'll see.
Got a lot of weapons. I think they're progressing. It's like I say, they've got a killer schedule. I think they're the only team that's got 2 wins over ranked teams, or they did Saturday before this.
I mean Auburn.
But it's you got it's a murder's row out there in front of you. You just got to play it week by week, and it starts this week.
When you look at the other teams, like you said in the top, I mean, Oregon looks like that was a big win, and A&M's not a bad team, and and then they just beat Mississippi State, who it's so funny the way people are though. Hey man, it's payback for last year, and I said no, the team Mississippi State had last year's in the NFL. You paid back these people, but Auburn's team is better this year, and Mississippi State's team was better last year. So it's not the two same teams didn't play each other.
I think Gus was using that as motivation.
No.
There's a lot of talk about it.
No, I'm just talking about this. This year, Auburn was better than Mississippi State. Last year, Mississippi State was better than Auburn. I mean, it's just it's all. It's not like the NFL. You don't have the same team every year. Bottom of any of the college teams.
Well, I got a lot of email about Mike Leach, and of course we get a certain amount of Mike Leach every weekend.
Oh, no doubt.
But apparently he went nuts after the game. He his team took a pretty bad beating from Utah, and so I understand. And I've seen several emails about it, but I haven't actually heard it. But they're using terms like he rips fat, dumb Washington State players after loss.
Fat, dumb?
That's what the headlines
Greg
say.
said the word privilege was thrown around, that they're fat, privileged. I didn't know about dumb, but I guess you're seeing something that says dumb there.
That's what the headline says on ESPN.
Okay. All right. Well, we'll try to get that. It's probably not the Mike.
35 minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us. Let's go. All right, so as we work our way back, things that you need to know about that are coming up this year, and there's a lot of them. The Man Church conferences, they're here. Look, we're getting inside almost 30 days from the first one in Birmingham, the Wright Center, Samford University, if you want to be there. Last year, first one we ever did, and it was one of the most worshipful experiences I've ever been involved in a conference. And the men that were there, they're all coming back. And if you didn't get to go to one or both of the conferences this year. Birmingham coming up February 16th and 17th at the Wright Center. Robbie Gallaty will be speaking. I'll be speaking. Wingo will be speaking. And also Andy Blanks and Chuck Hooten doing worship. And we'll have our new 2024 resources from themanchurch.com. If you want to get those tickets, just go to themanchurch.com or coming up March 8th and 9th at the Better Worth Theater. There on the campus of Mississippi State University. Granger Smith will be there with his, will be speaking. We'll also hear James Spann, he'll be speaking. Scott Dawson, and also Andy Blanks, and I'll be speaking there too. Chuck Hooten leading worship, and we'll have the 2024 resources as well. If you don't have tickets, there's about 20% of both rooms left. Still good seats. You can go get those at themanchurch.com. And boy, do we look forward to seeing men from all over the country that are coming to Birmingham and or Starkville, Mississippi in February and March. All right, so Bubba, do you make New Year's resolutions at all?
Rick, I wouldn't say I make New Year's resolutions per se, but I mean, we all, I think, during the year go, I need to do this. And I think the first of the year is a good time to think and kind of review what you're doing and how you want 24 to be better than the previous year. I mean, I don't have a problem with that.
Anything is there anything you're concentrating on this year at all, specifically that you can share?
A lot of it goes back to this rebuilding of the house.
Yeah,
I need to quit cussing. And no, I'm joking. I'm joking.
That's great.
I thought I had y'all set up. So really, it's just to get back. And when I say normal, I don't mean the same old normal. I mean a better normal.
Right.
Going forward, because it seems like from 2020 it has been topsy-turvy.
It has.
We had the pandemic for 2 going on 3 years almost, and then we had the rough patch year last year that all of us through here, it was some problems and, health issues and one thing and another. So I would like to just kind of get back on the highway this year and, put it in cruise control for a better 24, better world, better focused on things that need to be focused on.
Would you be interested in an endorsement deal with an ice cream brand?
Is that a valid offer?
It is a valid offer. Did you know that what we have right now? Are you familiar with this brand Halo Top?
No.
Oh yeah, it's like a low fat.
Yeah, and
low calorie.
They're
not fat.
They're looking for an endorsement deal, and they're saying if you will keep your resolution this year, they will reward you for that.
So I need to have a more concrete resolution.
It's not bad.
Yeah.
It's you eat it and go, that's pretty good, but wow, it's lacking. I've had it. Right. It's not horrible.
Yeah, I've never had this either.
Well, any kind of light ice cream is not going to be the same.
Yes, it'd be tough. I guess.
Well, I will tell you something that's a little treat that we've discovered that is kind of low calorie. That's good, but I can't talk about it on the show because then when I go to get them, there won't be any there.
Cut your mic off.
All right, you ready to hear
it?
Yeah. All right,
those are very good.
They're extremely good. But I'm afraid.
Sorry, Adler, we'll tell you in a minute.
I can't hear it. I'm in the other room. I didn't hear it.
I'll tell you.
You don't need to worry.
Yeah. Why don't you get your digestive system back in order, and I'll let you know.
Oh, okay.
I found over the holidays an ice cream bar that had chocolate, dark chocolate. For the, it's like the ice cream bar dipped in chocolate we've all had, but it had dark chocolate on it as opposed to milk chocolate. So
it wasn't very good.
I love dark chocolate, so I felt like it was a somewhat healthy ice cream.
Didn't you just describe an Eskimo pie?
Well, I think it's milk chocolate.
This was. I thought the ice cream. There already were ice cream bars. That are dark chocolate, not milk chocolate.
I had not had one. If I did, I didn't know it.
And you thought that was a big move forward, a somewhat healthy ice cream bar?
If you're going to have chocolate, they say dark chocolate is very good for you.
What about the ice cream in there?
Well, Rick, I said somewhat healthy.
Right.
I mean, it's got milk. See, I don't drink milk, so I get a lot of my calcium through ice cream.
Man, I used to like it more regular Eskimo pies.
Oh. Did you know that most Asian people are lactose intolerant? 90%.
Rick.
90%.
Wow. 90%.
90%.
Rick, that's high.
Did y'all know that?
I had no idea.
Did you know that?
I had no idea.
That most of their Asian diets all over the world do not include dairy, and they're
Is
most.
this from that show you watched?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. This documentary is I'm really learning. Wow. All right. So what happens if you'll agree? Now here's what you got to do, Bubba. You're going to be paid $5,000.
Ooh.
They'll give you a lot of swag that goes with it. You'll get one-on-one coaching sessions to help you stay with your resolution. And if you stay with your resolution, you get $5,000.
So what if my resolution is not to eat so much ice cream? Does that qualify?
I thought about that. I wonder if they'll allow that one.
That's tough.
I will just warn all of you, and I've been there before. It's better to just eat better and do better. These versions of bad food that are not supposed to be bad for you, there's always some kind of bad side effect. I mean,
we really don't know. How did you make so and so fat free? Well, what's in there?
You're probably better just to have them in moderation, just the real thing, or not have them at all. When you go to these, this is horrible, but this is not bad. Like the healthy potato chips. You ever had those run through you?
Well, literally,
they don't stop.
You'll start riding shotgun with Adler.
Yeah.
So I mean,
don't eat one before you go hunting.
Yeah, you're like, wait a minute, this might have been lower in calorie, but my health is taking a deep dive here. No wonder I'm not losing weight. This is not the way I wanted to. So anyway, Bubba, I'll give you this in case you want to contact them. You're gonna have to get real specific on your resolution, and you're gonna have to.
We're going to knock. I mean, really, knock out a list of resolutions.
Betty said this ice cream's very good, by the way.
Yeah,
I'm more of the Bluebell.
Speaking of Betty, I bet I can quote her on this.
Mm-hmm.
Can you imagine what it would be like to be assigned your Bubba's one-on-one session guy?
Oh.
And you got to talk to him about getting that resolution done.
Well, what if my resolution is not to exercise so much? I mean, that would be a lot easier to keep.
Well, you got that one knocked out.
Now, so much, does that mean you're going to dial back what you're doing?
Yeah, I'm going to dial it back.
You know what?
Dial it on back.
Can I tell you what was brought up? And now, of course, I explained why it would never work. Did you realize that for some reason, I don't know how through this whole process, that I don't know how my wife missed the whole pickleball thing? She was like, "Hey, have you heard about pickleball?" and
I hope she pulls you in.
And I was like, "Yeah." She goes, "What do you think about you and me playing pickleball?" I said, "I don't think much of that at all."
No, I'm trying to think about it. I didn't like it.
I said this.
Let me tell you, if there's two people
clothes.
that don't need to play together on a team, it's you and Sherry.
No doubt about it. Well, here's the thing too. I don't need to play this because now I'm going back to the days when I was at Troy. One of my still dear friends, highly competitive, is Coach Haystack's Greg Stewart, who, by the way, tried to retire but said it was so boring he's back coaching.
Yeah, he's back at it.
He said that retirement was too boring. So now he's back. But anyway, so by the way, I'm seeing this a lot. Saw another wife that is a friend of Sherry, and the husband and wife are like friends of ours. And they came by, during and dropped off, something after they found out about Pop and all this, about Dad passing away. And Sherry said, "Well, what are you doing back here?" And we live in Birmingham, because they had retired and moved to the beach.
Mm-hmm.
And she said, "Well, my husband is now done with retirement. He could do it for 5 years. He said that he's picked up every stick there is to pick up. He's caught every fish there is to catch, and he is bored out of his mind. And now we're back here about to get us a little garden home because he's going to start working again. And we're still going to have the place at the beach, but we're going to have somewhere here now too."
He's bored out of his mind.
He said he's picked up every stick there is to pick up. and so anyway. But anyway, so the reason why I know I can't play pickleball is the same reason that Coach Haystack Stewart was kicked out of the pickle league. He tried to go in retirement.
He played pickleball?
He tried to, and you know why they kicked him out?
Lord.
Too aggressive.
Aggressive is not allowed.
How can you be too aggressive?
He said they complained about his aggressiveness and that he was removed from the league.
Yep, got to learn the rules, Bubba.
That he was hitting the ball too hard and hollering at people.
I've watched the pro thing.
Actually getting after it.
They hit it real hard at each other.
Well, he's not playing pro. He's playing in some community league.
Right.
Well,
Yeah.
do they have a limit on it?
In the pro league, I think he would be fine.
They do not have limit. He would be fine in some of the leagues that I could put him in.
Okay, good.
Yeah.
Right. He said
this
that.
particular league.
He said they found him to be overly aggressive.
Yeah. Look, there's plenty of that for him.
When we play tennis, Rick, and we play doubles, it's like, and I used to, some people say, "Well, I don't want to be hit up here. I don't want anybody hitting at me."
Yeah.
That's like apologizing to a shortstop for the ground ball.
Right.
If you don't want ground balls, play outfield.
That's right.
If you don't want to get hit at the net, get off the net.
There you go.
It's that simple.
There you go. Yep.
That's life, baby.
I'm gonna give you Stack's contact as well. Where you at?
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
They're fat, privileged. I didn't know about dumb, but I guess you're seeing something that says dumb there.
Yeah.
You know?
That's what the headline says on ESPN.
Okay, all right. Well, we'll try to get that. You know, it's probably not the Mike Leach speech we're accustomed to.
No.
Well, and here's what's interesting about that, and I don't know that you've forgotten this or not. You and I were discussing what Rick and Bubba University would be this week. We're supposed
to interview him.
We're supposed to interview him for Rick and Bubba University this week. We're supposed to do it in the afternoon on Thursday.
Right.
I
remember that after we talked about it.
But I mean, is he going to be in the mood for that now? I mean, you know,
better than ever.
What I'm wondering, should we get a backup topic ready?
I found his press. It's not edited. I don't know what he says.
Yeah, Greg's found
if this is the right hookup here, I'm not sure.
Yeah, what it is Speedy's still out today, and Helms is going to get breakfast. We don't have any interns, so the real Greg Burgess is attempting to get
we're one more person gone from me starting to play stuff.
Right,
in,
and
I've got it, Rick. If you've got me.
Yeah,
okay, either one, go.
Yeah, you know,
Here it is. It's not brain surgery.
Well, here I will say this going forward, since apparently we're going to use Skype out a lot. Because, as a matter of fact, Speedy had told me last week, really, we should just let Adler do videos going forward because he can get them as quick, if not quicker, than Speedy, and we don't have to do all that. But we probably want to leave Skype out all the way here since we're going to use it a lot. All right, there we go. All right, so so here he is.
Soft team. Soft. We're a very soft team. You know, we get a lot of good press. We like to read it a lot. We like to pat ourselves on the back. You know, and if we get any resistance, we fold. And what's amazing about this is most of these guys were on the same team last year that was a tough team. Last year's team was a tough team for us. And we got nearly the same guys, and now all of a sudden they're not tough. You know, they're fat, dumb, and happy and entitled. So...
Are you guys liking some of the leadership that you may have had last year with guys like Gardner and Peyton and stuff like that?
I don't know if it's that. I think it's more individual than that. I think we've got a bunch of free agents running around there that think they're pretty special, and then, you know, as soon as something doesn't go their way, they want to pout. So I think it's more collectively soft. I really think that over the off season, despite the fact we had incredibly hard work in the and we did work hard in the off season, and we worked hard in camp. Then I think we get to the season, and I think some collection of sitting around the apartments all the time, talking about how great we're going to be. Eventually, it evolves to how easy it's going to be, and then as soon as we face resistance, I mean, you know, we don't even fight it. You know, we didn't fight it today.
See, that's a good press conference.
That's a good press conference right there. How about that press conference right there? So he did say that we are fat, dumb, and entitled, and he says we're soft. He said we do great unless we face resistance. You know, and if we face resistance, then we just fold.
You know, what a great week to have Mike Leach scheduled.
Well, I like.
And I'll underline that scheduled.
I like the fact that he's gone as far as that. I think it has to do with laying around the apartment. You know, and trying to
start telling each other how good we are.
Start telling each other how good we are, and all that. And how about he's comparing? He's got mainly the same team that he had last year. He said last year we seemed pretty tough. I don't know why we are.
Well, he's had two pretty bad losses. I mean, they blew a 32-point lead, and then got shellacked by Utah. So I know he's not happy. That's for sure.
I know you're texting me during the game that you had some. Had an interesting story to share.
Well, you know, there's always something. Anytime that you're, you know, with my wife, the lovely Betty Lou, who, you know, her intentions are always just as clean and pure as the white-driven snow, but she's still funny.
Oh yeah.
And we were at the Auburn Mississippi State game, like you, Rick, and we were over in the Nelson Club area, which. If you're not familiar with that, it's kind of an open area behind the seats. I mean, there's several rows, but you got a lot of walking around room back over in there.
Sat there for 4 years.
Yeah, and so we were back there, and it was halftime, and Hunter was with me, and we were sitting there, and you know, Betty was moving around, and you know, we had some other friends there.
10 minutes to the top. You got the Rick and Bubba Show 30th anniversary celebrating. Thanks for being with us today. MyPillow.com/Bubba. Have you been there right now to start off 2024 right with this American company, with these American-made products? Let me tell you right now, they got some great deals available for you. The MyPillow 2.0s are 50% off. And Bubba and I love the My Slippers. I wear mine every day. And you can pick those up right now. They've got those on sale for $59.98. There's a lot going on at MyPillow.com/Bubba. Find it at MyPillow.com/Bubba, or just go to the link at RickandBubba.com. You'll find that right there under the sponsors button. And we're so thankful that they have, once again, said to this show, we're in for another year.
Amen.
I like that right there.
Here we go.
Baby brother get choked.
He did.
I thought he was going to spew here on
I thought he was going to lose it all over me.
I saw him running out of here coughing. Did the water go the wrong way, little baby? Was it water? Did it go the wrong way? Yeah. Okay.
Did y'all know I used to think there was a wrong way? I thought that things.
I did too, by the way.
When I was little, they would say,
"Yeah,
me too." Went down the wrong pipe.
Yeah.
I thought, wow, there's two pipes. I didn't realize.
I didn't know
wow,
it can.
I didn't know you got so upset.
But I mean, I thought there was like two canals or something.
I had Bell area,
and it would miss my stomach.
Coughing
completely.
button wasn't gonna help that.
It can, I think. I saw a narration. Funny you mentioned that about choking and the little muscle that goes back and forth to go air or solid, and it literally does go down the wrong pipe toward your lungs.
Well, that's true. Yeah, in the way it does. Would you, Helmsy? Would you blow on Greg's face to stop him from crying?
Greg, what was it? We were trying to have a discussion over the holidays too. I know we're catching up. To stop a nosebleed, was it a frozen spoon on your spine?
A spoon out of a freezer.
On your spine.
On your bare back, go down the spine.
You rub it all the way down.
It works.
What about the penny? I heard something about
Bubba, is this what you're talking about?
Right? No, that's how you pass the drinking test.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah, that's right.
That was not what I saw before, but
is this you eating?
It was a little better. It was a little fancier narration, but it did show the muscle that flipped back and forth and how you get choked. Sometimes it will not flip quick enough, and something will go the wrong way.
Put your flapper in there. You got that flapper.
Yeah.
We were just about to talk about
yes, indeed,
Apple Watch, and I noticed you're not wearing yours.
Yeah. No, we do. We have a story here. That's pretty interesting.
Oh, I found it.
This is
pulling off more realistic.
Adler, you're really grossing, but there's the flapper. See the flapper?
The flapper.
The doggone flapper.
Adler. There it is.
See if the flapper doesn't go down, it goes down your lungs.
That's your air pipe.
Yep. Air pipe to your lungs.
How about that?
You got one for air, you got one for food.
Wow. And that little muscle decides where it goes.
A lot of people have problems with the old flapper.
Rick, we have a Delaware woman who is alive today after suffering from carbon monoxide poisoning thanks to the SOS feature on her Apple Watch. She was at home on the morning of December the 29th when she started to feel dizzy. Her vision became blurry, but in a quick reaction, it probably saved her life. She reached for the side button on her Apple Watch to hit the emergency services right before she passed out.
How about that?
And it sent people to her home where she was rescued from carbon monoxide
Now,
poisoning.
is this the one they banned everywhere? You can't sell anymore?
Yeah. Well, they did. Apple,
like one of them life alerts.
Apple had a problem with one of the sensors.
It was the heart.
It was something to do with the blood or heart. And a judge upheld the copyright law from a smaller company that said they had stolen their technology. So,
how about that?
Have they done anything on that? Because I figured
they pulled it from the shelf,
but they could sell it up through Christmas Eve. So
I don't know. It was over the holidays is when they said they actually pulled them off all the shelves and said we can't sell this anymore. Blah blah blah.
Looters kept quit stealing them.
I mean, obviously people got them, but.
Right.
Yeah, I think that'll be settled. That's just going to be a check. I think it's just how much of a check.
So the watch didn't alert her to the carbon monoxide. She just used the emergency services to call someone.
Couldn't she just go 911?
That worked.
She didn't have time, I don't guess.
Right. I mean, you'd only got 9.
You push that one button and it'll send the alert. So that's good.
Well,
the firefighters and emergency responders rushed to her home. They found her passed out. They dragged her out from her bed to the waiting ambulance and revived her with oxygen before taking her to a nearby hospital where she was treated for carbon monoxide poisoning.
Well, thank goodness.
How about that?
So, are you done with Apple Watch?
Thank you for staying on this.
No, you know.
He's mad at Apple.
No,
what if
I'm
you get
not,
carbon
I'm not mad at
monoxide
them.
poisoning?
Stole
Where you gonna be
technology.
then?
He's gonna be like, hey,
I don't like things on my wrist.
I don't either.
And usually the only time I would wear it was in the winter, and I just really haven't.
Now, why the winter? Because no sweat?
Yeah, I don't like when it's hot.
Speedy
'cause I'm
sleeps in
sweating
his.
it.
I wear mine every day. I keep it in my car during this time to charge, so that I have full charge when I hit the court.
They do a lot of really cool things now.
Shut up, Dad.
and I wish I wore mine more, but I'm just.
So you're really just like me. You're just not really a watch guy.
In the bed.
I'm not a watch guy. I can't.
I take it in spells. I take it in spells. But
Out in there.
Hey, this right here sleeps.
Sleeps in it, Rick. How you feel about that?
But now here's the thing.
But they do give you a lot of medical
Guys, a
things
little sleep
and can
study
alert
going.
you. EKG and other. I mean, we've heard it saved people's lives.
Can't believe
good.
they stole
Dog bites.
Here's what
technology.
that bothers me about the Apple Watch people. Okay, I'm about to do
Hey,
it,
Rick.
and all of you seen it.
Hey, back off.
All of
man. I
y'all
like
seen
mine.
it. All of y'all seen it. I understand.
Kind of like Microsoft stole Windows.
I
know
knew that was coming up. I was waiting on that.
Yeah.
I understand it can happen with this too, but I can be a person who says I'm engaged with you right now, so I'm gonna take my phone and I'm
Sure.
gonna move it
Yeah.
away, and I'm not gonna look at it. I'm gonna sit here and give you my attention.
That's rare.
Apple Watch people can't do that.
Yeah.
Here's what they do.
You're right.
And they're always checking texts. They're always checking emails. And they're always looking at something.
Well, that's
And
one
I
reason
use
they do it
mine
because they
for-
feel like it's not as intrusive.
Yeah, I use mine more for timing. Like we're running drills
Oh,
for 5
sure,
minutes,
sure.
and I don't want to carry. I want to be the guy who carries a stopwatch.
Magnificent technology. Now
So
we
I'm
did
here.
we did discover over the break that if the battery runs out on your Apple Watch and you've lost it, finding Apple Watch is no good.
And when the girls have a song, they've hit a song on the playlist that is inappropriate, and I need to remove, I can quickly go to the next song from my watch.
Yeah, it's incredible technology. But
It
we
is.
did find out Sherry doesn't know what happened to hers, and we discovered that when we were looking for the locator.
Yeah.
It clearly says if the battery has run out, the only way you can find it is to physically go find it. And I'll go, well, that doesn't help us much. Everything I lose, I can physically find. And of course, I did the thing that George Carlin made famous that everybody hates. Can you remember last time you had it? And he said, of course, if I knew the last time I had it, I'd still have it.
Right.
That's
a good point.
So I don't. We don't know where it is. But,
That's good.
But she was not
Does
an
it say
everyday.
the last place it was charged? Does it like give the
It
last
showed that
location?
it showed that it
showed where it went dead. shouldn't
Well, it showed that it's in the house somewhere, but we don't. So I don't know where it
it?
is.
You can't zoom in any closer.
No,
Let me tell you who's never going to lose his is that one there because he won't take it off.
buddy.
Yeah, he's on this.
But he loves that Apple Watch.
He loves it.
well,
do you
no,
look at your sleep study every day, or do you look at it weekly, or?
Not every day. I just have an app, Auto Sleep,
Yeah.
and it'll tell you like this is how I got 6 hours of sleep last night.
Well, now you're looking on your
When
phone.
do
how
you
come you're not doing
charge
that?
it?
No, because there's an app on.
When do you charge it?
I'll charge it like if I get home or something like
While
that.
you're
I'll
sleeping,
charge it.
where-
Look at charging in the car when you're driving back and forth. That has worked excellent for me.
Yeah, it doesn't run down until like later in the day. So normally I charge it around dinner time. But I put my phone on Do Not Disturb. So if I'm engaged with somebody or eating, my phone doesn't. I mean, my
There's
watch
ways
doesn't
around
go off because it's on Do Not.
I guess I'm
Disturb.
just rude because I don't do not disturb. I just look at it real quick and come down. That's more. That's a little better
Up
than
and
picking
back,
up my
up and
phone.
back, up
It
and
is. It's a little better.
Or you just sneak it.
Top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
And the Moultries had been in the area at one time, and we're sitting there, and Hunter says, "Hey, Dad, there goes Sadie Robertson from the Duck Dynasty crew." And she's been in several movies. I think she was the runner-up or in the final four on Dancing with the Stars. So, she's done a lot and been out there, but I didn't see her. And I said, "Well, what are you talking about, Hunter?" And he said, "She's blonde, walking this way." So I didn't know if Hunter knew what he was talking about or not. It's just so many people. There's a mob up there, and we're at this table, and it's hot, and everybody's, you got sweat in your eyes. And I said, "Are you sure?" He said, "Yeah." He said, I know it was her. So I'm sitting there for a minute, and
I like how you mentioned the sweat in our eyes too.
Yeah,
because I'm back there again.
Yeah, they were sweating everybody's eyes.
Do you know what big bowls will do? Big bowls hold heat.
So, like I said, there was kind of a group there,
Yep.
and we wasn't having direct conversations because it was just kind of a mob. And I told Hunter, I said, and I wanted to walk. I was just hot. That's the bottom line. I wanted to move around. And they did have some big fans set up on different ends. But, and there's nothing like going to a fan and there's a big fat guy who has sweat through his pants right in the front of it.
Oh, yes.
Where you can back up.
Oh,
you can get off that fan. You don't have to be the filter that fan blows through.
It was so hot I was thrown off the sidelines once because I broke on the sideline and stood in front of theirs. The one that blows out the cold air. Anyway.
Well, that's what this was. It had some kind of airflow thing.
Sure.
I mean, water flowing.
Of course, Chubbalicious was right in front of it.
I mean, blocking it,
Sure.
just like an eclipse.
Oh, of course.
So I told Hunter, I said, hey, I'm going to walk down here, and I really just needed to get up and move around. And I said, I'm going to see if I see Sadie. Now, I wasn't going to bother her because I know it's date night. She's got her fiance with her. I know she's been handled, just with everybody, stopping her.
She's been what?
Been handled by, bothered by people being a handle to her and stuff and all that. And so we're walking down through there, and sure enough, I see her coming back up the other way. Well, I'm not going to bother, and her and her fiance, and they walk by, and, Hunter's kind of bumping me on there. I'm like, yeah, I see her. So she walks by me about 5 steps, and then I hear, hey, Bill, here she is.
No, she didn't. No, she didn't, Betty.
Bill, you walk right by her.
Betty,
and I turn around. And Betty has stopped Sadie and her fiance in the middle of all this traffic, okay? And she goes, Bill, come here. I got her. She's right here.
Hey, Bill, here she is.
You walk right by her.
You walk right by her. Yeah, I know, Betty. I did on purpose.
No. Oh, no. And again, Sadie's very nice. But it's date night. She's on a date, fiance, and I'm sure she's been stopped 1,200 times. And
now Betty's become the PA announcement of here's Sadie Robertson.
So I just walk out.
Hey, Bill!
I said, Sadie, I'm sorry. I start with I'm sorry. Okay.
Here they are.
But Betty's already engaged.
Oh, of course,
so
of course.
And I'm like, Sadie, I'm Bubba from the Rick and Bubba Show. We've had you on before. We've had your dad on. We've had your granddad on.
Yep.
We've had both of your uncles. And I think we had your mother and your aunt on one time, too.
I think you're right. Yeah.
I mean, we've covered the whole crew. Sorry, we didn't mean to bother you. Okay, just glad to see you. Hope everything's good. She was very cordial. And, Betty, she's just being sweet and being Betty that she always is. And I'm like, oh, my gosh.
That's so funny. Well,
because I'd already told Hunter, I said, don't be bothering her and trying to she's everybody and their brother has tried to talk to her. And she's just wanting to enjoy the game. And and Hunter told me that she actually goes to school there. I didn't know that. So
yeah, I didn't know either. Well, of course, this legend starts out that Sadie Robertson's there from the Robertson family. Of course, just deadpan. And of course, I know, Helms, you are a fan of Brody's roommate Murph.
I am.
Everybody loves Murph.
Who can? I don't even know Murph, and I'm a fan of Murph just by his name.
I'm talking about deadpan, and Greg, this will slay you too. Deadpan. So he's sitting there, and we're having lunch after church on Sunday. We spent the night and went to church with all of them, and so he's sitting there, and then somebody says again, well, Sadie Robertson was at church. Did you see her? They've got multiple services. I don't know if it was a service we were going into or the one she was coming out of the one and we were next. Murph never breaks us. I mean, he didn't say, look, get some little Pablo. He goes, yeah, Sadie and I have been chatting online, and we finally got to meet each other. So he claimed that he was dating Sadie Robertson online, and that this was that she came there to meet him.
Love Murph.
A lot of people don't know. Just like when Murph said he brought his cleats down there and said he was going to walk home.
Yeah. Look, I've never met Murph. I'm already a fan.
Oh gosh, Murph is one of a kind, well, that's because I told Sherry, and we'll get into this when we come back. Sherry was all giddy and excited to go down and see the boys, and we get there, and because of on church on Sunday, the way, I mean, you can't really. It was a home game. It was a parent weekend. So, when you get up on Sunday morning, there's tons of people that are up looking for breakfast, looking for this. A lot of them are going to church with their kids there and all that. So you're not alone. So it's just total mania. So our attempt to get breakfast turned into literally me circling a place as Sherry ran in and got us a cup of coffee and something we could just eat in the car.
Yeah.
Because there was no way to get in anywhere to eat before church. And so I said, and then we're going to do lunch after. So she gets there to the dorm. We're about 20 minutes early to the dorm to pick everybody up for church.
Six minutes past the hour. From the Big Boy Studio out on the bleeding edge of technology, another hour. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, and Eddie Van Adler all make up Team Rick and Bubba for another hour. How about that? Folding chairs, yeah. They ain't living in sin no more. Welcome back, Bill Bubba Bussy.
Rick, glad to be here, and thank all of you for joining us. It is the new and improved little party we call Rick and Bubba.
New and improved 30th anniversary edition, or some of you call it Rick and Bubba 2.0. Update on a story we covered back in 2023.
News update. It's a Rick and Bubba news update. It's a Rick and Bubba news update.
Bubba, let me start by telling Greg, if you don't mind, Happy New Year.
You got till tomorrow.
Tomorrow? All right. So, Bubba, do you remember the story in Houston? It was a Mexican restaurant in Texas, which, by the way, they have some of the best Mexican restaurants on the planet. But we had an individual that made a bad decision that 30 years old, he would walk into this restaurant and rob everybody and to point guns at somebody. Unfortunately, he did not know that inside the restaurant there was a person who legally carried a firearm and knew how to use it, who shot and killed him because he did not check the restaurant, I guess, very well to make sure, see who's
I think
sitting.
he forgot he was in Texas.
Yeah, and plus the Texas grand jury has now decided that they will not charge the man who shot and killed the would-be robber because they said what he did was not against the law.
Well, he
was justified.
Yeah, he was in a self-defense situation. He also probably saved the lives of other people potentially. We don't know how this could have ended up, but he had the shot. He took it. Sadly, this man made a bad decision. He's paid with his life, but I don't even know why it went to a grand jury, to be honest with you.
Well, it turns out the gun that he had was not a real gun, but the attorney for him and the jury agreed. He said, how in the world is this armed Samaritan, I love the attorney naming the armed Samaritan, he says, how is he supposed to know whether the guy is he going to wait till he shoots somebody? Or, I mean, he responded to what looked like a very dangerous situation, and it was dangerous.
This guy committed a robbery, and he was acting like he was holding a gun, a real gun.
Right.
So the assumption has to be that you are. I mean, you can't put that on the guy who's sitting in the back.
Yeah. Well, the Texas grand jury agrees with you.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Mm-hmm.
So, this is refreshing that they got this. I hate that it went to a grand jury. I think the DA ought to have said no charges.
Well, if you're going to come into a restaurant and try to rob everybody and wave around what appears to be a gun, don't do it in Texas.
What did you hey, Rick, what did you think's going to happen?
Don't do it in Texas.
Let me go back to that segment from last year. What did you think was going to happen?
Right.
It's like the old song says, if you're going to try to rob in Texas, you might get shot by a man.
Thank you, Adler.
I think that's part of a song dealing with a fiddle.
Oh,
right, yeah.
but it was a fiddle.
So it's a different
fiddle in the band.
It's close. Though.
I thought it was shot by a man. Okay.
Right. Look, this guy thought he could come in with a fake pistol, whatever, rob the place, threaten everybody, wave it around like it's real, and then walk out with whatever he wanted.
Yeah.
And that was incorrect.
Yep. I mean, look at him. He's got face cover on.
Right here. He's already working his gun out of his pocket.
Yeah. He's ready to roll.
Yeah, it's and the thing is the robber's mama was trying to say that the shooter should have stopped shooting before he did.
Now the shooter did go and finish the job.
Well, what I'm saying though, but
look, that has nothing
to do with it.
No,
you got to
it
go
doesn't.
back
I
to
agree.
classification point A. This
I
guy
agree.
tried to rob them at gunpoint, and what was perceived as gunpoint, what he was showing everybody was gunpoint, and they defended themselves. That's the end of the case.
And
That's it.
and if you don't want to be shot down and then shot 4 more times while you're on the ground, don't come into a restaurant waving around what everybody thinks is a weapon and try to rob the place.
Right.
Yeah, if you go to a job and you've worked your day and you go home and you're paid for that day, there's no threat of you ending up on the floor shot 4 or 5 times.
Yeah.
A sad thing, but again, the
yeah, it's a sad thing.
These
but
actions
again,
have consequences.
let's not make the victims the criminals in this.
Right.
Okay.
No,
let's
I
keep
totally
this line
agree.
clear.
Totally
seems to
agree.
be the thing the last year and a half or so.
yeah.
Not in Texas.
No.
And this is Houston too, which has become a little bit liberal. So, still though, overall, it's not surprising. But Houston, is not a done deal.
Well, any metro area is
Right.
very liberal nowadays.
Right.
The video, the guy that's at the booth with the Samaritan that's in there, just the patron, his face of when it all kind of plays out is pretty priceless here because he sees what's about to happen. And he's like,
the
no.
guy sitting at the booth with him?
Yeah. He's
I
like,
see
oh
that right
boy,
there. Yeah.
Here we go.
The Samaritan knows how to use the pistol.
Good night.
I got to tell you, the guy sitting with him didn't have much of a reaction.
Not considering what just happened.
He's like, yeah, I know, but I mean,
this.
even if I know Greg's about to do that,
I know. I
I'm
would
like,
have a more of a
goodness
Let me
gracious.
ask you this though.
You're
Watch him. Does he reach
He
with
may
his
have
right
one as
hand?
well.
I think he's
Yeah.
trying to get a gun. Watch his right hand when all this starts.
If you're gonna try to rob in Texas,
See him
You
fooling
better
with
have a
something
feeling
right
about
there
it.
to the right.
yeah,
He
yeah.
might.
He's
His
got his
right
left
hand maybe
hand on
down
the
here.
table and right hand's
Bam!
busy over there doing
Yeah.
something.
Yeah, possibly.
maybe. But he didn't end up having to do it because the old man took care of it.
Man.
With perfect form, by the way.
Yeah.
And there's nobody behind him. It's a clear shot, and I think he was in his right to do it. I hate it for the guy, but we've got to put an end to this evil running around.
No.
And let them know there's a price.
This is
for
the
it.
kind of video. You know how they do the marquee in Times Square and all these big cities where they roll news and all that. They just need to roll this clip over and over and over so that people see this is what happens when you go robbing folks.
Yep.
No, you're right. It's we, and I can't remember, Bubba, we've referenced on the show so many times. It's well known in other circles, but I remember, believe it or not, it was Oprah Winfrey, and she had some people that had been released eventually from the penitentiaries, and they're now working with law enforcement to help them understand people who did the kind of crimes they did. Now, these were not murderers; these were people that were breaking people and robbing places and things like that, and they all said the same thing. They said, we added this. They didn't say they were like predators, but we said they're like predators. But they said that indirectly. They said we basically try to go places where we think we won't get shot.
Yeah, well,
and if we think we could get shot, then we won't rob that place. We won't break into a place we think someone can arm themselves and kill us. So to your point, Helmsy and Adler and Bubba, is we need the message to get out that if you try these things or decide to do these things, real gun or no real gun, if you go into places and people feel threatened, they are armed and they will kill you.
Yep.
And that gives them recourse against whatever you decide you're going to do. Yeah. We don't need to be at the mercy of whatever some criminal decides to do to us.
No, the good folks need to be dictating terms on this, not the bad people.
Right. Yeah. And that will that does, it's a detriment. Punishment is getting shot is a detriment to wanting to be a robber.
Yep.
It is. And so
I will never forget, and we've told this story before, but we were in Texas with Dan Moultrie and went to eat. And I'll never forget Dan saying, put your sidearm on and make it visible. And I was like, you want me to wear my pistol to dinner? He said, oh, yeah. He said, if you don't, you'll be the only one in there without one. He said, we're going to the safest place to eat you ever could. Said the waitresses have 6-shooters on. And it was.
It's like a movie set in there.
We'll be back. Phone troll next. Whatever's on your mind. We'll open up the line at 629 We Be Big. 629 We Be Big. All 10 lines are available. Whatever's on your mind, you can bring it up now, and we'll chat with you next.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
And I said, Sherry, you can't just bust up in, your son's room. I mean, he's got a roommate.
Right.
There's no, and of course now we're all going, including Murph. Okay, and so we're like 11:45 is church, which is a lot later. Sherry and I, we're at home. We're done. I mean, everything's over by 10:50.
Oh yeah,
you know, because we go to 8 o'clock Sunday school, and then we
see,
go
I think
9,
God shows up between 11 and 12.
Yeah, so we do the 9:30, and we're done. You know, whatever. But here we weren't going to 11:45 because we're in college town, and so
and it was kind of late today.
And I said, Sherry, let me just call Brody. So he answers, Dad, what are y'all doing here? And I said, we're here early. We're out here. I found a parking spot, and Mom, he goes, Mom can't come in here. Murph's still asleep. And he's not decent. Murph's in here sleeping in his underwear. I said, Sherry, you can't bust up in there. Murph's in there sleeping in his underwear. And so we had to wait out front for him to come out. But Murph eventually showed up and did get there, and we had to save a seat for Murph. But he got there, and he claimed that Sadie Robertson had come to Auburn to finally meet him in person because they've been chatting online.
I will say this too. Met her fiance, very nice guy, very nice. I'm afraid Murph's gonna be disappointed.
Yeah, well,
but Rick, he still got his football career. He still got his cleats, right?
Still walking on. I saw him tell somebody that he was Will Hastings. So we'll top of the hour. Sherry and I went on Tour de Sons this past weekend, and there's certainly, it is this whole adjustment to the whole empty nest world and all of that has been great. We've enjoyed it. Sherry and I are having a good time. But we had kind of set up that we would try to go see all three of our sons to go see them this weekend. And so we were going up to the Blue Ridge Mountains of Virginia on Friday to see Boomer. He is ending up playing Von Trapp in The Sound of Music. Really cool. This has been some good gigs for Boomer. He's gotten in good with this guy who's really creative that does a lot of these things. You remember they did Titanic where they built the Titanic there. This is the same guy, and he does – there's live versions where they get outside and they use the areas. There's about 4 or 5 different ones of Sleepy Hollow, which is where he's going next. He's done that in Atlanta. He's doing the one in New York now. That's where he just headed to. And we saw one of the last performances. So what he does is he tries to take – if there's a famous play or a famous story – and he tries to go and build and do it in a way where the natural surroundings of where you are, it's almost like he's placing you in it, as opposed to in a theater. It's
a great theory.
So and it's a lot of work. So what he wanted to do is he went to this Wintergreen Resort in Blue Ridge Mountains up in Virginia. And so what he has done is he has set it up. Now, see, this is us riding down to our seats. You actually ride the ski lift down to your seats, and you see those mountains there in the background if you're watching on YouTube. So, like, if you're familiar with The Sound of Music and you've seen it with Julie Andrews and all that, and, of course, the actress playing the lead role, she was really, really good, but that'll lead to an uncomfortable moment in a minute I'll tell you about. But anyway, so, like the ski slope goes down, but it's green now, but so the ski slope goes down, so when the thing starts, when she first comes out, singing, The Hills Are Alive with The Sound of Music. They have fog, and she actually comes up from down there, and you see her coming up out of the mountains onto the hill there. So really cool. And then at the end, when they all are escaping the Nazis, by the way, the family disappears down that hill to kind of end the thing off into the mountains. So really set up for a cool course. I was most excited by the fact that by the time the show started, it was going to be 67 degrees.
Right.
And I couldn't have been more thrilled about that.
That'll make you want to sing The Sound of Music.
But so I'll start with Friday. A couple of items that I don't know we haven't really thought through is we have so we were just excited about going there. Now I thought I had made it pretty clear with pictures and everything we had gotten from Boomer to my wife Sherry that this is going to be performed in the mountains. Okay. Blue Ridge Mountains, Shenandoah Valley. So I saw both of those. Well, when you leave the airport to go to the play and get in your rental car, at some point you have to climb the mountain.
Yeah.
I mean, you can't get.
We can't get to the top of the mountain without climbing the mountain.
No, we were going to go up about 3,800 feet, and so there's 14 miles,
or as we call it, Cheehaw and a half.
Right. It's 14 miles. In a car of winding.
Well, here we go. It's phone troll time, and all 10 lines are open. They're starting to fill now. If you want to join us, you can at 629-WE-BE-BIG. That's 629-WE-BE-BIG. Now, here's what the phone troll is designed for. You may be new to the program. You may have found it. This may be year 1 for you, not year 31. Whatever the case may be, here's what a phone troll does. It is designed to get a lot of people on in kind of a short window, and the buzzer signals when 30 seconds has passed. And this is designed for you to make comments, to bring information to the table. It is not designed for a meaningless shout-out. It's not designed for a shameless plug, a baby prediction, nothing like that. What it's designed for, because, boundaries are blessings. What it's designed for is for you to be able to say, hey, what do y'all think about this right here? Or, hey, this is what I think about this right here. And what I got a question, I got a comment, I got some information I'm bringing. And we're also training America and really society all over the world to once again be able to maybe take that old talent that we all once had, a skill set, and it was the ability to call yourself, to think to yourself, I don't think I'm bringing anything to the table. And if I was listening to my own call, how would I feel about it? So this is all you bringing the content right now. You're programming the show, and you can handle this pressure. The buzzer's here to help. So if you are in line, it does move the people along a little more brisk. So you're not standing in line very long. I don't mind the line if it's a line that's moving. Let's go to Casey out of Birmingham, Alabama, 1047 WZZK. By the way, Super Tom did tell us, caller, and others who may have had that experience, that the WZZK app was having issues, and he fixed it.
Yeah.
So thank you for letting us know that.
So there.
I think it was Stephen who let us know that. Casey, Birmingham, 1047 WZZK. Go ahead.
Hey, you guys doing all right?
We're good, man.
Hey, so I was going to see if y'all had seen the video that was circulating around online where there was a gentleman that was in court, and he was wanting to get probation, I believe, and the judge didn't grant him probation. And then next thing you know, this guy launches towards the judge, like runs up, and there's like a mini trampoline, it looks like, in front of her bench, and he just flies over the top of it and attacks her.
Yeah, he laid out.
Yeah, he really. I saw the footage of that yesterday. Adler has it now, So
I haven't seen this angle of it.
Yeah, this is a different angle of it. I haven't seen this. So
I appreciate that, but I think it's time that he gets a taste of something else because I just can't with that history.
And now he's about to go crazy, and he cusses, so I turned it down. But here you go. He goes nuts.
Wow.
Boom.
Let me tell you, that's
He
airborne
went
right there. That
He
is
got
airborne.
big air.
That he went big air right there. Did you see how? I mean, you talk about ability to leave the floor and go airborne. Now the bailiff,
he's punching, and of course they're fighting, and he's still swinging and punching and all this, and they need to get him in a chokehold, slow him up.
Now, who's
but
the
you
guy
can't
in
allow him to do that anymore.
Who's the guy in the suit?
They're struggling.
Yeah. That person,
tired.
Yeah,
So tired.
Yeah, how did the judge fare in that? She got hit pretty good.
It looks like she got hit, and he grabbed her hair and pulled her back.
Yeah,
I think this is going to hurt his case.
Yeah, I do too. This is not
any
gonna
chance
happen.
It's not going to help his case.
I believe
right
any
now.
chance he had, he pretty much destroyed that.
Is that what? Is he the court reporter? Or
I
something?
think so.
Yeah. Oh my God.
Oh, she hit her head on the wall.
Yeah, she got hit pretty hard.
Yeah. It goes on way long too.
I'll give that guy credit. He tried to save her.
He did.
See him? The guy that was punching kind of like a girl.
Yeah.
He did try to save her. I will say that.
If I
well
had
done on his.
If I had somebody who was going to try to help me, though, I need somebody to punch a little better than that.
But his reaction is pretty quick. Like he does a good job to try to get over there and get him off of.
He
her.
landed about the same time he did.
And I wish he punched better.
We all wish
he thinks he's doing that UFC hammer.
Yeah, he got caught off guard. I mean, he wasn't ready. He didn't go to work planning to punch today.
No.
He's in a suit.
He did.
You know?
By the way,
I thought though with his reaction time to save her, he would be better at punching.
When you think about the election this year and the elections this year, watch the flag fall. It's almost like America.
Here it is.
Here
it is. He jumps. Whoa!
Yeah.
And down goes the flag.
And here comes America. Here comes America.
There it is. Biden sitting right on top of it.
Riding it down.
Biden riding that to the ground
like a sapling.
no way Biden can run again. This surely
He
will.
is, Rick. This gets us to another story we got to cover. These states that are trying to take Donald Trump off the ballot.
Yeah, we'll do that. And we need to talk about that with the podcast guest today, too. Yeah. Toby in Mississippi, lines are available for you if you want to join us. 629 We Be Big. Toby, go ahead.
You got to do more than that.
Yeah. Good morning, guys. I ran up on a woman in Holcomb, Mississippi. She was a hairstylist. We was in a buffet line, and she had a 9mm on her side. And I looked at it, and I said, "You must have some bad customers." She just turned around and grinned. Not anymore, I don't. So it takes care of itself.
Yeah, well, there you go. Look, a sidearm and somebody that can defend themselves. Look, it always gives them a chance.
You know, our state laws have changed on some of the open carry stuff.
Yeah.
I see a lot of people carrying now.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, I mean we're headed back to the Wild Wild West.
And when I'm in a restaurant, I actually feel good about it.
Well, yeah,
I know it bothers some people, and I understand that, but if they know what they're doing, and we hope they do. Well, I'm glad they got it.
What I'm saying is, I'm much less concerned about the legal open carry person who's going about their business than I am about the guy who just walked in the door with a gun.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
I mean, you're right.
It's up to no good.
Yeah. I would. They don't make me uncomfortable. Now that person does.
It does. Yeah.
Especially when I don't see anybody else in here that can shoot back.
Yeah.
That's the problem. But you look at the things we're doing with law and order right now, and look at the things we're doing on the border. Unfortunately, I mean, taking care of yourself and protecting yourself has never been more important. Tony in Chelsea, Alabama. Tony, go ahead. Thank you for listening to the show.
Good morning, guys. How are you?
We're great. We're good.
Hey, question. So everybody's on my mind, especially on my mind, but what do you guys think about the 2024 election and where the United States is headed? It's on the top of my mind, and honestly, I'm worried. I'm worried about my family. I'm worried about what's going to happen in our society. Any thoughts?
Well, we've talked about it, a lot. I will say this: the state of society, and of course what we deal with,
human dignity,
is in bad shape. That's not overly surprising, and certainly predicted. But when you think about our specific country, I just said it right then. I don't see any way on planet Earth that Joe Biden can truly run for another term. Of course, the Democrats can. And what the modern Democrats have done everywhere they've been placed in power, I don't know how anybody, unless you're just ill-informed or you're not experiencing the fruit of their labor, maybe it's not affecting you.
Right.
But
it's affecting everybody.
Yeah, you may not know it is, but it is. I don't know how you can be. Let's have some more of that. But
okay, let's use this as an example. Right. Okay, and this is a national story today. The price of a chicken sandwich at Chick-fil-A has gone up 21% in the last 2 years.
Right. Yeah,
if you have no other example that you want to study inflation, that should be a bellwether cow for you.
Mm-hmm.
And I like Chick-fil-A, but I've came through that drive-thru and they give me my total. I'm like, wow.
Yeah.
Their costs have gone up. Their cost to deliver has gone up. And they're going to pass that to the consumer. I'm not blaming them for that.
No.
I'm just saying it is a barometer of what's going on in society, and the people who try to convince you that it is not is lying to you, and they're lying to you.
Right.
And I don't know how they can keep saying it. And it really doesn't matter, Democrat, Republican. It's just not a good situation.
When we come back, we'll talk more about that since Toby brought it up. And we got some other things that are going on right now involving the 2024 election.
Yeah, we got some big ones.
And we'll talk about that when we come back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Blue Ridge Trail.
Right.
Now, those of you that have been listening for years, you know that my wife is not big on heights. Now, she's very particular about it. She doesn't really mind as long as she can see, like a slope down,
right.
She's all right. But edges and cliffs are not her thing.
Well, Rick, you know what? I have to say that's probably a good thing. But we should be scared of heights. That's why we stay away from
But this goes beyond that. This is like I almost can't take it.
Oh,
okay. And so we're
Does she
riding.
get dizzy?
And we're having Bubba. At one time, her head was down and she was not looking, and she said, "I can't take more than 20 miles an hour." So at this point, I'm telling Boomer, who's trying to meet us at the restaurant, what should have taken us 45 minutes from the airport is now we're going to be an hour plus now.
Yeah.
Because I'm having to go a certain speed. Because
the swerving. She didn't like that.
Now her thing is she doesn't like to see an edge, and the automobile is doing this, and the switchbacks. And she says, if we go off that edge, it's over.
Yeah.
And
that's true.
And of course, some of the Blue Ridge Trail, like other places, some have rails, some don't.
Right.
Now you get to where there's no rails, and it's like at one point I'm saying,
Could
honey,
you imagine that when it's icy?
Yeah. Well, at one point I said, Sherry, in order for us to see the Sound of Music, we have to go up the mountain.
Yeah.
Okay. It's in. I just don't know if I can do this. Well, honey, we're here. I mean, there's nothing we're not going back.
Right.
I mean, we're
But a plane is okay.
Plane doesn't bother at all. So
see, that would kind of be like a cliff.
Yeah, no, doesn't bother at all. She's not afraid to fly. Nothing like it. It really is very specific. It is edges and cliffs. She is zero on edges and cliffs.
Well, I understand that, and I share some of that, not to that
not
level.
to this level.
Right.
There's certain things that we can.
I love high places, and I don't. How everybody wants to get on the edge and take a picture. I'm always
See, Sherry wouldn't do that for you. Yeah, I told you we went
way back.
We went to this. You remember the volcano in Hawaii?
Yeah.
Where Sherry knew we were going to ride our bikes down a volcano, and down she never thought about how we were getting up there. I mean, how are we supposed to get up there? And you remember she shut the whole bus down, claiming the bus driver was going to get us all killed, and all this. And then you remember the woman tried to step over for a picture, like you're talking about, and Sherry grabbed her and drug her away from there. And the woman's like, "What is wrong with you? I'm trying to take a picture." Sherry's like, "Don't go over there!" And she'll just shut the whole cliff down. And so I'm like, "Honey, this is." She's already declared that she'll never go back to the Blue Ridge Mountains. She said, "If you got to go up Blue Ridge Trail, I'm not going back." I said, "Well, honey, that's pretty standard on mountains."
Could you imagine icy though?
Oh yeah, and so anyway, so we push through that, and then I said, "Now how are you on a ski lift?" She goes, "I'm on a ski lift. I'm fine because we're sloping down.
Right.
I'm not on the edge, and I don't mind sitting on the ski lift." And and she said, "You're gonna love this." She goes, "So where are we eating?" I'm not kidding. I wasn't trying to be mean. I said, "We're eating at a restaurant called The Edge." She goes, "The Edge?" And I said, "Well, it looks out over the mountain." And she goes, "You were see me sitting on the edge?" I said, "Honey, we're inside a restaurant." So anyway, we moved to a table that you couldn't see the edge. But anyway, so we get there, and we see Blake, and it's great. This is that time of life. He's on tour all the time, so we don't see him very much at all. So that was great. So he's taking care of us, which I loved. Hey, I've got y'all some seats. It's got your names on it. I got y'all right in front of the soundboard where you can see and hear everything. Thank you, son. That's great. So we're sitting there, and
see, only a pro would know. In front of the soundboard is going to be the best.
See, I would have put us on the
front
guy
row. Mixing that. That's where he's at.
I would have put us on the front row where Sherry could break the rules and take pictures. And so anyway, because she's a traveling rule breaker.
Right.
But anyway, so we're sitting there, and a family comes in, and it is a mother and her son. And the son's an adult, and they sit down beside us, and they begin to introduce themselves to us, and we pick up pretty quick that this is the mother-in-law of the lead actress. And her husband, which I thought that was great. We talked about football. He's a big Georgia Bulldog fan, and we were talking SEC and just having a blast. I mean, we're really hitting it off, and you don't really think about the story that much. That now your son and his wife will now become a love interest right here,
right,
with the background of the Blue Ridge Mountains,
right, in acting.
Though they're clearly acting, and there's nothing. This is Sound of Music. So there's nothing that's inappropriate.
Right.
But I wouldn't.
But Blake's going to tear that sugar up.
He's going to tear that sugar up, and
right.
It's not. I mean, this is Julie Andrews kissing. This is not. They're not doing something. They're not open mouth kissing or anything. But they're going to kiss.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
And they're going to dance and kiss and get married. I mean, at one point right here. I mean, that's his wife. And I'm like. It felt strange. I mean, I don't know why. It just was something. Just felt wrong about it. I was like.
35 minutes past the hour. Well, timely. Another sponsor that says we're going with you guys into 2024. SimplySayBubba.com. But now more than ever, now, for all the things we just mentioned, now more than ever, go to SimplySayBubba.com. Now, we're going to get you set up, and you're going to get your 20% off the system when you go with their Fast Protect plan, which you need to. I mean, that's that technology that allows those monitoring your property to actually interact with any intruder, let them know, hey, we see you. It's almost like your mama is always watching your place. Now, I see you, and I see what you're doing. And then they can get, help there immediately. It also cuts down on what? False alarms. Law enforcement knows it's not a false alarm because you have the video verification. Also, though, it helps with fires, floods, medical emergencies. It is the best security available. And right now, we get you 20% off. Go to simplysafebubba.com or go to the link at rickandbubba.com. Under the sponsors, there's no safe like simplysafebubba.com safe. So not only does 2024 give us a chance to celebrate our 30th anniversary, it also is an election year and a biggie. We have a podcast coming up that we're recording today that'll be out this weekend with an author that has written a book saying the vote coming up is to save America or to let it be continue to be destroyed. So you may disagree with that sentiment. You certainly can, but some of the things you can't ignore. Bubba's mentioned one. Here's another one. Oil change for my Highlander today was $98. It used to be between $45 and $50. So everything.
Yeah, fuel cost.
Everything goes
everything.
Up. Everything.
The common denominator in almost everything is transportation and fuel. And when they go up, everything goes up. And then the other things go up to compensate for that. And you've seen this administration, they have what they consider a very green outlook on this, capping, stopping, canceling leases, and it's had an effect on everything going up. And again, the great speeches about stop oil, stop drilling, all that's fine. But even if we move to a totally battery society, we're going to have plastic. Plastic comes from oil. We're never going to stop drilling for oil. I'm sorry, it's just not going to happen. So we're going to have to be grown up about that.
Wait a minute. Yeah, and now with this ongoing banana republic that we're starting to look like, and so what you have now is a political party that's in power, and they don't want us to just be able to speak and decide who we want to lead us through the election system. They now want to go out, and if there's candidates that they find undesirable, they want to somehow destroy them so that they can't run. But what is that going to open the door to?
Well, Rick, this is we're going to see what I think is a constitutional crisis on this. Maine and Colorado have already found that President Donald Trump is disqualified from holding public office, and they're basing that on a 155-year-old constitutional provision that has seldom been used in modern times, but has now been invoked in the escalating legal challenges across the country targeting Donald Trump's eligibility to hold the presidency again. The efforts aimed at Trump's ability to appear on ballots under the Constitution's so-called insurrection clause, Section 3 of the 14th Amendment, began just months after the January 6th events at Capitol Hill. That's when a liberal advocacy group called Free Speech for People sent letters to top Democratic election officials in all 50 states, urging them to bar the former president from the ballot as a candidate for the White House in 2024. Okay, but they had to have help with this. They had to have someone who would go and qualify and be a legal candidate for office as a Republican and then file the case. That has been John Anthony Castro. He has been the party who has filed court documents in 24 states. 26 cases have been brought by this gentleman who is a little-known candidate for president. Now, Maine and Colorado decided, you know what? Trump was responsible for an insurrection at the Capitol, so that bars him from public office, so we're going to take him off the ballot. Here's the problem. You may think that. You may not think that. He has not been found guilty of that. The Constitution also says innocent till proven guilty. So you see, they don't really have legal standing to do this. It won't hold up. Now, they tried this in Michigan also. See, the Supreme Court in Colorado said, oh, yeah, this is a go. We can't have him on there. And so did Maine. But Michigan, they challenged it all the way to their Supreme Court, and they said, guys, you can't run roughshod over this. Now, if he's convicted, come back and see us. Until then, this is ridiculous. You cannot do this. And I would think that's where it falls. Now, Trump has appealed the Maine decision to the Supreme Court and asked for a speedy trial to get to that, because it's going to affect all of these ballots being printed and everything else. Obviously, if you can't get on the ballot, it's going to be hard for you to win the delegates to win the nomination.
That'd be tough.
You're basically taking someone out. Trump's argument is let the people decide, and I haven't been convicted of anything. So how will all this play out? You remember we also had the case where they're trying to prove that with a federal prosecutor, and he wanted the Supreme Court to decide, does Trump have immunity from this? Well, they wouldn't decide. They said, they kicked it back to a lower court. So you're going to see so much legal wrangling in this next election cycle. It's going to make the 2000 look like a warm-up act when we had hanging chads. And this is just to get on the ballot.
Right.
We get on the ballot, then we can argue about, is the ballot fair and has someone cheated or not? Then we got that round to go. So it's just a big mess, Rick.
Get ready. Well, and you mentioned,
I hope that explained the situation.
Well, but you mentioned what that's going to. You always try to do the shoe on the other foot. What this is going to lead to, if it's successful, is now Republicans will look at all the accusations against Joe Biden. And by the way, there's plenty.
And we've got
there's plenty.
There is paper trail. There is cash checks of him getting money from his son, from his brother, who got large payments from foreign countries. That is factual. Those checks exist. They have shown them in the evidence in the House hearings. So how are you going to get around that? But what to your point, Rick, if this is done to one side, it will be done to the other. So get ready. And I don't know who needs to do it. I don't know how you have to have legal standing to do it. But you're going to have lawsuits filed to take Joe Biden off the ballot.
Yeah, so because what they would do is they go, just what you just said, well, let's go look and see what Maine and Colorado did. And I saw the governor of Maine saying, well, what we did was unprecedented, but leading an insurrection was unprecedented too. Just calling it guilty.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So anyway,
yeah.
So if all you have to do is have accusations, then the Republicans, to Bubba's point, will look at Maine and Colorado and say, well, let's go find a legitimate Democrat that can take the place of Joe Biden. And if all we have to do is have you accused of something illegal,
right,
to get you removed from the ballot, not proven guilty of it, but just charged with it, well, then everything that Joe Biden is being charged with means he's off the ballot.
Yeah, right.
Well, you know what we would say, and I would say you can't do that.
Yeah.
I would say not in our society. Now, if Joe Biden's found guilty, you certainly can, but he can't be removed for just being charged. Well, Donald Trump can't either. It works both ways.
Well, see, that's going to be the
and we
point.
don't need it in a society where you can get rid of people when they're charged.
We're spiraling down the Banana Republic road.
Yes,
so
absolutely.
We're trying to prevent the people from deciding an election. We want a court to decide it. We want this. We want somebody held out. We want somebody done this, done that, off the ballot, can't get it, Let's let the people decide, then we can argue it on the other side. But I think this is just dangerous. If I was advising Democrats, I would say, don't open Pandora's box on this, because we got a lot of dirty laundry, and we're going to end up with our candidate taken off the ballot too if we use this as the measuring stick. Now we got to wait. Now if Trump gets a conviction on this, then you got a different argument. And it may be an unfair conviction, but at least you have a different legal argument.
Yeah.
Right now, there is nothing to base it on other than I think.
Right.
I feel.
Now, if he gets charged, that's different.
Yeah.
I'm not charged. If he's found guilty, that's different. But you can't just have an accusation.
Yeah, and even we'll get to argue if he is found guilty, was it a fair trial?
Right.
You'll have that argument.
Well, let's at least get there.
And then you'll say, well, look, I'm going to appeal this. It's not finished till we adjudicate this thing all the way out, so you can't take action against me until it's settled. And then some judges will say, yeah, we're going to have to wait on the appeal. Some will say, oh, no, we got a conviction, get him off the court. It depends, just on their political leaning. So, again, it's just, for me, for the country, I hate to see us going down this banana republic thing because guys, I promise you, Democrats, if you love Joe Biden, they're going to do the exact same thing to him you've done to Trump, and you already see that happening. They're going to get, at some point, they're going to impeach him.
When was
it? And because overall, this all check business anyway.
When was
just like y'all did to Trump when you rushed some of that through.
Well, you remember Trent
Lott
out of Mississippi?
Yeah, Speedy.
His roommate. You remember when Republicans were pressing him and others, let's remove Bill Clinton from office.
Oh, they had the chance, and they had the votes. See, the Republicans had the votes to remove Bill Clinton when he was impeached.
And Trent Lott and others said, if we do this, it's just going to be done back to us. We're going to start a never-ending cycle of
and they were in their right to do so.
Right.
Bill Clinton was found guilty of this,
but they didn't think it was best for the country.
Under oath. And absolutely, they thought, even though they would love to have taken out a Democratic president, they thought it was better long term to let the people decide the issue, not them.
Right.
And I tend to agree with it.
Because that was
they had him though. They had him.
That was a day that's long past though. Yep. I'm not sure any politicians would have that kind of thinking now. We'll be back. More Rick and Bubba coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Hey man, your wife, she's really, really talented. and she's kissing my son right now, isn't she? Isn't this strange? She's a fantastic. Yeah, she's really, really talented. Yep. Man, I tell you what, your son's really doing a good job. Thank you. You don't mean the kissing, right? You're. It just feels. It's just something about it. I know. And they're both. Been doing. To them, it's nothing. It was just weird to me.
I know.
And I don't think.
And everybody's looking.
Yeah, I don't think it would have bothered me at all if I just had been sitting next to her husband. Right. I think I was fine with that, but I was sitting right next to her husband. And how about that Von Trapp? Yeah. How about your wife really sings good. Man, what a singer. You know what I mean? Look at them dancing. You know what he said? He's quite loud on his feet to be so big. Yes, he is. Yes, he is. And now they're kissing. How about them Bulldogs? Do you think they're going to look good? You think they can get? I really want to talk about something else. It's we're whispering, hey, y'all got a good team again this year. I think y'all. And it was just.
At least everybody's looking, Rick. What about when they're practicing?
Well, I appreciated Cherry bringing that up, but they looked very well rehearsed. It was just
natural. It was a natural kid.
I bought it. I thought they got married to her. I realized she was really married to him. And Sherry said, "Is this the only way we'll ever see Blake get married?" But we'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Since Speedy's not here today, we'll do this story because this would be a secondhand embarrassment issue that must have been very, very uncomfortable. And we have the video. This is a Florida city commissioner that calls out an officer, and this is the part that would get to Speedy, because he's supposed to. The officer's receiving some sort of an award at a ceremony, and then there's a confrontation that leads to, if you're in that room. Now, of course, you and I, Greg, would have leaned into it and loved every second of it.
I would have been elbowing you, going, look.
I know, yeah. And
don't miss it.
Speedy would have got up and walked out of the room.
So
we have the video.
This is in Broward County, right? Which I know they have enough problems already.
Oh, sure.
But it is an award ceremony. This guy's actually getting an award, and one of the commissioners then says some detrimental things about him, and the
calls
officer,
him back down there.
The officer just acts like he gave him a compliment, gives a thumbs up, and walks off.
Yeah. So here it is. We have the video.
Bizarre.
We have the video here. All right, so here we go.
I would like to make a comment. I want to congratulate all the BSO officers who've done such a great job.
There he is shaking hands. They've all gotten their awards from the city council. Commission, I mean.
Morning, Captain. Joshua Gallardo. My line. You come down for a second?
Oh, so they're bringing him down front?
Back down.
And this is one of the commissioners, an officer who just got an award from them.
The other commissioners aren't in on it.
It looks like they're all looking around.
Good to see you again. You probably don't remember me, but you're the police officer who falsely arrested me 4 years ago. You lied on the police report. I believe you're a rogue police officer, you're a bad police officer, and you don't deserve to be here.
Oh, my goodness. There's the thumbs up.
Thumbs up, and turn around and walk off.
Ladies and gentlemen, we appreciate as a whole BSO and everything that you do for us. Thank you for your service to our community.
Oh, my goodness. Oh, my goodness. Oh, my goodness. So,
what in the
so the commission gives it all these, they're all shaking hands. They all are leaving.
You know this guy thought they were going to single him out for something. Something good.
Speedy, I'm so glad. I know you're in a lot right now.
Come on down here.
Trying to move and all that. But
we have a special award for you.
Look, you can see he's wanting to do it because he's got the mic, but he can't figure out exactly how he's going to do it. So he says, I'm going to go with the worst thing ever, and that is I'm going to wait till he's returned back.
Morning, Captain.
Look, he keeps asking him, you okay? Look, this person who I don't know.
Joshua Gallardo.
Look, she knows he's doing it.
Oh, no. Okay, yeah, she's horrified.
Who's
all right, go back, Adler. Go back.
Blue hair?
Yeah.
No, it's not hair.
Orange hair.
It's blue, whatever that is, a bandana or whatever that is. She has something on her head.
Joshua Gallardo.
Well, she's like, oh, no.
Can you come down for a second?
Because she said to him, you see her talking to him about whether he's going to do it or not. And then
Great job.
Watch her all the way, Bubba. Watch bandana all the way. So you'll see her after this. Look, so he's going to look at her. Look right here. She's going. Look, I don't want.
She's reaching for the microphone.
I don't want to give you the mic. I got something. Look, and she's like,
Joshua Gallardo.
oh look,
she knows.
She knows what's going on.
She was trying to get the microphone.
She wanted to get the mic just to say on behalf of the commission, thank you for your service. And now he's going to bring this guy right back down here.
Now, again, this guy thinks he is fishing to get another medal.
You probably don't remember me, but you're the police officer who falsely arrested me 4 years ago. You lied on the police report. I believe you're a rogue police officer, you're a bad police officer, and you don't deserve to be here.
Of the hour, here comes Rick and Bubba. Thank you for being with us today and spending time together. All right, so a new Rick and Bubba University, the podcast, coming out this weekend. Our last conversation we just had on the show, we'll kind of dive deeper in that coming up this weekend on the upcoming 2024 election. So grab that. All right, so I do need to do this before we move on to the next story. You know, sometimes you're just like, is it worth it? And it is. I understand that social media, it has a place. It can be used for positive things, you know, promoting the show, giving you behind-the-scenes stuff, all that. Love it, need to be there. But unfortunately, just like everything now, there's always a bunch of nimrods and criminals and people out there that try to steal your identity, or they try to do this and they try to do that. It's just an ongoing nightmare. So somebody's done a fake Instagram account again, pretending to be me. So we've turned it into Instagram. So I just want you guys to know, because somebody made me aware that somebody pretending to be me again on Instagram is maybe sending you messages, and some of them being inappropriate in some way or trying to get you to follow them or whatever. This is not me. So if you see this, Rick, and what do you call that line? That line, is it underscore?
Yeah. That's so underscore.
If you see Rick underscore Big Box Burgess, that is not me.
Can I also point out, this doesn't inconvenience Rick at all.
Yeah.
It inconveniences me.
That's right.
So if you're wanting to inconvenience Helms, continue to do this. If you want to inconvenience Rick, find something else to do.
Right.
Yeah.
And
because this doesn't do it.
Yeah. And
it's not getting him.
And the person has stole my picture, and then even took a couple of posts that I put on my Instagram and put it on there. So this is another fake person. We've turned them into Instagram. I'm sorry. But anytime you see something that may look like it comes from any of us, and if it doesn't really match up, you're thinking, wow, that doesn't really seem like something they would do or say or whatever. Always, and I thank you, a listener actually alerted me, let us know. But I would hope over 30 years that we've earned benefit of the doubt. But just know that this goes on, and it's probably to some degree going to always go on, and you just have to deal with it when you can. So that is not me. If you want to know that you're following me or any of us and it be our correct individual stuff, go to rickandbubba.com, and you'll see, if you click on it, then that's right. Okay.
Wow, they even reposted like a Bible study picture.
Of course.
Wow.
Sure.
Yeah.
Well, there's
nothing
that sets people up for an inappropriate comment is to first post a Bible study.
Yeah, oh yeah. You gotta get the fish on the hook before you reel them in.
Right. So I'm sorry that goes on, and we'll get this person shut down. So, all right. So, Bubba, you said once again, as Americans, we just want to take a pill. We can't wait to take a pill. And one of the things that we love to do is to find some way to lose weight without actually eating healthy and exercising.
No, yeah.
So we're always looking for the next pill that'll take some weight off. And here's another one.
Rick, I think we've seen the success of the weight loss drugs the last year or two, you know, Wegovy and Ozempic and all this stuff. That there's a big market for that.
No
of course,
question.
we've known that.
No question.
money.
MIT is doing a study looking at a new vibrating pill as
on a
an
second.
innovative weight loss treatment. Now, the key to the stomach's fullness may lie in a vibrating capsule, according to the story.
That can't be helped.
A one weight loss treatment study involving pigs that they're studying right now. This is a bioelectric stimulator that stimulate the nerves endings that sense the stomach's expansion, tricking the brain into thinking that the stomach is full and that you shouldn't require any more to eat. The capsule is about the size of a large vitamin. It houses a tiny motor that starts vibrating when it hits the stomach. It stimulates the organ stretch receptors, according to MIT.
Now, I want you to think about what you're saying.
high tech.
I want you all to think about what you're saying. When I hear this going into my stomach, my digestive system, something that has this description, a tiny motor.
Yes. Yeah. There's a tiny
so
motor.
I'm now going to swallow, and I know we swallow
On
cameras.
purpose.
I know we do that.
Yeah.
I'm going to swallow a tiny motor that's going to stimulate something in my stomach that tell me that I'm full when I'm not.
The bottom line, they said in their test originally, they gave it to the pigs 20 minutes before they ate. And they studied their hormones that were released. And they said the hormones that were released was equivalent to them being partially full at the time. So they're saying that it looks like the pigs ate about 40% less when they fed them this pill in advance.
But how long does the pill last? And then what does it dissolve? That motor, I mean, are you just pass it on down the line?
I don't know if it passes out. Or
I don't know that we
dissolves,
should be
you know?
eating motors.
Yeah,
I just don't know that. Who would have thought that may have some bad side effects down the road? I mean, you're gonna have some motor get out of control and start damaging stuff.
Yeah.
We shouldn't be eating motors.
I know it's a small one, but I don't want to.
They don't
Dang
really.
motor got in there.
Hey, you want to munch on a motor? I don't.
No.
Yeah.
Well, it's going to stimulate your nerve endings.
I'll tell you how you can lose some of that weight, Tubby. Let me throw an Evan Rude down you.
Yeah. A pull crank.
What are we talking about?
Would you rather go for a walk or something that vibrates your stomach?
They said that the
If you open your mouth,
it said that the pill passed through the digestive tract in about 4 to 5 days.
Oh my!
You don't have to retrieve it, do you?
No.
Oh, my. Well, so every time you eat, you got to do that? I mean,
if you had to retrieve it, you'll stop eating.
Yeah, you will. You retrieve it, wash it, and reuse it.
I've said this before, and I know for some people it is right, and I've seen this, and my wife is one of those. If they're not hungry, they won't overeat. I'm not that way.
No, I will.
And I never had most of my problem is not eating because I'm hungry. It's eating because it tastes good.
Oh, that's it. And you can get me something that makes everything taste like crap, which is probably not hard to invent.
I just don't think that's good. I just don't think we should eat motors.
Gracious. Vibrating pill.
Well, you know what? I'm sure if they can get it on the market, I bet it will be a phenomenal success.
Oh, people go crazy.
They'll go crazy. How'd you lose that waist? Ate a motor. I'm in.
What happened to it?
You know, there's two things that we found that we always laughed about on the show, and a funny one of them I saw last night. They're doing it again. If we can convince any of us that we can lose tons of weight without changing anything in our life, we're in. No matter what it is.
No matter what it costs.
And the other thing is, if they convince you that somehow it'll spice things up in your
we've seen
in
that.
intimacy.
Yeah.
Well, everybody, give me some of that. I mean, it's like
What if one pill did both?
Yeah. Well, let me. You're gonna be leaning wide open.
Yeah.
Do I have to do anything? Absolutely nothing. Top of the hour. If this wraps it up for you, don't forget you can get Rick and Bubba archives every day on our YouTube channel and our podcast channel. Never miss a minute on your own time.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
He says thank you.
Thank you. Thumbs up to other police officers.
Gosh, I wish Speedy would have been there.
He clearly he didn't know what to do.
No. What do you do there? I mean, I don't know the story. I mean,
what if he would have tackled him and cuffed him? How you like that? Remember that 4 years ago?
So it says,
since we're going down memory lane,
since we having memories.
They say that
How these feel?
that the commissioner.
Here's a memory for you.
The commissioner.
How about stuffed and cuffed?
He was referring to a 2015 incident in which he was arrested for charges of resisting and obstructing without violence, according to the Miami Herald. He had allegedly recorded police while they responded to a battery incident. He was not a city commissioner at the time of his arrest, and the charges were eventually dropped.
And he claimed the guy lied on the report, right?
Right.
That's what he told
That's
the
what he
officer.
said.
He said, I think you're a rogue cop.
I'm trying to see.
I don't
if
think you
there's
should be here. Shouldn't have, I didn't like giving you that award.
Officer, come back down here. I must be getting another award.
Now, the mayor said was critical of the officer of the city manager's move. Said this was not the time nor the forum to air personal grievances. I believe this clearly violated the city's civility code. Got a civility code. This is not the way we treat employees or people who work for a city. There are proper channels to follow, but the commissioner chose not to use them.
I must be in the front row.
Well, they bring me back now.
The mayor says she's already talked to the city attorney about possible actions to be taken.
Because I can't go with you. I'm being brought back down for something.
I got to head on back down.
I know you're headed back to the office. They'll call me back down for one more award.
I'm being singled out.
I'm being singled out. I'll see you guys at lunch. We still going? Yeah, okay.
Did you see him look at his buddies and go,
by the way, picture that. Now let's go to this. Let's go to the part that it
would be Speedy in our group.
Listen, there were all police officers, and we've all gotten our little commissioner, pat on the back, and also they
Officers
say
of the month.
Officer Wilburn, and look, we're like, hey, they call him Speedy back down there, and then all of a sudden that happens. We'll laugh.
I bet the ride in the car to lunch after that.
What about the lunch when he gets there? Okay, who's the first person to say we're gonna talk about what happened?
Get you a special award.
Get you a special award from Commissioner whoever there,
whatever their name is,
Commissioner,
whatever job that is.
But you saw Bandana say,
she knew what she was trying to get.
Give me the mic back.
There you go.
And he's like,
give you one of those.
Yeah, no, I'm gonna do it. Oh gosh. That's what I'm going to confront this. Oh my goodness!
Right here in front of everybody.
Greg, I think you're a rogue cop and you shouldn't be here.
Wow.
Hey, you know what? The guy delivered his point very well.
He really did. Look right there. Don't know what to think.
Oh my God! Look right here. Look at Bandana.
Bandana.
Yeah,
struggling with it.
She's having a tough time. And
how about that?
You know what? He got
Time and place.
he got his opportunity. Not the best.
And we don't know the whole story. I don't
No.
know.
Hey, not the best choice of time and place.
No.
I mean, he may be rogue. We don't know.
I don't know anything about him. I know it makes me incredibly uncomfortable, and I'm loving every second of it.
Rick gives you the thumbs up.
That's all you can do. But see, for me,
What do you do?
That moment's one
That-
thing.
that-
Yeah, listen.
He handled it well.
Listen, I'm one of those. I'm thinking about all you can do to this guy is give him the thumbs up.
Yeah.
Because you want it to be over. But then the turn to now go back to your buddies is the thing I'm landed on.
The rest of the day, they kept calling him up. Come on down.
Right.
Hey, come on down.
Here at lunch, I got a special award.
We got a special guest here.
Do you think they even got on the radio and got him on that?
What I would do,
Hey, Officer Todd, you want to come on down?
What I would do is if I go into lunch after, I don't know why I think that's where they're going, but that's where they're going. And what I would say is, if it came time to order, I would have taken his menu and said, "I think you're a rogue cop, and you don't need to be at lunch with me."
God, that is so. Speedy would have hated this.
Are we going one more time with it? Yeah.
You will see it again.
Morning, Captain.
Look, I'm on the mic.
Joshua Gallardo,
Rick.
can you come down for a second?
Here's again.
Who said my line?
Yeah. Look. All right. Who all knows?
Rick, the guy with the folder, I think he looked at his folder again trying to figure out what award he was getting.
You're the police officer who falsely arrested me 4 years ago. You lied on the police report. I believe you're a rogue police officer. You're a bad police officer, and you don't deserve to be here.
There's the thumbs up.
He gives one to his buddy.
Rick, what's the guy with the folder? I think he looks in his folder like, I don't have anything else to give out.
I have no awards left.
Yeah, bizarre. I don't know who was right,
Look,
who was wrong, but
look, he looked at his phone. He looked at his phone. Look right here.
Nothing else in there. I don't have any more.
We're out of certificates, buddy. I don't know if you got the one for him. I don't have one in here. Bottom. Here's a couple of wacky whirls. Then we'll get into something. Let's see, 6 minutes past. Let's go. It is the Rick and Bubba Show coming to you from the Big Boy Studio, out on the bleeding edge of technology, from Sweet Home, Alabama, to the rest of the world. You can get us via all sorts of platforms, live and or archived on your own time. 30 years complete, working on your 31. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler, all here. Welcome back, Bill Bubba Bussey.
Rick, glad to be here. Thank all of you for joining us. It is the little party we call Rick and Bubba. We only ask for 5 hours each and every day.
Bubba, we've been talking a lot about how our life was, how we looked, how we sounded 30 years ago. So we have a story today that says, but let's talk about what life was 50 years ago in America. Have you seen some of this? 50 years ago in America, how much have we changed from 1974 to 2024? Can anybody in this room, without looking at the show prep provided by head producer Calvin Speedy Wilburn, can anyone without looking tell me the number one song, the top song of 1974?
1974, Kiss an Angel, Good Morning.
You know what? What a great random guess. Just a haymaker from Bill Bubba Bussey, but incorrect. Not correct. Anybody else want to take a guess?
I have no idea.
No way we get it.
I was not born,
no way
so
we
I
get
can't.
It.
You light up my life.
Nope. Wow, Helmsy wasn't born. We were already 10. No way we get this.
Parents had met.
I don't
Rick.
think a person in here would.
Fox on the Run.
You know what? It should have been. It should have been.
Cover of the Rolling Stone.
Nobody in this room is going to like this song. Nobody.
Oh.
Okay.
I was going to say Dr. Hook, so that can't be.
No. The Way We Were by Barbra Streisand.
You know what? I was about to guess that, and I didn't.
Bubba was about to guess.
I really
was. Anybody remember the shag haircut?
Yep.
Anybody
Looked like the Dorothy Hamill.
By the way, the mullet full blown back.
Oh yeah, I see it
completely back.
JC rocking it.
Is the shag has the shag been back in the last 50 years? Has it come back?
I think the vets took the shag away from us and started cutting dogs that way.
They did.
I think you are right. You know who they think started the shag? You're gonna hate this. You're gonna hate this. They said that there was a hairdresser to the celebrities that created the style for an actress, and it took off. It was a craze. The shag. You're gonna hate this. Jane Fonda.
Oh, Jane.
Sorry, buddy. I know that one hurt. Bubba and Jane Fonda.
That one hurt.
They struggle.
Hanoi Jane.
Also some other things. Anybody want to go with the average cost per gallon of gasoline in 1974?
63 cents.
$1.25.
I'm gonna say 50 cents.
All right. Anybody else?
83.
We give partial credit to Helmsy and partial credit to Bubba. 53 cents.
53 cents.
Not let me. Can
I'm
I
good
ask,
on the economical
Can
side
I
of
ask
things.
you something down that line? Then you go back to your
Music,
list.
not so much.
Do you? And I find this amazing.
53 cents. I'm gonna say that
Do you
again.
remember when we were a kid at that age? Every gas station you went to, they pumped your gas,
Yeah.
they cleaned your windshield,
Sure
all
did.
that stuff.
For
Remember
53
that?
cents a gallon.
Rick, you remember Butterball come out at Ken Roach's Exxon pump our
Yes,
gas?
he would. I love Butterball.
Yeah.
Is he alive?
I'm not sure. Rick.
We continue. Median family income
in the United States in '74 was 75,000.
14,000.
No, I'm gonna say.
That's
Did you say
family, so it's
75,000?
That's two.
Yeah, but not everybody worked back then, Bubba. I'm gonna go.
75.
What'd you
just
say?
saying.
14. I'm gonna go 18 to 21,000.
Greg's nailing it. I accidentally pulled it up, so I'm just.
Thanks a lot.
reading This as
I
we
asked
go.
you not to do that.
43. You're not allowed to speak.
It's
poop
11
pants.
$11,100.
Hey, poop pants.
Wow.
$11,100. Thanks a
Goodness
lot, Adam, for
gracious.
ruining it.
I pooped the bed, not my
Hey,
pants.
what's next? We're playing Clue. You've already looked in the envelope.
Actually, your underwear.
No.
Yeah, I was in underwear, so
Okay.
I never
So
pooped
there.
in any pants.
But let me tell you what's funny.
See, I would have thought that number
Only
for
my
maybe
pants.
our area, but I figured with California and all that it was
But
high.
here's the thing.
Oh, it ain't
But here's the thing.
75.
That's funny about that, and that was our area. But what's funny about that, y'all have heard us reference this on the show many times when we talk about our parents. But Greg and I have had to hear the story over and over again about mom and dad moving from Birmingham to Oxford, to Oxford High School, because Dad was going to be paid $14,000 a year. Now, she neglected to leave out that the median income was $11,100 and that their house payment was $100.
Yeah.
Okay, and that gas was 53
Yeah, the
cents.
wages are lower. Everything.
Okay.
It
But
washes out.
but anyway, all right. So that was it. By the way, in '74, that was a 6% rise. It was 10,500 the year before. And now, right now, Bubba, they say that right now in 2021, which is all we have, it was 74,580. And they said that actually had declined by 2.3%. So looking here in '73, a new home. Anybody want to price a home? In 1973,
$12,000.
January. Looks like. Let's go with where it was by
20.
the end of the year. That's closer to 74.
I'm gonna say 20.
Okay.
26,000.
Okay, Helms, you're having a good day.
He's looking at the article.
No, I'm not. I
We
don't have
started-
it up. I'm recruiting players.
We started in '73.
You're honest.
We started in '73 at 29.9. By the time the year ended, which was more '74, 35.7.
Told you I'm good on numbers.
Yeah, 35.7. We had a recession in '74. Did you know that?
Oh yeah.
I'm sure we did.
And so they said the homes jumped then to 35.9.
Of an economist, don't y'all? know that?
Imagine us lamenting over the houses that jumped to 35.9. Can you buy anything for 35.9 now? I mean,
You barely get a truck,
A
Rick.
used
you
car.
can't even store stuff at a storage building.
that you hadn't opened and you don't know what's in it.
Let's do that. We gotta get a date and go get that.
So
done.
that's
I'm gonna be up
to
there
me
a lot.
the other stuff. I don't think we would be all that interested in. We remember the scandals and stuff that were going on there, but to me, those numbers are always very interesting.
You know what it was to get into a Yankees game in late 70s?
Yankees late.
Go
70s.
watch the Yankees play.
Okay,
And they were good back then.
I'm gonna say $5.
$1.25.
Good gracious!
You know where I got that number from?
Mm-hmm.
Eli Gold.
That's right from your lunch.
Yes.
Yeah.
How about that?
Bubba,
$1.25.
How tall were basketball goals back then?
10 foot.
I do remember, and we have discussed this on the air, but concert tickets, you look at them now. Then when they went up to $15 a piece, we couldn't believe it.
Couldn't believe
The
it.
first time I heard anybody, I thought the world had ended, is when the Stones had $30 a piece, $30 to $35.
Yeah.
Nowadays, they're hundreds per ticket.
So can y'all help me with this?
For one
because I'm human, okay, and I live in what is somewhat the real world, and I know how much things cost, and I know kind of what people's income can be, and I know some people are just really good with money. I got it. So it's not what they make that really matters, because they're so good with the money. They have a strange concept that they don't spend more than they make.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that's kind of odd.
Yeah.
They actually, stay within what they make, and then some people even now this is really outrageous. Will actually go below
and save
what they make and actually save some.
Wait,
These people exist. These people exist.
They are out
they
there.
don't.
They
They
must
are out
exist because I am shocked
Say that again.
I think that let's say they'll make $50,000 a year, where their overhead will be like 30.
No,
and they'll save 20.
Different strokes for different folks, I suppose.
So anyway, so it's not really what you make; it's what you spend versus what you make.
Yeah.
But anyway, but I'll see like we'll hear what people say this, and you've made this point before too, Bubba. I can't believe what people will pay for a Taylor Swift concert ticket while they're buying them.
I know.
And they buy them.
Yeah.
I can't believe what it costs to go to a ball game. And they go.
Yes.
Yeah. Can't believe what it costs to go to Disney. And they go.
Yeah.
Where do people get all this money? Hey, the price of tickets for my college football team for a season now, but they do it.
Yeah.
So y'all do realize that as long as we keep buying stuff
It's
at
gonna
prices,
continue to go.
there's no motivation for those selling it to go down.
Yeah.
Nor should they be.
Yeah, or should they be?
Yeah.
You know, I mean, when somebody says that's too expensive and it's sold out, must not be.
Right. Just sold out.
Not really.
The demand says different.
I actually had somebody. I can't believe what y'all charging for that 30-year merchandise cards. Well, every single one of them sold yesterday. Apparently, it's about where it should be. They all sold. So we'll be back 15 minutes past the hour. More Rick and Bubba coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
All right, so I'm looking at this one, and I'm not familiar. This feels California to me, but I could be wrong. I've looked everywhere in the store. Whatever happened to the great Dateline, Bubba, when they would give you a little Dateline on like where it was from?
This is California. It's in the big title.
All right, okay.
Burst into California Police Station.
Okay, I got you. Okay, there you go. Right there. Been a snake, I'd be a goner. But anyway, Rick, don't look into the story. Check the headline. But anyway, so you remember Dateline, don't you?
Oh,
yeah. Dateline right there. Yeah. But anyway, so we've got a woman, 22 years old, broke into a California police station. We just talked about the police, and came in with a meat cleaver. All right, so we're in. Of all places, with my meat cleaver, I'm going in
to a police station.
Where I take with the meat cleaver a 43-year-old female hostage.
Now look, Rick, if you're going to commit a crime, do it away from the police station.
Right. I'm going in.
That's making it too easy. You're inside the police station.
Right.
And weapon of choice, meat cleaver.
Meat cleaver. I mean, you don't really stand a chance with a meat cleaver, really, when you're going to a place fully armed like that.
Yeah, they got a lot of other weapons in there.
But for a moment, she did get a 43-year-old hostage for just a moment. And
meat cleaver in hand.
And then they got her. They didn't shoot her, but they did point guns.
They tased her, and she fell like a sack.
Yep, they got her with a taser, and down she went.
Boom.
And so now they're getting her with false imprisonment. Is that what taking a hostage is called?
If they figured out what her beef was, I mean,
don't tase me, bro. Don't tase me. I didn't do anything. Ow!
So
she's charged with kidnapping, false imprisonment, and assault with a deadly weapon.
Meat cleaver.
But I mean, did you just randomly?
What did I just say?
Beef? That's funny.
That you just said that about Greg. Greg said, "What's her beef?" She's got a meat cleaver.
That's funny. I mean, why did she have this person? And she said, "Hey, I got her hostage, and I got a meat cleaver,
Greg,
I'm going in the police station."
I'm afraid this may just fall in her nut job.
It says it's unclear and unknown why she was visiting the station or any relationship.
Had a white hoodie on with her hair and a high ponytail.
Seen the footage here?
I have. Oh,
if you look, I think you can see her fall.
Okay. Is this the hostage?
That's the
walking
victim there.
That's the hostage.
Yeah.
About
Is
to
that
be
who she grabs?
About to be hostage.
Takes hold of her, places her in a headlock, and escorts her back into
it's
the
happening
police
over here?
department while brandishing the meat cleaver.
Here we go. There's the meat cleaver.
As they enter the lobby, Capelong forces the victim into a chair just off camera.
Mm-hmm.
You can't see the victim when she's off camera, but she's still very close to Capelong and is obviously in danger.
Yeah, there's the meat cleaver.
Employees behind the counter began giving Capelong instructions to drop the weapon.
Mm-hmm.
Uniform officers responded to the lobby, as they step through the door here, you can see that they have Capelong at gunpoint. They immediately began giving her instructions to drop the weapon.
Mm-hmm.
One officer de-escalates, transitions to his taser, and they take advantage of the opportunity to advance on her. That officer tases Capelong. The other officers place themselves between Capelong and the victim, and escort the victim out of the area to a safe place.
She went down hard.
Again, was handcuffed and taken into custody without any injury.
Hold that right there.
She
You
was later
have
lodged in the
you have what 3 tasers drawn?
Yeah.
Another guy with a gun. Some more coming through.
And she's got a meat cleaver.
You picked a bad area to act up.
It looked like the hostage pushed her away.
I know.
Yeah.
Well, here's the thing I don't get. She didn't really. By the way, that's a meat cleaver. I mean, I mean,
that's a big one.
That's like
textbook.
That's like a butcher has. That's like a butcher has. All right, so but notice this right here. She kind of like kisses her on the forehead, like it's going to be all right. Or
I think she's whispering to her.
Yeah, is she whispering to her? I'm not going to hurt you, maybe, or something. But what does she want? I'm with y'all again. What does she want? All right, so does she get pushed right here?
It looks like it. Look.
Yeah, she did push her, no doubt about it. Well,
now watch. The lady starts fooling with her hair.
So she didn't even go after her hostage.
She's clearly on something.
Yeah, watch her face when they tase her.
Yeah, well, Greg, I know that this is what you're hoping for right now. We're watching it right now on the YouTube channel.
Officers come in, guns drawn.
Yep. All right.
And then one puts his gun down and goes for the taser and moves in.
Mm-hmm.
Buddy,
I'm telling you.
They didn't play no games, did they?
No, that's not what we're looking for there. So that it's an old story, and you just don't want to be. I'm trying to avoid the law anyway.
Yeah.
And so to go where they are, Bubba, we have got a professor at the University of Rhode Island. He's published a book this month titled "Making American White Men Great Again."
Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't start another. Rick and Bubba. Day without 'em, brother. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, there is no other. Rick and Bubba.
Here we go, 21 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us. We'll talk to you maybe coming up bottom of the hour, 629. We Be Big. So we'll check on that. Also, continue to update you on stories that are going within the show and, of course, all around the world. Don't forget a new Rick and Bubba University, the podcast, coming out this weekend. It'll focus on something we've already discussed today, and that's the 2024 election. Also, everything that, went on hiatus for the end of the year break, it's all back. We got yesterday's Bible study archive. We did a new one yesterday. It's back. I told you new RBU's coming up. TheManChurch.com. All the men are back on the road. We're doing Man Church services. We got the 2 Man Church conferences coming up this year. All of that is it's like we flipped the switch back on, and here we are. So I was looking at some of the videos that Adler has for us today and some of his stories. Video 5, Adler. Anytime I see something like that, I don't know. Here's what it says. He's put the title on it, lung test, and I don't know what this is. You and Speedy, what do you know? Is this an Adler of yours or yours? This is Adler only.
Yeah, I just saw this going viral on Twitter X, Twix.
Is everybody calling it X now? Have we all transitioned?
I thought we
had.
I keep calling it Twitter.
Yeah,
I keep calling it Twitter.
I do too.
Flows better.
Most people have transitioned over to that. But I keep hearing a couple of podcasts that I listen to still referring it to Twitter and their Twitter account, and it bothers me.
Okay, so
I haven't been to the point where
do that
it's
anymore.
bothering me, and now it is.
But I mean,
I feel like they've given enough time.
Let's take you for instance. Should I expect you to come in and say to me, "Hey Rick, did you see the latest X from Pat McAfee?"
Yeah, just don't found.
Will you call it an X?
I will.
Okay.
I'm hearing post on X, and I'm hearing Twitter, formerly known as X, formerly known as Twitter. I'm hearing that.
I sent you a couple of things last night on Instagram so you could.
You did.
Pat McAfee trying to bring him in.
Yeah, you did. And I did laugh.
With Elon doing SpaceX, why didn't he just do Twitter X?
Right.
And that would have made it easier. And then if he dropped Twitter later on, it would have been easier to remember.
Twitter. How about that? There's one.
All right. So what is this, Alan?
All right. So this lung test here, you want to start.
I can't
out,
even breathe just looking at it.
We want to start empty because it's going to ask you to inhale. This is the test. Inhale this entire time, and then hold your breath. And then exhale.
Wow. So we're doing this.
It's an inhale.
We don't have to.
Hold. Exhale.
Okay.
It's an inhale, hold, and
how long
exhale.
we holding?
I'm scared. I'm nervous.
You're gonna watch this. You're gonna watch this little bar. So you're gonna inhale from here to here. Okay. From A to B, you gotta hold.
Oh, that's easy.
And then from B to whatever, exhale. Yeah. All right. And so according to the scientists on Twitter X, If you can do this, your lungs are good.
Okay.
That's all it says. So this is going viral, and I think it's more.
I'm scared.
Do the test.
All right, everybody, breathe out. Breathe out. All right, now inhale. Hold it. Hold it. It's a long time. If you can do this, you have good lungs. We're halfway through now. If you can still hold this, you have good lungs. We're almost there. 3/4 of the way. And we are done.
I'll tell you, that was
Y'all
tougher.
did great. Y'all
did
did
it.
great.
I did it, and I didn't cheat, but I will tell you, that was way tougher than I thought it'd be.
Y'all did great.
You know,
That
it throws you off when that line, when the ball slows down.
I wanted to do a
slow.
short leak, just do a leak, but I wanted to see if I could really do it, and I got to tell you, that was tough.
Y'all did great.
I
Y'all
wanted
had
to
good
hold the
lungs.
breath.
I was trying not to laugh at Adler's commentary.
Well, I'm glad you did that because all the alarms would have gone off, and
right.
Denver would have been calling.
That's true. We got dead air. I don't know what's going on. Exhale.
So you guys have
say
good lungs.
something.
You guys have good lungs.
Yeah, that wasn't that hard.
That was surprising for Speedy.
It was. Well,
It's an old joke.
I know.
Good
It's
night.
an old joke.
Boy, you don't let nothing go, do you?
This is why people continue to call.
Yeah,
Yesterday
I
we had
don't
a
do
call.
that a lot.
I don't know if they
This
ever
is
got
a
on the air or
unique
not.
situation.
Thank you,
You
Rick.
gotta admit.
Yep. I thought,
What
wow.
is?
It was a New Year's resolution. Would you go?
You know how some things. You know how some
I was like,
things.
really, buddy?
Some things have an expiration date. And some things, something
this is
better,
funny.
but something better comes along, Greg. You know what I'm talking about? And so, no, so hear me out. Don't think that I'm leaving Speedy alone. That is not what I'm saying.
No.
What I'm saying is I'm no longer entertained by the smoking thing.
Oh, I'm
Sure.
not.
Oh,
What
just
I'm
now?
entertained by is overgreeting and him being cheap.
Right.
Now that I
actually more
That's-
correct.
It's entertaining enough.
The cheap thing though is outdone.
Speedy.
Seriously.
Keep on. I'm going to talk about you smoking again.
Y'all,
Keep it up,
y'all
friend.
just
Keep it
going
up.
off.
Speedy.
That's fine.
You're going to be a little frugal?
It's
all-
like things
it's
grow
okay.
in your imagination.
Why
That's
don't
okay.
Why don't you just say? And this is where you can stand and you'll. It'll be
Am
like,
I frugal? Yes, but I'm not cheap.
There you go. That's what I'm telling you.
I got my Christmas bills to show you.
What I'm saying is, as your shield will always be, is you will always say to us what you just said. I mean, I don't know. If y'all hate frugal, you hate frugal, but y'all may call it cheap, but I call it frugal. Yeah. And that's all you got to say. And that's your shield.
Every time?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now, it's not going
What
to
if I
work with
do
me.
this
It's
every
not going
time?
to work with me.
What if I do that?
Because I can't get enough of it.
Speedy,
And,
I would even condense it and say one man's cheap is another man's frugal.
There you go.
Okay.
There you go.
I mean, now I don't like wasting money, but I'll
No.
spend money if I need to.
That part don't bother me. Not buying lunch, stuff like that. That is being cheap.
Okay,
Right.
that was funny.
Right. As far as what budgeting,
7 years ago, that was funny.
budgeting that was I get. But,
Right.
Well, I mean, I'd like to
Standing
buy
out-
lunch and that'll go away.
Standing out there by Greg's truck saying he's got a free one every day.
What?
You know what? I mean, it's a.
Man.
Hey, boy.
Oh, that looks good. Yeah.
Uh-huh.
But like you said, Speedy, things grow in your imagination. So you know.
They do.
I'm sorry about this whole thing.
Yeah, they
I'm
do.
sorry about this whole thing.
You can tell stories that aren't true.
Right.
Yeah.
You can.
Things grow in your
You
imagination.
can.
They do.
Right.
Yeah.
Now,
They do.
Hey, now to hear you one time utter out loud, "Hey guys, I got it." You know what I mean?
That would
Right,
really
right,
go a long
right.
way to solve that, wouldn't it?
That would be crazy.
Because you talk about things we can't see. We take your
Yeah,
word for it.
Yeah.
And we don't doubt you because you're an honest person.
You think you don't get
a little bit cheap, but honest.
Well, I don't know anybody outside the big two that's ever bought lunch for anybody.
Oh, I bought Rick
bought
lunch.
lunch
I bought
millions.
Rick
The whole
lunch
crew.
2
Yeah.
weeks ago,
He did.
3 weeks
That's
ago.
not-
Wish
You're
I'd have
lying.
known that before the person came
Six
up. Would order
people
something
sitting
different.
at the table and you bought it. Not with me there.
Well,
I
I'd
would
like
have
to
had to
see
be
you
there.
buy it with 3.
That's just,
Helmsley
I
surprised
did.
me by buying me lunch. If I'd have known it, I'd got an appetizer.
Yep, messed
It's
up.
funny. Well, your daddy though. He's gonna buy your lunch.
Every once in a while, you got to buy daddy lunch.
Yeah.
By the way, is it wrong for me to just want an appetizer just because I want to get the food started?
No,
I'm
that's
not,
not bad.
I'm not
That's
even
not
really
bad.
that fired up about it. I'm just like, will that get some food here quicker?
Now that I'm here and I've ordered and I've sit down, I want something.
I've rarely had a bad appetizer.
Yeah.
They're normally they
Yeah.
deliver.
They are.
Now, do I cringe when Terry orders queso dip? I do a little bit.
Okay,
think is that
buddy, that's
necessary?
cheap.
Is that
That's being
necessary?
cheap, not frugal.
I will tell you, and it's going to break your heart, Bill Bubba Bussy. It's going to break your heart because you've got things that you don't like just because of different tastes, and I really like it. And there's nothing you can do about it because sometimes we want to like things the other person doesn't like. We just don't. You know, like you
Right,
don't like
right.
black-eyed peas. That's
Right,
nothing, I don't mean you're a bad person.
Right.
I eat one. Though.
I don't like I don't like anything involving mushrooms as an appetizer, and I know that.
No,
breaks your
so
heart.
much for
mushrooms
that.
are good.
I like if you stuff them. With
I know,
earlier.
and you love those, and I always want. You ever had a food you want to like, you just can't.
I don't dislike mushrooms in certain situations, but appetizers, I don't want it to be the main part of what I'm eating.
And a portobello on a sandwich or a hamburger.
That is a foul.
It's as good as steak.
I love it.
Why would anybody do that?
It's as good as a burger.
Hey, can I have some fungus? Can I have some fungus on my burger? Could you put some fungus on my hamburger?
Like fungus, actual fungus, yes.
Yeah. We'll take your phone calls next. 629 We Be Big. And he says that Tom Brady's popularity has nothing to do with 6 Super Bowl wins, 3 MVPs, 3 All-Pros, and it's certainly not his 14 Pro Bowl selections. He said the reason why Tom Brady is so popular is because of white rage and white supremacy.
First off, some of this doesn't make sense. How can you be a Pro Bowl selection? And I thought that was all pro. I thought that was the same thing.
I think it's 2 different things.
Is it 2 different things? And Tom Brady's only been an All-Pro 3 times.
I know. That sounds weird.
That does seem weird.
Misprint.
But if I'm not mistaken, like, aren't players involved in some of this voting when it gets to All-Pro and Pro Bowl?
Rick, I mean, this guy's
Listen,
lost his mind.
This is so ridiculous. Look, there's other white quarterbacks in the league. The reason Tom Brady is popular is because he's winning.
Check professional sports as a whole. I don't see a lot of white privilege there. I mean, the best are playing.
You know what that
whatever.
is?
Who cares?
According to this professor, that's a typical statement from a white man. Okay. Do you love Tom?
Yeah, because I know Tom got a free pass because he's white, because he's obviously not any good.
I'll go back to this. I don't like Tom Brady. So even his success, I just don't like him.
Yeah.
I don't like the Patriots. I don't like Tom Brady. There it is. I said it. Now, do I think he's a great football player? Not good, but great. Absolutely, I do.
Maybe one of the best players.
Don't like
the GOAT.
Don't like his team. Hey, don't like his team. Don't like him.
How do you argue he's not?
I pull against Tom Brady every time he plays.
I don't like him, but I pull for him because he's white. Well, I mean, that's ridiculous. But that's what that guy says.
But see.
This is the Rick and Bubba Show. Watch more at blazetv.com/Rick and Bubba.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. I can't start another. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Day without 'em, brother. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, there is no other. Rick and Bubba, Rick.
All right, so here we go. Phone calls coming in now. 629 We Be Big. Helmsy on the phones now. Which? 629 We Be Big. BuyRaycon.com/Bubba. BuyRaycon.com/Bubba. Go there right now. Look, if you're settling back into a consistent routine, chances are you could use some audio accompaniment. Look, I know for me, it's crucial. You got to have it. I like to listen to podcasts, to archives. I actually listen to the archives of this show just about every day, just kind of check, see how the show sounded, check the tempo, see what's going on, but also other podcasts that are out there, or Bible studies and things you may want, great music, love listening to that. Let me tell you, if you want premium audio at a perfect price point, Speedy, you've got to go with buyraycon.com/Bubba for those of you out there that are frugal. Okay,
Thank
so
you
go right there. Raycon's everyday earbuds. They look, they feel, they sound better than ever. And to your point, why would I pay more for something that the quality is the same?
I ask that every day.
Why would I do that? Yeah. So, and also they've got the customizable gel tips. You'll love those. It fits better in your ear. Very soon. Won't come out. Trust me on that. So go to buyraycon.com/Bubba. Save 20% off your order. That's buyraycon.com/Bubba. There's also a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors, and we are thankful, and you should be too, to them for coming into 2024 and saying, you know what, I like how this audience responds. I want to stay with Rick and Bubba. So thank you for that. All right, so let's go to the phones. Let's go to David. David is in the free state of Florida. David, go right ahead. You're on the Rick and Bubba Show.
Green Acres, gentlemen.
Hey, buddy, thank you so much for that. Go ahead.
Mr. Rick, I sent you an email, and I had been listening to your Revelation Bible studies.
Yep.
And I wanted your thought on what is your end time position? Are you pre-wrath, post-trib, mid-trib? You know, you understand what I'm asking?
I do understand that. Well, first of all, I'll tell you where I am that is undeniable, and no one can refute me. Today, as I talk to you, I'm closer to one of two things than I've ever been in my entire life: the return of Jesus Christ or my earthly death. I've never been closer than I am right now. And honestly, I spend most of my time preparing to die because I have no idea when Jesus is coming back, and I have no idea when I'm going to die. And most of the people that I deal with that have gone into the presence of the Lord, it's because their body died its earthly death.
All right.
Because no one I know has been raptured or seen Jesus come back yet, because he hasn't. So I tend to lean, and look, I'm not the final word on this by far, but based on the study I just completed from the Revelation and the studies that you find throughout other parts of Scripture, and Sherry and I have talked in depth and studied the Bible quite intense on this, we find ourselves being pre-trib people. I think you can make a better biblical case that the church, because the Bible says this, will not face the wrath of God. If the redeemed will not face the wrath of God. And we do know that when the tribulation starts, this is now the wrath of God being poured out for the final time on the earth and all who oppose God, whether they be spiritual or whether they be human. Now, we do know that people will repent and come to Christ during the tribulation. We know that. But people who are already redeemed would not be coming to redemption in the tribulation because they're already redeemed.
Right.
And you do see that there's John, some of the visions he got. And if you really go read Thessalonians, I believe it's first, I may be confusing first or second. I think it's 1 Thessalonians chapter 4. What Paul is describing there, you'd have a hard time making a case against it. I also don't know how a 7-year tribulation is going to seem like the twinkling of an eye.
Right.
That's not the twinkling of an eye. That's 7 years of tribulation that's going on, and there won't be any confusion about two people are in the field, one's gone, one's there, and just the fact that Paul keeps saying that he's encouraging the church at Thessalonica because they wanted to go up on the hill and wait for Jesus to come back, and he said, no, we got to get back to work until he comes back. Paul thought he would come back in his lifetime. He did, and others as well, but he said that I want to reassure you that because you're part of the church and because you're redeemed, you will not face the wrath of God. And so those things tend to have me in the pre-trib camp, but I don't think pre-trib, mid-trib, or post-trib is a redemption issue. I consider it a secondary issue. My primary issue is I've been told to be a disciple, make disciples, to continue my sanctification because that's the will of God, and be prepared for my death or his return. And that to me is primary. Pre, mid, and post-trib is secondary in my opinion.
Yeah, I would agree.
But you
I
asked.
have no issue with that.
Yeah. But you asked, so I appreciate it. Thank you, David. Appreciate that, buddy. 866 We Be Big. Let's go to Sid out of Birmingham, Alabama, 1047 WZZK. Sid, go ahead.
Hey, fellas, how you doing?
Good. Good.
Well, I got a question for you. Since you're running some numbers and doing a law of averages, how many people do you think just woke up at the red light from doing that breathing test?
I thought about that. I thought to myself, I feel like everybody here when it comes to lungs is in pretty good shape. But you're right. I start thinking, is somebody going to pass out? Because that definitely could happen. Yeah, you're right.
I was looking at old boy next to me at the red light and was wondering, he took a big old deep breath. I was like, he may still be here when I come back.
That's a good question, Sid. Let's go to Georgia. Mike standing by. Mike, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
How y'all doing, fellas?
Doing great.
That's a blessing. That's a blessing. I was just, before I went into my doctor's appointment, I was hearing y'all talk about different things, and I was going to let y'all know I quit taking modern medicine, and I've gone back to my old root stuff that my grandma taught me. And when I get a chest cold or anything like that, I you ain't gonna believe it, but I smoke a little mullein. Now, if y'all don't know what mullein is, it'll clear your lungs out.
Mullein.
And mullein.
Never heard of it.
Never heard of it. Looks like an old tobacco plant, but old fir leaves on
How about that?
top and bottom of a little short plant.
So no
And,
Vicks Vapor Rub for you, my friend.
No, sir. I do ivermectin. I did that since the 50s when we was worming hogs and cows and all. When COVID hit, I was doing just a little bit on the thing, but I grow my own food now.
Okay. Well, thank you. I appreciate you.
Off the grid.
You
I'll
call.
smoke a little more.
Okay. Does anybody remember, because I heard today a commercial running on the kickoff hour, that now, with all the things that are going on, like even the how far cough drops have come, is Vicks Vapor Rub really necessary anymore? I mean, but I heard them talking now they've got it in the stick where you just rub a little stick across you, so you don't have to put so much. I guess people got tired of the way that felt. You remember when you was a little fella and Mama put that on?
Put that on a little blue jar.
You sitting there, all you little poor pitiful self in your little bed. Mom put a little Vicks Vapor Rub on
I tell
your
you,
chest.
if you got your little cough, put them on the bottom of your foot, put a sock on, go to bed.
No, I've heard that before too.
No,
yeah,
it works.
Alan, Nashville, Tennessee. Alan, go ahead.
Good morning, fellas. I don't know how I follow all that. Good gracious, some mullein, huh?
Right, light it up.
So y'all are celebrating 30 years, going into 31, and I'm trying to decide. I'm almost 60 as well, and I'm trying to decide how long I've been listening to y'all.
Okay.
When did y'all move into the Red Velvet Lounge, and when did you move out? I think I've been listening 26 years.
All right, so Red Velvet Lounge. We went into a studio for a short period of time in '98 when we first got to Birmingham.
It was upstairs.
Yeah, upstairs, and we went downstairs maybe a year later, maybe '99.
So the studio that was kind of pink on the inside that was really small.
That's 98.
Yeah.
Okay, so I've been listening since then, so that helps me. So I've been 23.
No, wait a minute, I'm wrong. No.
Because
that was after.
We went to 94.5 in 98.
No, you're right. Okay, so that was the pink. That was the pink. Yeah, that was the pink.
We were in that one while the other one was being built.
Correct.
Yeah, and it was about 2000, let's say, 99 to 2000.
Yeah, so you're right in there.
Yeah.
Right in there. And then we...
Okay, so I'm about 26 years.
No. Wait a minute. We were in the 94.5 studio when 9/11 happened.
True.
That's a fact.
That's a fact. So that was 2001. So we didn't go to the Red Velvet Lounge till like 2002.
Right.
Then, well, I was listening to you before 9/11 because I remember working at Nissan when that happened and hearing y'all.
That's 2001.
I was listening to y'all when it happened, actually.
I have some notes I can go back and look and give you the exact date, but I know we were in the 94.5 studio when 9/11 happened, and that was 2001.
I just wonder how long we were in there
after
before.
that.
Yeah, no question, Alan. You can easily say you've been listening to the Rick and Bubba show for a minimum of 24 years.
Yeah.
And you've probably been listening a little
Now,
bit longer.
When did y'all first come to Birmingham then?
We've been in Birmingham for 98, yeah.
About around 98.
And we've been with the company.
I think that's when I first found you. Either way, I have enjoyed growing up with you guys. We're about the same age, and we got similar life tracks, and it's just been a joy, and y'all have been an inspiration to me and my family, and I hope you guys just keep kicking for as long as the Lord will let you.
Thank you, man. That's very kind of you to say that. We'll be back 15 minutes to the top of the hour. Yeah, we came to Birmingham in 98. And I think we went to that studio somewhere around 2002, maybe, to the Red Velvet Lounge. Because the Pink Studio was definitely 2001 because we know it. We know we were sitting there on 9/11. We'll be back wrapping up the hour right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Eddie Money. The old lady Eddie Money. He was shaking. How about that?
I like the Eddie Money.
Has Access TV acknowledged his death yet? I look on yesterday's in concert.
Oh, really?
I mean, are we?
They got a lot of footage of it.
Well, I know they've got that, the Money TV show, and they kept running promos that he was going to beat cancer after we'd announced he had died. Have they changed that yet?
I don't know.
So anyway,
that seems like a programming faux pas. I don't want to get too politically correct.
Certainly, there's an interest in seeing, what happened with the family and everything, but y'all need to acknowledge that he's passed. I mean, surely they've done that.
They do.
They've done it by
They'll
now.
go on and finish it out.
They've done that by now. Speedy's back. How about this?
Speedy's back.
Look at old Speedy.
I'm back.
He's a new
employee.
He's already been part of the kickoff hour. He's moved. He's gone from living out in a little bit of seclusion. He's part of suburbia now.
Yeah, old sidewalk community now.
Yep,
Here I am.
Suburban Speedy.
And let me just tell you, the Cove knows that the Wilburns are here.
Oh, sure. Well, you got to come in and make an impact.
Well, we have.
Yeah.
We have got a list of things that we've done, and I just have had to apologize to a number of them. Hey, I'm sorry.
Yeah. Well, you know why?
It won't always be like this.
When you're in the sidewalk community, I mean, anything going on affects everybody.
It does.
Heard you got your flyer for the first block party.
Yes, I did. They were just they were walking up and down streets wanting everybody to meet.
That's
So
good.
has Mayor Mark been over to grace the new facility yet?
Hey, we've been texting. He has not come over yet.
It's just a matter of time.
Yeah.
Yep.
Boy, y'all, the things. You know, when you move, you think you've got everything handled, and you think you've done a good job of
you just
like
think on about that.
preparing. You know what I'm saying? You're like, oh, we're ready for this, and then it happens.
Yeah. Certain things you just have to get through. Certain things you have to get through. You're not ready for them. You just have to get through them.
It's funny too when you start, like all the boxes are labeled and everything's organized, but before it's over, who cares? Just throw it in there.
Yeah.
And then you get to the new place and you're like, now where's this? Where's that? I don't know. And you start digging through stuff.
Sure.
And, yeah, it's quite. It's what we've been through. This is our third. That was about my third night just to stay at the new house.
No, to me, there's certain things in life, and moving certainly one of them. You can have all these plays drawn up, but at the end of it all, you're lowering your head and running into the defense.
You really are.
And you're gonna get hit, and you hope that you fall somewhere near the end zone.
Right.
But you're gonna get hit.
Yeah.
There ain't no way around it.
Oh yeah. And boy, let me tell you, I'm sore from getting hit.
I mean, you lower your head and you churn those legs and you just try to push forward.
I mean,
see if you can get some yardage.
So hard.
It is. It's so
You hope somebody pushes you from behind.
Sure.
Yeah.
You'll be surprised to do the things you thought you just had to have. You couldn't give a rip about.
Right. And then you go,
Leave it by the side of the road, kids. Just keep moving.
You say that I have given so much stuff away that.
Sure.
People are like, you're giving that away? I don't care. I don't care. The moving company that I hired to do it, I was trying to give them furniture.
Of course you were.
Please take that. It's
Right.
an entertainment system. It's great. We,
No room for it.
Please keep that on the truck. Hey, does anybody want this?
You can have it, sir. It's yours.
I mean, straight up.
No, I understand. I understand. Look, that's the ultimate kill me stage.
We've donated so much furniture, and one of the companies that came and got some of the furniture that we donated, I just started walking around the house. Now, this was not on the list, but how about that right there? Do you want that?
Mm-hmm.
You know, can y'all take that? Can
Sure.
you take that?
Are you doing a yard sale too, or just? It sounds like you did a yard sale during the process.
Well,
you didn't have an official one. You were just selling things, letting things go left and right.
Yeah, and Terry's mom did take stuff. They were, we were going to have a moving yard sale, and then I thought, well, now when we got the time for that?
Right. Plus, we hate yard sales.
Right. But Terry's parents, they get into the yard selling stuff, so they were taking stuff, and we're going to have like a big.
Well, good for them. As long as it's a long way away from your house.
Yeah, right.
All right, but you're not there yet. Do you ever get that point where you feel kind of lean and mean, like I lean down and I love the way this feels?
Oh, it's so funny you said that.
Because I think that'd be a good feeling.
As hectic as it is right now, stepping around boxes that have. I don't know this. The saying that's on the box that we talked about. It's from a hospital from one of the women's wing of the hospital, and it's got something on there that's it's different certain products that you deliver there.
Understood, yeah.
And it's just on a pink logo on all white boxes all the way through the house. Boys just walking right by. As we step past all that, it's still we've leaned so much and we've purged so much.
I bet that feels good.
That it does feel good now. As the
now you start saving and cluttering again.
Yeah, really. But the garage is
just the crap of it all.
The garage is so full right now, and things need to be moved to the attic. But like I told Terry, why move this Rubbermaid box to the attic when the next time I touch it, we're going to be moving again?
Right.
If we don't need it.
9 minutes to the top. How about it? Thank you for being with us on the old Rick and Bubba show today. Looking at some headlines that we have not hit today. Hunter Biden. Bubba is filming a top secret documentary. I guess it's not top secret if we know about it. A top secret documentary with a Hollywood power player, and he says he's going to set the record straight about his drugs and financial woes. So it says that he received a staggering $4.9 million from a man who donated to the Sun for the documentary to set the record straight. Kevin Morris is the person, a Hollywood lawyer who made a fortune from a South Park TV deal. I've never seen that show. I know it's a little off color, so I've never watched it.
I don't watch many cartoons.
No, and was they called him Hunter's sugar brother after he paid off allegedly and reportedly paid off up to $2.8 million of Hunter Biden's tax bill, and to get the prosecutors off of him. According to this story, this same Kevin Morris has given Hunter Biden $4.9 million to clear his name with this documentary.
So now, is he the same one that was buying the art for a lot of money?
Maybe.
They discovered who that was too on some of that. Somebody else funneling money in.
It says part of his strategy is to make money back on the documentary, so he said, but he started doing this when Hunter Biden's plea deal in Los Angeles didn't work out.
Yeah, you remember they had the plea deal to begin with,
Right.
and somebody, I forgot which side, didn't accept it.
The judge turned
judge turned it down, right?
Are y'all familiar with Kevin Morris, Hollywood lawyer?
I'm not.
Yeah, who made a lot of money off South Park apparently.
Evidently did well.
Yeah, I'm kind of with you, Greg. I have never, and I know that there's some that are not. I don't know what the content's like. I may not be watching it just because it's not content I should be watching, but. Anytime somebody tries to sell me on an adult cartoon, I'm just not interested.
Hank Hill is as close as I
that's
get.
what I was going to ask you. Am I missing something there? Because I can't watch that. I can't watch these cartoons.
I'm with you, but Hank's pretty good. Or I don't even know what comes on.
Do you think that's me being genetically sharing a little bit in almost that puppet thing that you struggle with? I can't. Yeah, animation to me is designed for children only.
And you don't like animation. Greg doesn't like puppet to human interaction.
Right.
So they're cousins to each other.
And we've discussed this. because I love a good documentary, but when they use animation to tell some of the story in the documentary, and that seems to be the latest craze. You know what I'm talking about?
It is.
That makes no sense.
And by the way, it ceases to be mod and innovative if everybody's doing it.
That's right.
Yeah.
The Triumph.
Have you ever seen Family Guy?
No, I haven't watched it.
There's some funny stuff in it.
I've heard it's pretty funny.
There is some. There's. I don't
King
watch
of the
it.
Hill's funny. It's funny.
It is.
Family Guy's funny. Simpsons is funny.
They never watched Simpsons.
Oh, Simpsons is great.
I don't think I gave The Simpsons enough. And I feel the same way about Family Guy, and it's recently come into my world, and I'm like, that's pretty funny.
I don't know why. I'm not saying they're.
No,
and I do know that sometimes in these adult
South
cartoons.
Park I didn't.
That these adult
and
cartoons.
Beavis and Butthead I didn't. I thought was
Yeah,
stupid.
I've never watched them. I've never really watched South Park.
See, I
Beavis
love.
and Butthead had a couple of funny clips
They
if you
did.
just saw them, but it wore on me long time.
Thank you. I loathe Beavis and Butthead, and I'll tell you why. Because the Beavis and Butthead Ren and Stimpy turn for cartoons is when we ceased being clever and we just started being gross.
Yeah. Sure.
And I'm like, well, gross is not always funny.
See, that's why I like Bugs Bunny. It's
and
clever.
Family Guy.
Exactly.
Family Guy is clever.
Yes,
it's
it
funny.
is.
King of the Hill is. I'm telling you,
It's clever.
King of the Hill is a good one.
I think I've got a more lean toward King of the Hill than any of them because I find The Simpsons to be annoying. And I know there's been a lot of great comedy apparently that came from that, but I don't. It's not my thing. But now Hank Hill.
Oh,
and
it's
some
fantastic.
of the stuff I've seen there is funny.
It is.
South Park has gotten away with some stuff that nobody else can get away with, though, and that is on this recent episode they replaced Cartman with like a black lady. I mean, they replaced all the characters just like they're doing in all these movies and shows. They're replacing them with black characters, and so they actually did that on South Park to make fun of it. And so they get a pass on some stuff.
They're the Dave Chappelle of this world. They get away with a lot of stuff.
Yes.
Or don't.
They
and,
predict
you
a
know,
lot too, apparently.
Yeah, they predict a bunch.
Now is it the Simpsons?
I thought it was the
predict-
Simpsons.
Well, both.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
South Park too?
Both,
Mhm.
yes,
Yeah.
yes. The whole trans athlete thing, South Park did that years ago.
Yeah.
Where, I think it's Macho Man Randy Savage enters a strong woman competition and wins.
That's funny.
Speaking of that, did I see while we were out, boxing changed their rules that men can or trans boxers can,
I saw something about
can
that, too.
box in women's boxing or something like that.
Was it the WBC? I think.
I don't know.
Not good.
I saw something like that.
Not good.
You know, again, we all tried to push away from all news while we were off. That was part of the perks of being off. But I think I saw that headline.
Yeah,
which
USA
that makes
boxing.
no sense.
I think there's no, and I'm not talking about people who are struggling with gender dysphoria. Okay, that's been around for a long time, and you know, there's compassion and that's those people. You know, God bless them, and hope they can, you know, find some relief in this struggle they have mentally. But this thing where it's become trendy to just, I think, if somebody walked up and they weren't here, they hadn't been here in a long time, and they heard me say, you know, we're living in a fake world now.
Mm-hmm.
They would go, what do you mean by that? Can you give me an example? I think I would go to this as the example. I would say, well, let me just tell you this. We have biological men that would just declare that they're women, and then they'll start competing athletically against biological females. And the person will say, what are you talking about? You talking about drag queens? And I go, no, it's much further. It's going much further than that. Now, they don't just dress up like women. They identify and want to be called women, and then they live their life as women in dressing rooms, bathrooms, and in competition. Then they would say, so did they have a sex change? Not many of them. Most of them are still walking around biologically and anatomically as males. And the person would look at us and go, are you making this up? And I would go, no, it's really, not only is it going on, we're told to act like it's no big deal and to embrace it.
Yeah.
And they would look at me and go, well, that doesn't make any logical sense. And I go, I understand. That's why I told you we're living.
Right.
Yeah, that's what I tried to tell you. I think I'd pick that as my number one example.
I think so.
Don't you?
Yeah, I mean, that is clear as can be. I mean, I don't know of a better example.
There's this video of Clarissa Shields getting knocked out. Clarissa
Watch out now.
Shields.
Don't you get hurt.
She is the arguably greatest women's boxer of all time. She's got like 4 titles in 2 different weight classes, and she's only the 4th woman in history to do that. And here she is getting knocked out by a no-name male boxer. This is a no-name male boxer. Lays her out clean.
Yes, I mean,
with headgear on. Let's not
I'll
forget
stand
that.
on the line and run down the track. I'm gonna jump in the swimming pool and I'm gonna outswim you. I'm gonna get on the bike, but I'm gonna physically be punching you.
Oh, that's not good.
Guys,
That's the worst. That is the worst.
Come on.
Hey, thanks for being with us. Hope you enjoyed today's edition of the Rick and Bubba Show. Did you miss any of it live? Catch the archive today, both on YouTube and podcast channel. We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.